Generals, this is Gamer 1745, and we're in 1937. Yes, a time warp. We've gone through the time warp. We've done the time warp. Nope, we're just playing Hearts of Iron 4. And it's, like I say, February 1937. Let me just check and make sure that we're live on all the interwebs out there. Is every interweb live? Are we live on all the interwebs? We're live on some of the interwebs. Oh, right. Okay. Good. And looks like we're doing good. We're playing Germany. Again, this series is looking at where I'm learning in the ins and outs of the on-map HQs. I'm liking most of what I'm seeing. Little trifles on some things. And we're going to pursue this playthrough. Unlike the last one, we are going to ally with Italy, and we're going to try to secure the Mediterranean. That doesn't mean conquer. It means secure the Mediterranean before we invade the Soviet Union, with the exploring how effectively we might be able to do a southern front simultaneous to an eastern front, and see how that works out. So that's sort of the grand strategy plan, the sort of why of this playthrough. This is just another German playthrough. We just did one, why another one? And we're here in Spain. Okay, some research that we can do. It's 37, so we got all this. We really want to do this because these, equipment conversion speed. Okay, if you're converting equipment, that's useful, absolutely. But the production efficiency cap up 10%. That's very useful. Want to do those things, get them done early. Now let's take a quick look at our production. Last playthrough, I think I was rocking most of this time on 3 factories for artillery, because it's at that time, and we're looking here, and this time, we got, 1,300 artillery pieces extra. You click on this and see they're all the Lichfield Howitzer 18s. And hello, Arno! Good to see you here, Arno, and also over there. I hope you're doing much better. I hope you are. Very good to see you. Very good. I know a lot of you guys have been around a lot, but I hope that there's new people and not everyone watches everything. You'll notice that there is a lot. Let's see if we can see some. If we come over here and look at this, the Lichfield Howitzer 18, which means light field howitzer 18, the Schwer field howitzer 18, the Kanon 18. We have here, these are other dates. Why are all these 18s? Well, before the start of the war, and this actually goes back to the Weimar era even, they wanted to disguise, to some degree, technological developments, military ones in Germany. So they were labeling everything 18 as if these had at least been designed, maybe prototyped, not necessarily in production, but under development, maybe even field tested in 1918 at the end of World War I. So you'll find a lot of 18s in things, not just these howitzers. Or better, yes. Oh, good, you're out of the hospital, but still a long way to go. Oh, I understand that. I'm still recovering. I'm so much better now, but I'm still recovering from my situation of last year. So, I'm doing fine, but there's still recovery. So I understand, Arno. I understand, and I feel so sorry for you, Arno. Get well soon, and hopefully this is just some small entertainment. And yes, if we get to naval battles this time, we will check them out. Don't worry. I don't know that we're going to get. We might get to 38 or something. There are hills. Those are mountains. I'm just looking at where my small German contingent can do well. I'm afraid to rush into here, even though it's open, and then get cut off. Don't want my panzers cut off. Here, this is what I was looking. Let's enter this battle. A little better good. Munstein joined that battle. Munstein's HQ is in here. He's not only this one. Doing that, let's. You know, this I believe is mounted. Right. Putting the attack there. Plug that hole. We do have air support. Yes, I believe we are here. Yes, you can see here we have 25 functional fighters up. I guess we've had a bunch shot down because I thought we were at 50, 60 or something. And 100 dive bombers. Mix of interwar close air support, whatever that sort of generic, well, the HS 1, 2, 3, and some JU-87 model types. Doing some here. That's 8 divisions for Spanish. Division or 2 here.
Angetreten. Befehle. Angetreten. Befehle.
What is it this time?
Ausrücken. Bereit zum Ausrücken.
One of you.
Ausrücken.
Funsies. That mostly there.
Ausrücken. Achtung. Ausrücken.
Over here on the west front.
Zuhören.
Got to worry about these Dutch guys.
Ausrücken. Zuhören.
They may get uppity.
Ihre Befehle. Ausrücken.
Belgium.
Zuhören.
Using up equipment, moving. Okay, these guys, the anarchists, have taken over. Just uprising the Spanish Civil War. Let's... Okay, accelerating the rearmament program. We have Not enough days yet to get in. Device service. Impact on slips. Did. This helps with the MIFO bills. $70 days, but we get another research slot. That's really good. This is 35%. I think we will do that, but I'm looking around here. And production. 2 more. I do want to keep, and we are building up a reserve of artillery and other things, including tanks, so we're using a bit much of it producing, but we are way low on fighters and we're using them up. So let's put 2 more, so we're more than doubling our fighter collection. And hello, folk! Anarchist uprising and suppression was dramatic climax of Orwell's homage to Catalog. I've watched some film adaptations of Orwell's work, and I understand the basis of his work. I think Orwell is an important writer. I don't know how far right, and it's just more my ignorance than anything, did Orwell become, because he was fairly left early on. The 1984 book really isn't about communism or fascism or anything like that. It's just about totalitarianism. We often focus on... I've watched the John Hurt movie, 1984, many years ago. We often focus in 1984 on the surveillance state, which of course it was looking at the sort of the technology of the time. And that original book was entitled 1948. The authors thought it was a bit too, soon to whatever, so he swapped the dates, or, the numbers there. And so it's very much TV cameras and because they obviously had TV back then, not widespread, but they had it. TV cameras and listening devices and all that stuff, as well as informers. Nowadays, they're just watching my video streams, and everybody else's video streams, and data sent around, and everything like that is what they're watching nowadays. So we are here in the surveillance state. But we are not yet anywhere near, not even in the UK. Because right now, I would say, and I may be wrong about this, but I would say you are a freer person in Russia than you are in the UK right now. I would say so. And that now, and there are more people jailed per year, not just per capita, but more people, which I think there's a much larger population in Russia, more people jailed per year for online statements than there are in Britain or in the UK. than there are people jailed in Russia for, anti-Putin or Ukraine war postings. But outside of jailings, they will beat people routinely, prison, guards, or state police trying to beat confessions out of people, more likely to be killed. You can get, Magnitsky, who the act was created for, was a person beaten to death in prison. So some of this stuff is more worse. It's even more corrupt system in Russia. So you have more jeopardy in those kind of senses. But I would say you are a freer person in Russia than you are in the United Kingdom right now. We're much freer here in America. But we're still facing a surveillance state, and we can look at flock cameras right now. And then law enforcement, massive, and I think they're just scratching the surface, and I think the word is getting out to the law enforcement that they're probably backing off because people are being fired and or prosecuted for abusing that system. But I'm sure it's much worse, much more worse than we're getting evidence for, not maybe than we think, because we may think it's super bad. As well as, of course, data centers, mining all of what we're doing. So, yeah, we're in the surveillance state, but we're not in the totalitarian state. Not even China, probably not even North Korea is as totalitarian as 1984. Now, his Animal Farm, again, which I've sort of read summaries of, that's definitely a criticism of communism. So he becomes very disenchanted with the left. Bill Maher, if you know American TV, he's I would say center-left Hollywood type who has some, become a political commentator. If you look in his early days, he was an actor. And he's now starting to rail against the Democratic Party because of its embrace of socialism and anti-Semitism. I don't and they're sort of the liberal, and he is sort of a liberal idea of a person, and liberal, general liberalism. Like, hey, yeah, as long as you're not hurting too many other people, you can sort of kind of do what you want. We should have sort of liberal sort of government policies and, a certain amount of social welfare kind of policies. But doesn't he understand the party that he has been associated with, at least since Jimmy Carter, has embraced the left, generally speaking, and the logical conclusion is what is happening today of their goals and objectives. And I know people that are not Democrats that like the social welfare, like the sort of don't be too authoritarian kind of viewpoints that are tax us government, but give us loopholes for the rich people so that we can get out of the heavy taxes. We're still taxed, but tax us and support the poor people. But they allow the left to live within their party since Carter, the more extreme left. Where with the Republicans, extreme right, going back to Barry Goldwater before, has always been rejected, and by that I'm talking about the authoritarian right. And I don't mean law and order people like, hey, you commit a crime, you should be in jail. And the sentence, the standard sentence is 10 years. You're going to serve 10 years. We're not letting you out early. We're not taking excuses. Oh, I was misguided, or oh, I had a bad bring up. No, you're in the jail. We're not talking about the law and order types. We're talking about true authoritarians. Removing the democracy, and because you look at Barry Goldwater, he's sort of a very libertarian kind of thing, very liberty minded. But the authoritarians and the racists, whether it's the KKK or the neo-Nazis, we're all, all those groups are all sort of been shunned from the Republicans. They cannot openly attend any sort of Republican gatherings. Where you can find, you can go years ago, you can find somebody at the Democratic National Convention somewhere wearing like a DSA pin or something. This is going back to, Clinton or, whoever, going back there. You can find people that would be allowed in the group that would have known membership. Now, they're not necessarily back then people being nominated or elected to office. I know I'm off on a tangent here. Don't worry. I'm realizing it. They might not have been elected to office, but they were always allowed to be there. Where the Republicans were, no, you aren't coming. If we know you're a neo-Nazi, we know you're a whoever. You're not even welcome here. As an event. Now, if you want to vote for us, because anybody can vote for us, a communist can vote for us. Anybody who wants to vote for us, they can vote for us. But you are no part. The extremes were no part of the political environment, the apparatus. They were completely shunned. And so I get this not just like since Carter, because if you go back and look at the Democratic Party in America, which is different than the left in Europe, the Labour Party in Britain and other socialist parties around Europe. The old Democrat Party, did have its left wing of FDR, but you also look at Lyndon Baines Johnson, Kennedy, and others that were, they weren't going to go down that communist road. The Great Society maybe, but that's like, for them was sort of an extreme social experiment back then. Now today's Great Society is, you're not even doing anything hardly effective, in the viewpoint, which the Great Society has been a great disaster for society. And that was Lyndon Baines Johnson that pushed that. So on the left, and somebody like Orwell, I think he learns his lesson about the extremists. I don't know if he realizes that the logical conclusion, the progression of thought, is eventual communism, and there seems to be very few people on the left, either intellectual thinkers or practical politicians, that utterly reject the hard left, whether it's the communists, the Greens, the whoever, and go, I would rather do a coalition government with the, center-right conservatives than have a Green Party member with a Green Party coalition like in Europe or something. And I'm not saying that they'd rather be with some neo-fascist organization in Europe, but that they would rather do a centrist coalition and, just run down like a European center. No, they'd rather go, okay, we'll let the, the Green parties have, I don't know, the teaching ministry, or have them let the environmental ministry, or give them a few cabinet posts and form a coalition government with the left, because the left is acceptable, however far left it might be. I just get that mentality with everybody. And there may be a few intellectuals out there that are prominent enough that utterly reject the hard left, or there may be a few left, because even if we have, the sort of the example of old school Democrats that gets a lot of flack is the mentally damaged guy, Senator. He. Oh, hello, not a normal person. You know, he's still a member of the Democratic Party. Now, I don't know if he's going to run again as a Democrat because reasons, but he won't countenance being on the other side because even though he's rejecting, you know, he's a very strong pro-Israel guy and he's rejecting communism, but he'll still be in a party with them where, you know, yeah. So I don't, you know, Orwell's very important. Very important, yes. And I said hello to not a normal person here. So, yeah, just my thoughts on everything. Gamer has thoughts on everything, yes. Okay, they're fleeing. We're here, so we're going to rush into the mountains to see if we can cap the point, or the position, not really a point here, before they come in and occupy it with their mountain troop guys. I think that's what's moving in there. And then we cut off this other division here. Yeah, just one division, but then we have a... Yep, we cut off that one guy's retreat, so he died, and we're defending this. And now the Spanish mountain guy division is there, moving up. This is Hill's good. Mobile infantry division should be pretty good there. Radio improvements, very nice, very nice. We're going to come over here and let's get more rubber boots first. Okay, civilian factories. Definitely have. Yeah, I think mostly through 37 we will be just building more and more civilian factories. Will allow us to then build armaments factories. Okay, infantry division here. Let's look at our supply situation. Okay, so they are supply hub. I don't know. That's our supply hub. That is mountains, but that is hills. So you move to there. You move to there. We're going to attack out of the mountains, not attempt to defend the mountains. You can see the Soviet division there that just retreated. Another Soviet mountain division there. I'll do something with our government. Since we have no resistance or compliance issues, stability will go down, but we're pretty good on stability. That's not bad for another one there. Well, yeah, and mentioning that. Let's create an agency. We'll call it the Appware. Fighters are not doing good. Remember, now we have increased, but it's efficiency slowly coming up.
Achtung!
Italians are running this show. Those are the Portuguese. Maybe there's Italians under there. We don't know. Okay, well those guys almost have zero equipment.
Bereit zum Ausrücken.
So lots of morale. So it means that they'll break fast. You're in as well here now. No. Clock isn't moving. Why didn't anybody tell me? I know. One often pausing things. Okay. Production targets have been achieved. Rosenberg's office. Yeah, we want to maybe do that, but not just useful yet. I think we may want to do that. Yeah, we want the research. We'll also get some more tungsten and chromium. Yeah, I'm playing Germany. What a surprise! I'm sure you would not have thought it likely. But there's a slightly different twist on it this time. Yeah, we want to catch up with the fighters. Now, there's a few people watching. For those who don't know, I think Germany is the is the most interesting country of World War II. It's the main driver of everything going on in World War II. I would definitely say even more than Japan or whoever else you might want to look at. Yeah, everything else is reacting to his current Hoi 4. Oh God, yeah. Hoi 4 is really nice now. It is so much better. Yeah, we'll do this. Consumer goods factor 10%. We now back to having on-map HQs, as well as bigger off-map HQs too. But there's both on and off-map HQs. It's so much better. We've got railroads. Now let's come over to the construction. We can just see here, get railroad maps that run around, and then they have supply hubs. Well, this isn't I'm here, but okay. You know, supply hub is here. Another one is, oh well, we better to see the supply hub here. When you do this, see there's a supply hub here. So it doesn't matter that there's a railway here until we get to you know, capture that supply hub or whatnot. And the levels of railroads, you know, whether it's just a 1, 2, 3, or what is it, 4? I guess it goes up to, or is it 5? I forget. But you know, how much supplies are moving along. Still, you don't have supplies, but you have supply effects. You know, lack of supplies. You have airborne resupply if you want to try do that with transports. And so you can see with Germany here and supply routes, you know, so we're looking at the rails and the supplies and all of that. So yeah, it's great. Still low income, still disabled. Sorry to hear that, man. I know. Some tooth growth to the side and send me to surgery. One scalpel and pry bar later, and they wished to stitch a hole between my mouth. Oh my God. Oh God, that's... Oh man. I'm sorry, Rhaegar. Hope you get well soon, man. Oh. Yeah, we are a bunch of people. Because I had my health issues were last year, and I'm mostly recovered from them. Nothing, well, no, well, I'm recovered from them. I was going to say nothing serious. No, it was serious, but doing well. And Arno's still recovering from his. He declared war on Germany was Chicom. Okay. So yes, I would say Hoi 4 is now playable if you're at all interested in trying it out. It's not perfect. There's still a few things I like better in Hoi 3, but U.S. Congress passes the neutrality. Okay, so we are the Spanish, but I helped a bit. Took out the anarchist, and let's put you on trains and get you open. Okay, we now have the Aboir, which we'll re-put back here. That took a bunch of the factories, should come back. do this. Import tariffs. The MIFO situation. Production acceptable.
Bereit zum Ausrücken. Ausrücken!
Good, they're joining in. So those are attacking two Republican divisions, one being Mountain. This is attacking another Republican division, just infantry. Supplies costing IC. How do I put this? How do you calculate that? Now, in the early days of Hoi 4, I would say I'm 100% on board with that. Coming out of Hoi 3, knowing the idea that there was some minor supply effects in the game. At that time, and go, yeah, we should have supplies in the game. Now, supply effects have definitely gone to greater depth. With, again, back to the railroads, supply hubs, aerial resupply. I definitely don't like the idea that training costs equipment, because I see even something like a Sten gun is a durable item. Sure, things like springs wear out in it, but springs are damn cheap. Okay? Barrels, out of a Sten gun, or even out of a larger machine gun, they will just wear out over time to a point, and then probably more or less stop wearing. Unless you abuse them. I just, scrolling through Twitter earlier today, saw just a photograph with a machine gun, like an M240 or something, with just a glowing red barrel. That barrel's basically done. And it was, if it wasn't a, doctored photo of some sort, it wasn't just red a bit. It wasn't just bright. It was like glowing, near melting kind of thing. Okay, you do that to a machine gun barrel. I'm not saying it won't cool back down and you can't shoot it, but it's just more of a, general bullet hose or whatever by now. And there's definitely been incidents of combat in which the barrel, and I've read accounts, and I think they're verified, accounts of an M60 barrel, which somebody's using in Vietnam, that glows so hot and melts so much that the barrel just bends down and the bullets are just coming out a hole in the side, effectively the side of the barrel. Yeah, you can abuse things like that. But if you don't abuse them, you swap out the barrels before they get too hot, in firing and maneuvering and whatnot, whether in combat or in training. Much of that machine gun is a durable good. And if you treat it well, like in, peacetime, swapping out recoil springs and whatnot that are pretty cheap if you're manufacturing them in bulk. If I were to go, take a machine gun today, like a DP-28, the Russian, dinner plate machine gun, and go, oh, I need another recoil spring or something for this. This is all bad. I realized that, oh, hey, it's there, but it's really weak, or it's broken, or whatever else. That may cost me quite a bit to either find an actual recoil spring for it, or find a company who would be willing to make, and if you're going to make one, might as well make two or three once they're sort of make a spring that has roughly the right spring tension, the right dimensions. I'm thinking coil spring, but it could be a leaf spring or something else in the gun, and make that for me, and and get that good. Okay, that's going to be quite a bit. But if you're having a factory pump out tens of thousands of these things, they're god awful cheap, okay, to manufacture. And so, if you're going, so you're changing springs enough so you're not beating up the gun. And if you shoot a gun like a DP-28 that has weak springs in it, and you just shoot, 50 rounds through it once in a while, you're not really putting that much extra wear on the other metal parts. But if you're really sort of using it, and I'm not saying abusing it to the point of, overheating the barrels or something, but if you're really running a lot of rounds through it, well, that'll beat up the internals if you have, too weak of springs inside of it. So a lot of the equipment that is being used either today or but back in, the interwar World War II era, a lot of the equipment is durable goods. Okay? It really is. You look at, a Mauser 98K rifle. And yeah, I've got a few of them, of different sort of versions. Those things are machined to last 100 years. And right now, some of mine I have, some are about maybe not 98Ks, but Gewehr 98s or whatever that are, 100 years old or older. And the wood is still good on them. Meaning there's dings and dents and scratches in it, but the wood is solid, the gun is solid, the springs are still solid. It's still a very functional weapon. If you, not that I want to take a bolt action into war, but that gun is still ready to go to war. So the idea that these troops, if I have them start doing the jumping jacks again, are going to use up equipment, to me is very wrong. I think it, because yes, if you look at how much equipment is used up in the GWAT or Global War on Terror, yeah, but how many of the M4 carbines are still running? A lot of them. They, now, and so, vehicles break down. Yeah, okay, but the engine parts, again, if you're making them in mass, whether it's a truck part or a tank part, they sort of kind of know what's going to sort of fail in it. And they crank out a bunch of extra, and it's pretty cheap. And you got to go through a lot of engines. A lot of the and if you're doing reasonably good maintenance on the vehicle, you're going to go through a lot of those parts before you equate to the production cost of a whole new Panzer II or something like that. And what we know is once you really get, not just training with them driving around in, practice areas, even just, out wherever. But once you, get into real war, yeah, there were a bunch of Panzer II, Panzer IVs, Panzer IIIs that just literally broke down on the way to Moscow that were strung out in repair facilities. Abso-freaking-lutely. But those repairers weren't the equivalent of replacing the tanks. They were more out of action. So what is supply? Is it all these parts for these guns? God, I don't want that to be. And that's why we have in combat, and it should be calculated different if you win or lose the battle. Because if I'm out there with 30 other guys, and I will, as you know, I'll get all of the chats, don't worry. If I'm out with 30 other guys, so there's 31 of us, and 5 guys are killed, and we retreated, and we know those 5 guys, you know, they're not even wounded. Oh, and 2 guys are wounded. You know, the guys, you know, are totally dead, you know, head blown off, whatever, you know, totally dead. And they very well may be in a position of, we don't want to crawl out there to, you know, recover their rifle. Now, if it's like a really important machine gun, you know, the platoon's, like the platoon's 1 machine gun or something, yeah, we will probably try to, you know, throw some smoke and go out there and recover that machine gun. But if it's just another rifle out there, we're probably just going to let it be, and Fritz over there is dead. We don't need to die to recover his body, kind of thing. And we may be hauling out a couple of wounded guys that are not just, you know, walking wounded or whatever. Maybe they're walking wounded, but they've dropped their rifle. Is somebody going to pick up that rifle and carry it back along with trying to carry out the wounded? Maybe not. So if we have to retreat, so 3 dead, 2 wounded, that could be a loss of 3 or 5 rifles, let's say, or maybe just 4 because one of the wounded rifles comes back with a wounded guy or whatever. But if we win that battle, we win that engagement, and we're not, well, even if we're America, because we know we have unlimited amount of M4 rifles as a practical thing, we may not want that rifle to fall into, you know, terrorists' hands or something, guerrilla hands. But even if we're World War II and we realize it, we're probably having people. Now, I don't know, and I have not read enough. But I do know that they do recover. I don't know what the percentage is. You know, dead man's equipment, as well as capturing and recovering dead enemies' equipment, you know, as well, after a battle. So if you're the victor in that battle, and, you know, we can definitely see, and it's partially because it's in the West, or fighting the West, and partially because it's going back and forth, the battlefields are capturing and recapturing. We see the reusing of knocked out equipment. And I do mean knocked out. Sometimes just like maybe run out of gasoline and get captured or something. But knocked out equipment that a tank gets a hole punched through it, maybe killing a few of the crew or something, and the tank is abandoned. You know, the crew bails out and scurries away, like you probably should. But the tank's drivable and the tank gun still works. And either you drive it with a hole in it, meaning you have a weak spot, or you try to, you know, repair that hole. Still may be weaker, but that tank is put back into service with little, you know, repair, because it's still a functional tank. And then obviously we also see, whether it's in the West or in the East, tanks brewing up, and, you know, like we see right now with, you know, Russia, you know, they get hit with ammunition. Not just the turret pops off, as you see on the Russian tanks, and you'll see wrecks, you know, just, you know, German or Soviet or whoever, tanks with just worked out, you know, pieces of armor from whatever blew up inside, and they're warped. And I'll tell you, when you see the even if it's like top deck armor that's a bit thinner, but it's still armor, you see that sort of blown out. Trust me, even the main bits of internal whatever, you know, armor, other things, that's just tweaked just enough to put it out of alignment, and other, you know, torsion bars and other elements within the tank are done. But, you know, maybe back the engine compartment, the engine might be fine, or, you know, I'm talking the main engine block. I'm not talking the various connections to it, you know, fuel line coming in, exhaust going out, or whatever, you know, cooling system working, but the engine block may be fine. And the road wheels and other things and the track bits, you know, tracks may be fine to be recovered. But that tank is basically a write-off. and maybe very useful to recover, to recycle, literally put the steel back through the process. But we can take that as sort of being gone. Okay, so if your supply is, you're trying to calculate supply is like, whoa, road wheel gets damaged and the use needs to be repaired, track needs to be replaced, gun stock gets cracked, And then if we're talking about supply, boots, uniforms, yes, that's very real supply. But does that need to be modeled? I don't know that needs to be modeled. The two elements of supply that I do think are critical. Hey, Jemnuska. Oh, hey, Dutovich. No, don't worry, I'll get all the chat here. I'll take all your input in. But again, I forget. It was one of the multi-part documentary on World War I. I remember watching somewhere on the Eastern Front for the Austro-Hungarian Empire, and I forget whether it was the Austrians or the Russians, but I think it was the Russians. They had like for a big offensive that they were getting ready to do. They had something like, I'm just going to use numbers here, it doesn't matter, but like 300 artillery pieces that they were getting ready to do a big offensive against, Austria-Hungary down in that line somewhere. I know Romania's down here, but wherever it was, they're getting ready to do this. They got like 300 artillery pieces there for however many divisions, and that's all of it. But they had like 3 or 5 rounds per gun. It's all they had to shoot for this offensive. The rest were guys with Mosin-Nagant rifles and maybe some Russian Maxim machine guns shooting. And these were multi-corps kind of offensive. This was like the main spring, summer, whatever offensive that they were getting ready to knock out. But it was like 3 or 5 rounds per gun. And the original and the main designer of the game, Podcat for Hoi 4 was, no, the supply is calculated when you build the artillery piece. You're building the artillery piece and all the ammunition for the artillery piece. And so many of us just thought that was ridiculous. Because if you're playing as Bulgaria, also all of the fuel, because this was before fuel was a consuming thing. You had to have fuel to, went into the production of the vehicle. But the idea that Bulgaria or whoever their artillery that they had was going to, be as useful as somebody like Germany who's going to build that artillery piece in 1939 or whatever and use it from Poland through to the end of the war and shoot all the the rounds. That just seems silly. And same with before they introduced fuel for fleets. Does the Italian Navy, part of the reason it's fleet in being that they were keeping, one, they didn't want to, particularly Mussolini, but didn't want to send that fleet out and have it sunk by the British fleet and then go, well, what now, dudes? We no longer have a fleet. And that's partially because, even after, France is gone from it, before America enters the war. Their fleet is small enough that the fleet that they're contesting with the British, in the Mediterranean, if both of those fleets, the British and the French, or the British and the Italian fleet, both sink, the British will still have another fleet to come in and use in the vacuum. Britain has always had the position, well, not always, but since the Napoleonic Wars, have always had the position, we don't care if you sink our entire fleet so long as we've sunk yours, because if you don't have a fleet, you can't get to Britain. And this is in the age of sail, but it does sort of kind of work into, well, air was just starting to be a thing in 1940. I don't know if you really don't have, if you really can't do and pure airborne invasion, and if you can fly just enough ships to shoot down transports or something, doesn't really matter if Britain has a fleet. Now, of course, they were also trying to protect their supply lines, so they don't starve and whatnot. So it's not quite that black and white, but it was always the sort of Nelson touch. It's just we're not worried about losing our fleet. We're worried about sinking yours, and if it takes losing our fleet to actually sink yours. Now they're worried about losing their fleet and not sinking the enemy. It's not like they don't care. It's just they gotta sink the enemy. As long as they sink the enemy, they're okay. But part of it was the lack of fuel. Italy, up to a point, had enough fuel to operate when it thought it could do so effectively. Meaning, if it got a report of 2 British battleships out here and they can send out 4 Italian battleships, they would happily do it and, go bang at the enemy. But they don't have enough fuel to just go, oh, we're sailing around to see if the British show up. We're patrolling. They were able to patrol with, light ships, destroyers, frigates, and whatnot. But getting those big battleships and cruisers and whatnot and burning all that fuel just for, escorting convoys or patrolling and being aggressive and coming out here to see if the British will sally, and then we can, maybe sink a few British ships that hopefully not too bad of a loss for us. No, they didn't have the fuel to do lots of just maybe useful, but lots of maneuvers just to try to do maneuvers. And that's a critical element of World War II. But now we have fuel usage in the game. Okay. The other element to supply that would be modeled would be food. Now, Paradox, and I think wisely, has tried to stay away from food directly in World War II heavily because of the Nazis. Because they definitely had starvation plans for occupied peoples in the East. And then you can look at the camps and other things. And so, how do you do, because not just starvation as a weapon, meaning trying to sink food coming into Britain or something, but other sort of starvation stuff. So where do you draw the line? Because once you start drawing lines, you have to draw the line somewhere. And this is something, I know people out there, there are topics that in just general conversation with people, I'm not even talking here, I don't want to go near because people start asking you questions. Well, what about this? Well, what about... I don't want to draw lines on certain topics just out, with casual friends or whatever. So I just stay away from a person, personal things, going near topics because I don't want to draw the line. So I just stay away from the topic from a personal sense. What do I think about X or Y or Z? I'm not talking politics. I'm talking other issues. And, one thing I'll say here is as a personal thing that I don't want to talk about here. I mean, I'll talk about it in different group thoughts, whatever, but not my personal, is religious belief. I'm not trying to spread my religious belief. I don't want to answer some questions and not other questions about my religious belief. Now, I'll talk about religion as a concept, as an idea, how it's affected the world, maybe try to explain or understand a particular, religion out there. That's fine. I'll talk about religion generally, but I don't want to talk about it on a personal sense, because if I answer one basic question, well, and then where do I stop? Where do I draw the line? So I just try to stay away from it, other than generally saying I'm a Christian, I'm a generally some sort of Protestant type, and that's about it, and I don't want to go beyond that on that kind of thing. If other people want to talk about their personal religious belief, great, as opposed to just, different religious topics. So it's drawing lines. So just as, gamers' advice on how to deal with things, drawing lines. So food. And food can go from everything, is Germany producing enough food, or Britain or whoever, to is there enough food in Stalingrad? The answer was yes, there was massive amounts of food when the Soviets got it. They were more out of ammo, but also when... and the German soldiers were starving because they were rationing the food for a long siege, as opposed to, letting everybody eat. It's like, oh, we got enough food for 30 days, but are we going to be here for 90 days kind of thing? And they had plenty of food. It just, they were hoping, or the overall was hoping to hold out longer to then get a breakthrough and all that stuff. So the question is there enough food on the front line? Are you producing enough food? This. And then if we're modeling producing food within this industrial thing, what's producing food? Civilian factories? Military factories? Just various land masses that are, whether it's, and I hate the state here. I hate these state effects. If you want to say this province here, this force, has 0 slots for factories, so I can't just spam 25 factories in it, fine. Meaning you can specify certain provinces like Nuremberg or wherever that has the ability to have slots in it, and other provinces have 0 slots in them. Or as you sort of kind of can, if you want to say slots for things like radars or anti-aircraft or airfields, how big can a certain area, trust me, I can build an airfield up in this mountainous thing. I'm sure there's a place that we can, and I mean quickly. I mean just like I'm not talking some big fancy airport or something. I'm just talking an airfield that, throw up a few sheds to do, some basic repair and maintenance somewhere in this province. There's a flat enough area that we can cut down some trees and grade out the land pretty quickly. It may take a day or two or something for a bunch of guys to do it, but there's somewhere in there. So if we're fully holding this province, we can drop an airfield there. That's why I don't like the state, because I can't more target airfields. So I hate the state mechanic on this. And all of it should, because we can have one province states, Gibraltar. So let's just do, if I was really into modding this or something, I would mod the game to just combine everything down to like Gibraltar. Make every single province a state. And just do it that way. And just work it out. But, so does some provinces that are here that have this will have a rating for food that you can then, which you could in real life, modify by using, I know this is going on long, but it's interesting to me, by using civilian factories that improve farming lands in some areas. Okay, so how do you model food? We're talking at scale, not at home gardens or whatever else. Now, home gardens or whatever could be either a decision or a national focus that start a program to do, like in Britain, do home gardens that will, increase the percentage of food production, just arbitrarily in regions create, or increase percentage of food production. So the two things that I think are worthy to model for supplies are ammunition. Well, I got 3: ammunition, food, and fuel. Fuel we're already modeled in, so we've got that. We have both oil and fuel. Those are modeled into the game. We don't actually have to worry about delivery system, meaning having, moving fuel from here to here, just so long as we can show a clear path. I know that, how many, and we also model here how many convoys and trains do we need? Do we have enough? I know you could, destroy some in some area and not have enough here, but have more over here. Yeah, but, for a global scale game, I think we're doing enough with this. So we don't need to actually model things like fuel moving around the map physically like it does in Hoi 3. So I like the idea that we have the ability to stockpile some fuel. I don't entirely agree. I think we should be able to stockpile more than they do. Yeah, I know there are methods to stockpile, but I'm quite aware of fuel silo. Oh, that's a refinery. Oh, silos here. Silos. Okay, but yeah. So fuel as a thing, I think, is adequately done in the game. Yeah, we can tweak, but I think it's adequately done in the game. What isn't is ammunition. Ammunition production should be a thing. Another sort of aside, somewhere during World War II at some stage, Portugal does an analysis of their war readiness. They determine they have about 5 days of ammunition. That's it. They can fight for 5 days of what they expected the level of combat to be. And then they would be out of ammunition. Now, fortunately, the war didn't come to the Iberian Peninsula. They were never put to that. I do not know, quite honestly, ammunition production, manufacturing capabilities of Portugal. Because I know, eventually Brazil and Argentina do start making their own, like, small arms, rifle ammunition, machine gun ammunition. I don't know that they're making their own artillery. And I know that sometimes that, Mauser sells, 100,000 weapons, rifles to Chile or somebody, and like 10 million rounds of ammunition. So they don't maybe have any ammunition manufacturing, at certain points. And maybe even today, Chile may not make any of its own ammunition. Not pistol, not rifle, not anything. So ammunition is something that very well could be modeled into the game. So food is, where do we draw the lines? How do we do this? It's a touchy subject. If I were doing the thing, I would model in food. Yes, you would have, if you're going to be a horrific nation like Germany, like the Soviet Union, you can put areas on starvation, and just do that. Whether because you're playing historical or whether you just want to be cruel to the French people because you don't like them. Whatever it may be, you can, do if you want. But so how do you model food? And like I say, you could work at it. But I know of in Britain and I know of in Germany, particularly, massive programs, basically during the war, though Germany starts before the war, to increase food production in the areas. And I don't have details in other nations and how they were handling all of that and how well. But yeah, and so that's my ideas on food or supply. Okay, let's get all the chat and then we'll be back to actually playing. Okay, a lot of stuff here. Okay, yes, there's folk with that. Rhaegar, I know how you feel, just got out of the hospital myself. Yes, it's Arno saying, I know. Well, as part of my Chinese challenge, my army gets skills through direct combat only, perhaps with exception of para and marines. In-game IC costs can be computed comparing historical costs, consumables replacement versus cost of new equipment. I would, like I say, do we really care about modeling how many times you need to replace the track of a Panzer III as, even if it was driving in a pure straight line as opposed to driving around through combat, driving from here to here. If we're starting somewhere in East Prussia and we're going to drive all the way to Moscow, how much wear and tear on tracks to replace them? Because much of the other engines, or maybe one carburetor replacement, but let's just presuming, we're already modeling and we can just vaguely throw in oil. So you got your gasoline that you're driving the vehicle with, and you got, various oil and grease that you may need to maybe every 500 miles on the tank, you should disassemble it considerably, not every little thing, but, maybe take apart the engine and pull all the pistons out and clean the carbon out of those engines and then put it all back together. It's just as part of, like you do with an aircraft. Maybe you just do that, let's say 4 times between here and there. Okay, but do we need to model some carburetor replacements, some engine piston replacements? How many track pieces, how many track replacements? Because those will wear out quicker. And do we care the difference between driving on paved roads in Germany and unpaved roads? Because paved roads in Germany, concrete, because that's what they were paved in, concrete are going to be much more wearing than dirt as you're driving out here. Now, it's not quite as wearing as driving on paved roads for an M1 Abrams because they use rubber track pads that will wear out quickly, so they're trained to flip and or replace the rubber track pads as opposed to just running bare metal onto whatever they're driving on. So there's actually sort of higher replacement for rubber tracks, though the as long as you have enough rubber, enough rubber up here for supplies, it's from production. It may be guys' times in the field, taking all the track off and swapping track pads may actually take more time. I haven't, figured all that out, obviously, but then it just pure, tracks. But either way, do we really need to model all of that? I just don't need to. But I do need to model, are these guys doing a lot, driving around, maneuver training and some level of, going to the tank gun range and shooting the main gun some, so they're good at that. And then otherwise they're not doing much of it. Then, oh hell, then we're fighting, constantly in World War II and ammunition consumption. I don't need to also, like I say, I don't need to model replacement boots for soldiers, whether they're just, okay, they're in garrison, they're hardly doing it, but if we're walking them around, they're wearing out the boots, and then if we're walking across, all of this stuff through all these bad things, yeah, we've got to replace the boots, but do we really need no. So it just, for me, it's food, ammo, and fuel. And we have fuel in this game, I think, adequately. Okay, would be great. Hoi 3 already had working formula for IC supplies. Paradox can simply use the feature. The problem is their supply system for fuel and supplies works here, okay? It doesn't work for here because it's automated, and when I need when I show up here with 4 divisions, and it goes, okay, we need 4 divisions worth of supplies, and they start running ammo or supply tax as it goes across, and it gets here, and there's nobody effing here because those 4 divisions are now here. So it sends all that supply back with the ammo tax, or the supply tax, your movement tax, meaning the trucks, the trains, the whatever, taking its own supply costs. Send that all the way back there. But when it's here, they start sending new set of supplies up to this new position that never effing gets there. So when you're playing out here as Germany, you can do air supply, which helps, but almost the only way to get supply is to capture it, because functionally it doesn't work. It just doesn't work. That's the biggest problem. There was one thing that was a mod that was maybe talked about and got canceled because they announced Hoi 4 that would have added a type of railroad to the system that the guy was working on. They should have done it because obviously the couple years delay in Hoi 4, they would have had plenty of time if they had adopted his system and maybe refined it a bit and put it out in Hoi 3 that had railways and efficient supply movement. But we can't just adopt Hoi 3's supply. I'm sorry, it is too broken. And it is probably so broken that you can't just, and I'm not just saying take it, literally copy paste code, but you can't just take that system and slightly recode it. You've got to rebuild it from scratch, in my opinion. It's just so broken. Like I say, it works. Now, if you can do ports, because it worked reasonably well, for like the Americans capturing Italian ports or wherever else and short ranges of movement, it worked all right. But it would not work on greater ranges. If you had to supply from here up to here, with no other, ports, it was broken. So yeah. Okay. I also like Hoi 3 map better. Okay, yeah, there's very good reasons I like the Hoi 3 map better. Hoi 4 and both have good things. Just, yes. I think it was the Netherlands I counted, but it was either the Netherlands or Belgium. I counted from the standard map the number of provinces in both these games, and it was approximately half the provinces. The reason there are two reasons I think they reduced the number of provinces. One is Paradox's inability to do this well. They either blatantly, without taking any other things in effect, will line the front line as thinly as necessary to fully defend the greatest extent of the front line. Go back to here. Instead of going, we can hold here, and here, and here. You give up all of sort of west or eastern Netherlands and create an effective defensive line. They cannot do this. Paradox AI, combat AI seems to do okay with doom stacks moving around. But if it isn't doom stacks, they cannot effectively hold front lines. And be sort of smart about it. Or even come back to, hold back somewhere in here, and that's our front line. We're holding here. We're giving this up because we don't have enough units. So I think it was partially that, and I also think because they wanted this particularly, but also other places to be playable. Because if you look at Hoi 3, you'll have provinces like it, maybe not shaped like this, but as big as this whole state. There is a calculation limitation for compute, meaning the computer that you use, the more, and there's actually like a hard limit that they've run into with Hoi 3 modding, that they, to add a province like, because I think stupidly, I think it was either Iwo Jima or, no, maybe not Iwo Jima, it was one of these islands. They came out and they made it multi-provincial, and not even like Okinawa, but some of these other ones. And how'd you like how I did that? And I told the guy no, or maybe it was Hoi 4. I don't know. It was one of the stuff. But they're making it no. These just a defender and whatnot. So, but to add a province in Hoi 3 with the map, you had to take away a province somewhere else. And yeah, that could be changed with some of the base coding. But I also think that they're from talks somewhere, I can't specifically remember, there is a computer performance issue. Now, my computer that I have sitting next to me, which is old now, but is newer than Hoi 4, and is well more than you need to be able to play Hoi 4. Now, part of that is because what I'm doing here with you guys. I'm not recording, but I can record at different qualities that I'm streaming. I can record at a higher quality, and I have done this. Made recordings of these live streams. So that's another process. That's a different process, plus streaming, plus watching the the OBS, gives me a picture of the window. Plus I'm watching a picture playback on one, and I could open up more windows playing back the videos, so seeing what you're sort of seeing, and watching the chat, and doing all this stuff all at once. So I'm really taxing my system. So I have performance beyond what is necessary to play the game, and I paid the money to get this, to be able to do this. And some streamers still to this day, for these types of things, use two computers. They got one computer that they're playing on, and they feed it out, and they have another computer that's doing the capture and the streaming and the recording to separate the process. I decided to keep it all in one system, but go, at the time, not the highest end by any means, but in the top, somewhere in the top 25% or whatever type quality available for the equipment. So, I have the performance, but they're making the game playable to people with more average equipment. So, yeah, my computer, especially if I wasn't streaming, we could probably easily double the number of provinces what they have here, and everything would play fine. Enough compute power to do that. But I totally agree with you there. Now, whether visually, 3D map, 2D map that sort of kind of looks like a paper map or a flat map or a map that has more photorealism in it, those are all subjective to me. I care, but I also, in a way, don't care. Meaning, yeah, there's personal preferences, sure, and a good-looking, stylized map that isn't trying to look, realistic, meaning things it's I don't have to, I'm not here and going, oh, what is this province? Oh, I click on it to see that it's plains. What is this province? Oh, I click on it to see it's hills. Oh, what is this? Oh, it's mountains. Just so clearly, that's and if it looks good, that's very good for me. But some people like more realism or 3Dism or whatever. It doesn't have to be 3D to real, but it's sort of the size of the provinces and whatnot that give you more tactical capabilities, but you need an AI. So I agree with that. Okay, we're still trying to catch up to chat here. Okay, my thought is something like when I see every mill sieve be dedicated to supply. Yeah, well, yeah, like I think I'll just repeat myself if I continue there. And yes, I said hello to Jamuska. Glad everybody's saying hi to him. Yes. Yes. Arno is out of the hospital and recovering, and I'm so glad to hear that. And that's why he has not been on. Not sure if he's up to it. I hope he's showing up for War Thunder tomorrow, but he's been missing War Thunder and whatnot. So food was good, though. Well, very good. I actually had good food when I was in the hospital. And this was last year, when I stopped streaming and whatnot. I was sick. But get sick where Arno lives. Well, actually, I've got a very, my secret mountain base up here. I've got a very good hospital that some of the locals, and there's a lot where I live, there's a lot more people that have moved here than are natives. That's why I say local. Locals, people like lived here 10, 20 years, or 30 or 40. But a lot of the locals, there's one main sort of, and they have several facilities around in this region that are the main, and they own the main hospital. So they sort of control the medical situation here. So if you're a doctor who wants to be able to do a surgery in a hospital, you sort of have to be hooked up with them. And there's sort of a bit of a monopoly with some of that, I understand. But had to go through the system, it's working very well for me. So yes. So just a bonus, the reliability can be daily roll for how much each equipment works for that day. Okay, yeah, Dutovlich. Yes, reliability on equipment. Yes, I like that idea. Reliability to me is different than supply cost. We could have reliability for trucks. Each different model of truck can have, an American Studebaker versus, well, I don't know, the Opel Blitz might be, because again, it's an American. I know it's a German company, but it was an American company, owned by America until it was nationalized, or whatever. Or Renault or some French or Italian thing, very unreliable. I don't know about the Gaz trucks in Russia, whether they were reliable or not. I understand they were crude, but crude doesn't mean badly reliable. And tanks and, and even if you want to look at artillery pieces or something like that, if you want to have a reliability issue, that by the more hard use calculated to being used, just not individual trucks in that sense, but in a division or whatever size, because I do like the idea, which you can do, is, make a template with, in theory, one battalion. You could have one battalion and two or three support units, like a paratroop unit with its own reconnaissance and anti-tank and artillery or something in just one battalion. So, but how much usage it gets, and then how reliable vehicles are that would then have, how much is effective. But if you retreat in combat, whether you're doing a fighting withdrawal or just being pushed out or whatever, all vehicles that are considered unreliable are unrecovered. They're abandoned. I would have that if that could be programmed in. So you have combat losses on any of this equipment, though I would have lighter combat losses, which I would think historically be shown on something like artillery versus tanks, because even counter battery fire doesn't normally actually kill the artillery piece. It's more likely to maybe damage it a bit that's readily repairable with the right replacement bits, but kill the crew, and whatnot, where you're more likely blowing up a tank. Trucks are often not on the front lines as well. They're at the front, but they're not, being ambushed by the enemy. We definitely see photos of them being destroyed, now often by air attacks, which would be a different matter. But so retreating equipment, either unreliable, but also simply some of the stuff that's considered knocked out, if you're winning a certain percentage of it, and it can be various things, including various doctrines, that would be returned to the pool if you're victorious versus defeated. That would definitely be something. But that's different than supply, is how I look at it. Automated battle plans may be a big part of the provinces too. Yes, that Elizabeth, hello. That can also be is part of the whole number of provinces. No worth. Okay, Arno, I understand. Get well. You're missed. They change reliability losses to while moving, so you move during moving than combat. The reason for these changes lately have been multiplayer balanced. Yeah, I have not been paying attention to the forums at all. I don't know what they're really thinking these days. Because again, as I think all here know, I was involved in the beta and everything else. And trust me, out of the beta, if you're just, in the standard forums everybody could get into, and in the beta forums, all these things were discussed with people, throwing out ideas. Some may be, just ideas without consideration how programmable or workable it would have been in the actual programming, not just whether something would be good or bad. As low reliability tanks are the multiplayer's meta interwar holes. They may change. Yes, good idea on failed being captured if lost in battle. And hello, Euro Beta, I guess is how you say that. Beta, hello, good to have you here. So different, whenever, and then for captured equipment, obviously you should. I'm not saying, for captured equipment that they are, when you're fighting over a province, not, fighting over a particular hill, but fighting over a province, you very well may capture a bunch of equipment and then be forced to withdraw. Could be because you're running low on stock of ammunition, but you're doing really well. But oh shit, yeah, we've just kicked their butts and they fallen back a little bit. Oh shit, we're really low on ammunition. Let's get out. Just get back to here or something like that. And you may have already captured a lot of equipment, but how do Yeah, I know you can come in here and look at this, and certain types of maneuvers could say that these are more likely to capture equipment than other types of maneuvers, whether you're, winning or losing or whatever. Because you can win a battle just being on defensive all the time, meaning because they exhaust themselves and then whatnot. But being victorious just is easier to calculate that if you're victorious, you capture a certain amount of equipment that the enemy has designated as lost. Either destroyed, but not necessarily destroyed as in destroyed, but knocked out. The difference between destroyed and knocked out. When you be a newbie, you started from German Third Reich. Well, when I was a newbie, I started out with the rise and fall of Third Reich back in 1980 something on a board, on a table, playing with cardboard counters. This is all for me an evolution. Because the first Hearts of Iron game I played was Hearts of Iron 3. Like, there is out there still an existing, and I think I still have the CD, box copy somewhere of the old Third Reich game for the computer, but it never had multiplayer, and I never had a person to play it against, because multiplayer, this was really sort of in the days before the internet, at least before the World Wide Web existed, for sure. And so I could play it against myself, but there was no single player ever in that game. And I played other grand strategy games, but Hoi 3, and then, I was in the beta for Hoi 4. So, yeah, I've never really been a newbie with this and that kind of thing. When you're a newbie, when I'm now a newbie and I'm gaming Italy. Well, good. To all new players out here, and I know periodically we have a few new players to the game, expect it's going to take a few playing of this game, a few times, not just, studying, but play through to really learn the game. It's just going to take time. You're going to, whether you do well or not, is another question. Because I'm still learning about some of the new features in the game and some of their nuances. So, whatever nations you want to play, if you want to play a small one to learn it from a small perspective, or you want to pick a big one like the US or Germany, go ahead. Just expect it's going to take playing it a few times to learn. And that is not a bad thing. Pre-mainstream internet email in your days. Well, yeah. My dad worked on the internet when he used the internet for work when he was working for the government before it even showed up to universities. And I remember one of the other things, yes, but on the internet you only have lowercase. So in his day, when he was first working on it, later on he was around for the more modern internet, everything was in lowercase. And I remember old Gopher sites, Usenet, email, before www was created. So I'm that old. So yeah, so to me, but playing styles, playing theories, it goes back to the old Third Reich game. And it's just an evolution for me and mechanics within all of this. It's hard to understand you while I'm difficult to know English, but okay. Well, good. You're also learning English. That's fine. I hope you're getting enough. I only really speak English, so I can't claim anything better. Okay, we are low on rubber because we've increased our fighter production, but we are also low on chromium, but it's not super low enough that I want to do another trade for it. And this will be mitigated by two things. Let's see, because there are two things I'm jumping back and forth which one I want to do. One, this will increase synthetic refinery output. I don't know exactly how much I have currently for rubber, but it will increase more. That may affect the rubber. And our national focus here will give us 2 more chromium. Won't get the total 5 that we need, but that is going to take a while because it is a 70-day thing, but we will do that. So we are functioning with not having enough. You're going to go on your own and not be a sub. Yeah, that's fine. Play as an independent Italy. Stay out of the Axis. Conquer places like Greece and Albania and whatnot, and try to build up your Italian empire without maybe getting involved in the big World War II and survive. Could be an interesting challenge. Okay, more factory production. Good. Is what we're focusing on now. We still have a massive deficit for planes. Yeah, I would say, Elizabeth, it's intimidation factors. I think some people, now I wouldn't, unless you're just really trying to get to super basics, I wouldn't play as a country that stays out of the war. I might play, if I'm trying to learn and I'm a bit intimidated, I might pick something like Hungary or Romania that gives a certain amount of space to do your own thing within the greater war, you know, join up on whatever side and play that through something that, you know, you're backed up, you know, like you're Hungary, so you're backed up by Germany, and whenever Germany goes to war somewhere, you join and you tag along and you fight, but you're not under a lot of pressure. So I think for people, it is not too intimidating to play with a small country with not a whole lot of detail in it, but playing something like Germany just becomes intimidating. Yeah, deficit of everything. Yes, Italy has a deficit of a lot. You need to really manage that. And Italy did in real life has not enough of almost anything. They should not have gone into World War II. That was a big mistake by Mussolini. Hey IKB, how you doing? Yeah, I understand, Elizabeth, but that's you, and when Spain Civil War, I send Spain some soldiers. Very good. Dispersed industry improved, and we now can get some spies. So we got dispersed industry level 2. We are on a slowing trend to about a year, and we're going to be out of fuel. We could be stockpiling it, maybe we should be, but what we're going to do here is this will increase our fuel gained from refineries by 50%, so that will help with that. Now, let's pick an agent. And some of these, I think he's a real person. Infiltrator, safecracker. Okay. Natural or ideology, stage coup. Counterintelligence. Okay, we're going to grab him. And we're going to have him up here doing counterintelligence. Not building a network. We are. And let's come over to... When we recruit another one. Okay, recruiting operative, 21 days. Because we do have him, which another operative slot. Yeah, I don't think I'm using any DLS on this. No. Off to work overtime. Well, very good. I hope the railways are doing well for you. I know that there's still lots of controversy in Britain over privatize, don't privatize, foreign ownership, non-foreign ownership, and all that stuff. And maybe you should import a Mussolini just to get the railways running. Okay, Carl Walther. Production resources needed minus 50% for support equipment. Yeah, let's do that. I don't know why they're using other than. He's running that battle even though Monstein's in it. Monstein's running this battle even though he's not in it, though one of his divisions is. How do you think DLSS do in game more difficult or more easy? I don't know. I really don't know enough about the technology to be able to answer the question. This will get us more fuel gain per oil and fuel gain per from refineries 10% and 25%. So we'll get that. That will help on our fuel needs.
Angetreten.
Okay, another bunch. So you are what?
Zuhören.
It's easier to define. Okay, you come here. Now, fill in some of our holes.
Ausrücken.
You guys just walk to there, and you guys can walk there.
Bereit zum Ausrücken. Angetreten. Ausrücken.
There, it's not that far. We have a full front line now, which is good, but we need to make sure it's thick enough where we're likely to do this. Hey, Holiday Punch. Yeah, the NATO HQ symbols. I do like that. I think this is actually sort of cute for that on Map HQ. We also see his picture there, Monstein's picture. So I think that's a little cute. Nice little touch. In this version of reality, Amelia Earhart makes it all the way around the globe. She was a lousy pilot, from everything I've heard. Empire of Japan has declared war on China and its subsidiaries. He cracked up, I think it was like 3 or 4 airplanes or something. I know she was a famous pilot. She flew a lot. But she wasn't very good, from what people say. Much more of a media personality than like a really good pilot. I'm not saying a bad pilot. There's a difference between not being, really good and being bad. Yeah, she made quite a few mistakes during her flight. Yeah, not just the bad navigation and not making it across the Pacific, which is a big thing and whatnot. And you can be a very good pilot, and it was her, husband or whoever that was the navigator for that flight. You can be a very good pilot and not necessarily be a good be a good navigator, because these islands are really actually tiny specks on the actual globe coming across here to get to Hawaii. And there's a good movie about one of the bombers that was made there. It wasn't quite real, but some elements of it. But there really was a flight of B-17s that was flying to Hawaii. Well, actually, Oahu up here, as Pearl Harbor was happening. I mean, Japanese were coming. They came, whatever. They would leave the radio station that normally would shut off in the evening, leave the commercial radio station on, so that the B-17s, they had a little radio direction finding system on it, that they could turn around and, find, get the strongest signal to be able to ride the signal in. Because these bomber pilots flying, at night and everything else, and because you got wind and, directions and them and, the navigating it, and it's still a lot of issues there. A lot of issues. And so you could be a great pilot and not necessarily navigate well. Over things like the Pacific, where, coming over here, if you sort of pick up rivers, roads, hills, mountains, Kansas might be a, little bit of a difficulty because it's, nothing there, but, most of it, there's stuff even at night that you could probably, as long as the weather's clear enough to see and navigate on. So piloting and navigation are two different skills, at least as I would say so. Some coconut crabs in the Pacific are going hungry. Yes. Do coconut crabs eat? Are they vegetarians or not? I don't know. If I remember right, wasn't there like bad weather when she took off from someplace in the Pacific? There's a lot of controversy. They think, I forget what little island out here that they found some wreckage on, but the wreckage, by the time they find it, a lot of it is aluminum and steel and whatnot, and sitting out in the Pacific area, whether on land or off, just offshore, what's remains of it. I think they may have found her. And, and there's no like airstrip or anything on the island. And so whether, crashing in the ocean or the water, and whether they survived and then later died, or I don't know. There's still a lot of controversy over it. There's even another photograph which would belie it that looks to be sort of like her from the back, that's in a Japanese album, that maybe she was, that she landed on a more Japanese controlled island, and there's all conspiracies, which may or may not be, but I doubt it. I doubt it would be real, that they were trying to use her to do some reconnaissance over Japanese held islands. I don't think it would be worth the American authorities' time to try to get her to do that. I don't think there's enough, with such a high profile person, but it's not beyond possibility. So there's a lot of controversy on it. I have seen the, not in person, but the photo from the photo album, and God, and it's sort of like I forget, but it's not like a clear facial shot, because that looks like it could be her, but also could be 1,000 other people. It definitely didn't look to be like a Japanese person and whatnot. So I think she probably died, maybe on trying to land or whatever near the island, and or whether she survived and eventually died. I don't know. I don't know. My understanding, coconut crabs will eat anything. Okay, I don't know. IKB, don't know the species well enough. I know they're normally not a threat. At least I don't think they're normally a threat to humans, that are alive. I mean, if they're scavengers. Coconut crabs basically eat fruit, nuts, dead animals, and other small creatures and humans they've come across. Okay, Holiday Punch. I did not know they would come after humans, but... Oh, right. We gotta do this. Okay. So we have our additional slot for research. That's why we came down and did this. Okay, we can now do this. That's 14 days, which we want to do this here. He's doing this. We want to come down here and have the choice, because I think I want to do Spear over coat on that. And we can recruit another person to be a intelligence person, escape artist, commando, tough. and this is one area of the game that I'm not terribly familiar with, is the spies. I've had the problem in the past of a spy being captured and not having the ability to, because I didn't have a person available or enough people or whatever available to go rescue them, and I couldn't just write them off and recruit another person just so long as they were alive. So I don't think I'm going to do any or too much spying missions on others. We'll grab it. I'm mainly going to use them like I'm using him now for I don't even know if I want to try to do code or building intelligence networks. I think this is both too limited and too overly powerful in different aspects. Being able to doing coups and whatnot. I would love to have somebody go in and mod it so that you could have, so something like a coup would be maybe very hard to do because that normally didn't happen. But to have 20, 30 agents, that if you want to play a whole spy game, that are trying to get spies that are locally, trying to keep resistance down, trying to, steal codes and plans in other nations, a whole thoroughly, and using mostly just what we have here, but their effects overall are minor. So, you're not able to conquer the world by, overthrowing governments or some crap like that. But to have a whole really detailed spy game put in. Well, we'll just leave him here for now, hunting spies, and later on we will use them to, root out resistance. That kind of thing is what I want to use them for in the game going forward. These are my plans, at least. What? Okay. Previous message to understand more of the human part. Okay. You can have Amelia Earhart as ace pilot if she survives for some reason. I am so sick of this woke fucking crap that we see. A couple of nights ago, I really love the Warhammer 40K. No, bloody hell! I keep doing this. Which game is Battle Sector. I really love the game. I like which is published by Slytherin. I like Warhammer 40K Gladius. I played it a few times just on my own, but I really love the 40K Battle Sector. If you're into Warhammer, it isn't quite down to actual figures, but it is, I think, very close to tabletop, if you like that. I love the main storyline plot of the original release game, and I was pushing them to make more of that, not just add factions to the different modes of the game, but to do another storyline plot, and they did. But they fucking went woke. They did the Battle Sisters. And yeah, I've talked to a few of the people that are around here, I forget who, that know the lore much better than I do. I mean, I barely know the lore on Warhammer 40K. About why there's Battle Sisters. I still, and the lore that they described to me from the people in there did sort of hold together. Now, that's not what, what's his name, who's making the Warhammer movie, the movie star from The Witcher and whatever. Because he wanted like a Astartes, or they wanted a Astartes or whoever to, the faction, to put in some women in there. And he's just like, from what the rumors come out, is just a flat no. And he's right to do that. But still, I don't see women who, the very small number of women who actually want to play Warhammer. Yeah, okay, there may be a small group of, hey, my boyfriend plays Warhammer, so I'll play because he plays. A step grandmother, my actual grandmother, she had died, and my grandfather got remarried. His second, and much later in life. The step grandmother, she started playing golf. She never played golf before, but my actual grandmother didn't. I think because my grandfather was an avid golfer and he spent a lot of time, so he wanted to sort of do things with him or whatever. And I don't think he objected to it, but meaning it wasn't just like a way to get away from the wife and the family, just sort of go out and be with the guys. I don't know, whatever. I don't know. I only played golf with each of my grandfathers just a handful of times. But yeah, she was mainly playing because he was playing, and not that she objected to it or didn't want to or something. Yeah, so I get the syndrome of the idea of, oh, hey, my boyfriend is really, or husband or whatever, is really into Warhammer, so it's okay, I'll play along too, and fine. And they really think there's enough market to put women in so they can sort of identify? Maybe. But those who really want to play Warhammer want the Warhammer world. They're not trying to feminize it. And to try to stick that in, it's not additive, it's subtractive by putting in this woke shit. They have tried very hard, because they're woke Swedish guys, or enough of them are. I really don't know any of them personally, the developers of Hearts of Iron 4. I've had interactions with Johan, a lot more with Podcat. But it's all just sort of online messaging and whatnot. Can't say that I really know them. Meaning none of them know what I look like, and probably some of them I know watched a few videos here and there. So they would know what I sound like. So they knew who I was in that sense, and whatnot. But I don't really know any of them. But I also have not so much Swedish friends, a few. And I'm a few, but I have a lot more Norwegian friends. So virtually, at least from an American perspective, the same thing. Norwegian friends, and these I mean good friends. They know that there's a lot of limitations of what they can say in polite company outside of safe zones. At work or wherever, and they hold opinions that they dare not speak. Things that you could maybe say in some American things, but now during woke whatever, if you came out with some of these things, you might have immediately been fired from, GM, General Motors or something like, oh my God, he doesn't think women should be in the army. Oh, we got to fire him because he's not a complete total feminist or some crap like that. And all you did was work on cars, But so I don't know what these actually. So even because I don't know any of these, like I say, the Paradox people know them, they wouldn't tell me what they really thought if it was outside of the orthodoxy of the environments of Sweden. But they have tried to shoehorn in women as much as possible into this game. And even after this game was released, they didn't do a good job of it, because I actually gave them, though they never did implement it. There was actually a cabinet-level woman, in the U.S. government. An actual one, not a fantasy one. Just their people don't do enough research. I forget her name, and I don't know, it's like... And Department of Interior in the U.S. is not like the secret police department it is in Europe. It's more of like the Department of Parks and National Forests and that kind of crap, or whatever. It was that, or it was Labor Secretary, or whatever. There was a woman in the World War II era under FDR, but they've tried to shoehorn women in everywhere. Make them pilots. Well, oh yeah, there's lots of women pilots, but none of them were combat pilots. Even the Hannah Reich, who does get a properly, in my opinion, awarded Iron Cross, but that is not for combat, it's for being a test pilot in dangerous situations. So I believe it was an Iron Cross or a Knight's Cross or whatever it was she was awarded. And it wasn't just a, oh hey, we're giving an award to somebody just for publicity reasons. No, I think she earned it because she was that level of pilot doing the dangerous job of test piloting various aircraft in very dangerous situations. And she was never a fighter pilot, though she did fly in combat. Notice the distinction there, because she flew out Grimm, Goering's replacement for the head of the Luftwaffe once Goering was dismissed from that job. He flew him out of Berlin, out of the public parks. They had to cut down a few of the trees. And in a Storch, she flew him out of, surrounded Berlin and got her out. And that was obviously in a combat environment because they were shooting at her on the ground and whatnot, and got them safely out. So, that was obviously in the last, week or two of the war, literally that kind of time frame. And the British ATS, I think it's AT&S, but yeah, I think it's ATS pilots. They never were allowed to have, literally not allowed to have loaded machine guns in their aircraft, and a few of them had to do fancy maneuvers to get out away from German pilots, bombers or fighters or whatever, on some of the German raids, because they were just ferry pilots. And they were supposedly better trained on more aircraft than many of the male pilots, because they were a fighter pilot in one or two types of aircraft, where they were ferrying fighters, bombers, transports, anything and everything that they were constantly having to ferry. So they were very good pilots, but they were, in a non-combat. And yes, I know of the Night Witches of the Soviet Union, which was a very few, very small, and very sort of specialized. They weren't a large general. There wasn't a large push to have women pilots. It was just in a few of the older airplanes doing some sort of night combat in biplanes and whatnot. So there's very big push to get women's roles in World War II that were unhistorical. There was one. I'm pretty sure there wasn't even a general in the American Army in the WACs or the Waves or the whatever in the Americans. It was well after the war that the first actual American general as a woman that comes along. But there was one, whether you want to count her in the Manchukuo army or the Japanese army, one woman who was in that was a general. She did command troops, but it's more like, a regiment of troops. There was sort of her Mongol mercenary or whatever, Manchu mercenary type soldiers that she commanded. But she was as much of a courtesan, spy, intriguer, whatnot, and I'm forgetting her name, out there in Manchukuo type area. And she, if I'm remembering correctly, she was sort of Manchukuo / Chinese, but raised in a Japanese family and whatnot. So she spoke fluent. I mean, she was raised very much and part of a high-ranking Japanese family. So she, spoke and was part of the sort of social set as well. So yeah, these things did exist in World War II. Women in combat, women in governmental roles, but they were very, very few and far between. And yeah, if Amelia Earhart was alive during World War II, she would have had a publicity role in America's war effort. And it very well would have been within, like the WACs or something that are there were a bunch of American women that flew airplanes to ferry them around, ferrying pilots, ferry aircraft around. She probably would have been that. There were other famous people that did go into combat. Clark Gable he was a waist gunner in a B-17. I believe he flies the full 25 missions as a waist gunner. Oh yeah, he does publicity shots. He isn't shying away from, and they see it as a wartime duty. You know, it isn't like, oh, don't let anybody know I'm from Hollywood. No, he does, publicity, photos and shots and newsreel shots of him there. But yeah, he flew the whole thing as a waist gunner. And James Stewart, whatever, the very famous actor, also, he was a pilot before the war breaks out, and pushes in and gets in, and is also and he is an actual pilot in a B-17, and he sort of uses his star power to push into that, and he flies the full 25 missions over Germany, that you do for one tour. It doesn't do like a second or third tour, but both of those Hollywood actors, Clark Gable is within the age range to be able to go, but was beyond the age range to be drafted. There's sort of a, I think it was up to like 45 or whatever, but he's definitely was where Jimmy Stewart was in the young bracket. Clark Gable was in the older bracket, but does go in and probably if he wasn't a Hollywood star, he just would have been some ground crewman working on airplanes or whatever in the Air Corps. But yeah, so there was real Hollywood people there. So Amelia Earhart, and there's other women that went in, and Myrna Loy was very involved in the American Red Cross, though I don't think ever deployed overseas or anything, but training women in that sort of field and doing that stuff. So there's a lot of that. So Amelia Earhart would have been a ferrying pilot, very likely, and probably given rank outside of her actual command responsibilities, just to do it. And what else are you all saying about? Okay. The Sisters of Battle have been in for a while. What more could they need? Yeah, I know. And I just, I wanted to play another scripted campaign with challenging battles, but the women one. I mean, if you had exhausted just about everything else, if Battle Sector were to take off and be some super popular Warhammer game, which I think it should be, I haven't played the Space Marine game. It looked, Space Marine 2 or whatever. It looked great. I'm just more of a war gamer than want to play a first-person shooter or whatever. Looks great, might get it someday. But if it was super popular, Battle Sector, and they'd, okay, we've done, 20 different scripted campaigns, and I don't know how you would do a Tyranid or whatever. That's just too alien. Some of the other factions might be easier to do a scripted campaign. But let's say we've done 20 or more human scripted campaigns. What do we want to do now without just repeating ourselves and, changing minor things? Oh, well, okay, there's this whole storyline with the Sisters of Battle. Okay, we'll do that finally. Yeah, if you've exhausted, not everything else, but you've exhausted a bunch of the other primary focus groups that were big players from the human, I think human storyline would be easier to tell than the orcs or the Necrons or something, because you got more there. We understand their motivations better. And so okay, finally do that storyline. Okay. I would probably, and if I was immersed in it and had played all the rest, I probably wouldn't have this visceral reaction. I didn't even get through the first mission. It was just like, do I really want to do this? Do I want to subject myself to this? And it may be a great storyline, but I just, oh no. And so I'm playing another one of their modes, because there's different sort of campaign and planetary domination modes that generate cool battles without terribly great storylines, just more, battles. Yeah. Okay, yes, IKB, don't shit on the Sisters of Battle. They are not woke. They're empowered by their faith in the God Emperor. The Sisters of Battle have been in the game from the start long. Well, they weren't, or have been in the game from the start long before woke became. They weren't in the game at the start. I went to the Warhammer shop when I was living in Edinburgh. I used to drop in there. It was really cool to look around, but as everyone knows, Warhammer things is expensive, and I was doing Jacobite studies, and I didn't want to start a whole new thing there. There were no Sisters of Battle back in 1990 or whatever. Trust me, they weren't there. They weren't there. I was there at the start, or near enough. I was there when, in high school, well, I was just first year of college, but my cousin was in high school and played with his friends. No, they weren't really set up, but I don't believe there was. And so I did play some of those old school Warhammer. Sisters of Battle weren't around then. Astra Militarum also had non-men in the army. The requirement for being forced into was able-bodied, and aliens were forbidden. Okay, Rhaegar, yes. Okay, fine. And I understand about the Astra Militarum as just conscripted standard soldiers, not superhumans. The problem I have, whether it's the Sisters of Battle, and the problem particularly would be with the Astra Militarum, is if you were in what I understand the Warhammer world is, you would not want to send them into battle because you want them cranking out new soldiers. Meaning, one guy can easily impregnate, we'll just say, 100 women. Not all in one day, obviously. I mean, yes, with test tubes and whatnot, yeah, you could do that. But one guy can easily, naturally impregnate 100 women. And those 100 women can be generating a baby. So we can send in 99 guys to go fight, and they can all die, and that one guy that's left, he can impregnate the women. But if we go in and send in even 20 women and they die, we don't have them to produce more workers, soldiers, whatever. So this is why, for something like, even from my understanding, the Astra Militarum, I would not have women. Now, if you were able to find not battle sisters, but if you were able to find a function for, again, my understanding of the Warhammer world, most of those Space Marines, and I may be wrong, but understanding the Sisters of Battle, the Battle Sisters, they are sort of genetically modified humans. They're not standard humans. And some highly genetically modified. There may be some other roles in society that support the war effort, that highly modified women, other than just birthing more, as opposed to clones, birthing more highly modified people. Other important roles for them to be in the world, great. And I can understand the idea of, for both those highly modified women and the standard women, as purely defensive units, militia units, meaning you're on some Warhammer manufacturing plant because you don't have you're so advanced, but you don't have machines to make other machines. You have to use humans to make machines. Yeah, I know it's all a contrived theory just to be able to have battles, that's the purpose of the whole lore. Okay, well, that's purely defensive, like when the goblins come into the planet and they're coming rampaging in and there's only so many Space Marines immediately available. As self-defense units, yeah, units with women in it, absolutely. But I can always find, because a woman can be put into work into a factory in between pregnancies or early stages of pregnancies and still be effectively pumping out more warriors or workers. But putting her into battle is just, and I'm just looking at the grim, dark calculation here, not any other viewpoints. And so I look at that and go, yeah, women just don't make enough sense to me. And you're just, even if it's pre-woke, it's still, it isn't, even going back to the early pixelated whatever, it isn't the Lara Croft. The Lara Croft, I understand. It's, hey, I'm going to be playing third person, moving a person around a dungeon or whatever it is, and I'd rather look at a female than at a male. I get that. That's why males like playing Lara Croft, because she's attractive, and so since we're looking at somebody's butt all the time, we would rather look at a woman's butt. And so you make the Angelina Jolie Lara Croft movie is pretty good, and she very much talks about having her boobs, cosmetically, not by surgery, but just cosmetically enhanced. And she didn't seem to have a problem with it because that was the character, Lara Croft. And that was the video game character that she was playing, and she was putting it into a good movie. And for a popcorn type, simple type good movie, wish they would have made more. It was good. And she's good to look at least back then. I think now she's sort of taken that Ozempic and is skeletonized. If you've looked at some recent pictures of it, either that or she has cancer. I'm sorry if she has cancer, but something happened with her in about 2-year time period. But I don't think it was just, hey, I'm on a diet. But yeah, and Ozempic is, it's a trap. I wouldn't go anywhere near it. Unless I was truly life-threateningly obese or something, and the doctors thought it would save me. But no, not for cosmetic reasons. So yeah, I get the idea for a lot of male-oriented stuff, shoehorning in, and not just as, the woman to rescue, but as the person to play as. But the Battle Sisters moving miniatures around, I don't think guys are that interested. I don't get it. I just don't get it. Okay. And Elizabeth, it may be leading towards a decision to make female Space Marines. Yeah. IKB says, I will not save you from the Norwegians and Swedes when they come for you, saying that Norwegians and Swedes are the same. Don't even try. I'll say it to their face. Hey, Thomas, how you doing? I'll say it to their face. Because in America, we called people Swedes. They're, Minnesota. Say it with a Swedish accent. It was heavily, there's a lot of them, heavily settled by Swedes. Most of the Swedes come from this place because partially at the time, part of the time, it was unified with Sweden. And in America, we just called all these people, and we started getting Denmark in here as well as Sweden, not Finland, but these people, all Swedes. To us, they're all Swedes. We can't tell the difference. Yes, as I know and can get detailed, but really walking down the street, if I heard somebody speaking Norwegian or Swedish or Denmark, I couldn't tell the difference. So to us, they're all Swedes in America. So yes, they're Swedes. They're the same thing to us. Okay, Thomas, good evening. The amount of stuff added to history rewritten because a modern audience is getting a bit out of control, right? Oh, absolutely, yes. And I don't mind, and I was part of a reenacting group. That's sort of like cosplay to you, but it's more than that. And for our group, we had people involved, some that I would say are cosplay in the modern sense. But some of them were what they called themselves were experimental archaeologists. And at least 2 of them, a couple, man and woman, just wanted to make sure you knew, definitely had the academic background to back that term up, experimental and archaeologist. And I mean like from universities. I'm not saying they had like an archaeologist degree, but they had courses in it, physical archaeology. There's social archaeology, there's physical, like digging in the ground. There's also sociology and other things. They had the background, the university background, and studied the highlands. And even though they lived out in California, they were Americans. I'm not sure if they were born in California, but they lived most of their life in California, way back then. This I'm talking back in the 90s. We talked about it. There were a couple of women who sort of kind of wanted to play male roles. None of them thought they were men, but it's just more the boys' toys, sort of tomboy type girls. We talked about it, and particularly one that she was mildly busty and curvy, not fat, not terribly good looking either, but just sort of, but she wasn't going to easily pass for a man. She wasn't some super slim person. And we sort of came to the conclusion, and this is back in the 90s, that if you couldn't readily or easily at a little bit of a distance, like marching in a group of people, pass for a man, we didn't want women like wearing modern, period military uniforms from them, because that's not what they did. And yes, even the Jacobite Rising, there were women involved, but there was one who was passing for a man. And meaning all the soldiers she was with thought it was a he. I mean, that's how well passing. And there are a few other historical cases of women serving in the British Army, and everybody until a certain point, I mean, for like years, thought they were another man. So they passed long enough that we wouldn't do it. But we had women dressing, but we very much almost had as many women. We definitely also had children, because they had children, that were dressing up as children of the period or as women of the Jacobite, like in the name, 1745, 18th century Highlanders. And there were definitely camp followers. And with the Highland Army, camp follower wasn't just a euphemism for hookers, because they were sort of the clan, a regional group of people that was turning itself into not just going to go raid some other clan territory, but turning it into a military, and they were military units based on the clan, and they were learning drill, actually military 18th century drill. They weren't necessarily good at all that, but they were good warriors that were trying to become good soldiers. And there was definitely part of the logistics train for it, probably not bringing as many kids along as, I'm not saying zero kids, but as we had, but there was definitely wives and family members of those that are on campaign. So it wasn't inappropriate for our Jacobite militia rising type unit that was becoming a front line, because it depends on where you are in the campaign, is how front militarized they were, how many muskets they had, that kind of thing. But women were not expected to do any of the fighting. They would have defended themselves if they lost or got attacked by the enemy, not like carrying any muskets, but tried to defend themselves. But they were not the warriors. And the few women, and one particularly the wife of the clan chief, brought their clan out, and sort of like when Elizabeth I wore a breastplate and carried a sword and went down, to rally the troops more than the sailors, but also the sailors against the Spanish Armada. She really wasn't, and nobody was really thinking that she was going to go take that sword and that breastplate and go serve in the front lines, even though she was, trying to help organize and rally, but it was more than just emotional support and types to the soldiers, but actually trying to help organize. Nobody thought she was going to go fight in the war. Neither did the clan chief wife who brought the clan out in the Jacobite Risings, thought that she was going to be on her horse leading the troops in combat. Though she was going, and she did serve, on the field of combat, standing back out of the way, or sitting on horseback out of the way of the fighting, but bullets were flying, musket bullets were flying around, cannonballs were flying around when she was present. So she was there at the front, but she was not expected to, go stab anybody with her sword. It was more of like, I have a sword on with me, kind of thing. And yeah, maybe a pistol, because maybe some, soldier, friendly or otherwise, might decide to get too friendly with her or something, or whatever, so I'm not saying she wasn't armed. So we very much had that policy. I sort of cringe when I see somebody in American Revolutionary War uniform who's clearly a woman. Now, she's not wearing makeup. She's not having her hair done up. She's sort of, having it back in the queue, which is a ponytail kind of thing of the period. And she's not accentuating her hips or her breasts, but you can sort of kind of tell. Now, should we say, no, you can't play with us because we're presenting the period at the time? I'm still sort of that opinion. Now, though also I'm, because of that opinion, trying to recruit more people to fill out the ranks, because, I've been there, I've done that, not just for reenacting, but for other things too. warm and talented, not just warm bodies, but talented bodies. Yeah, but do you say no? Should you say no? We had one guy who had darkish skin, who was part Native American, part Filipino, but also about half or more white, European, Scottish. That's where he had his interest. He was not dark like you would think an Indian is, not dark like you think a dark Mexican is, but he definitely wasn't Scottish. You know, in skin color, Scottish in genetic, and that about half his ancestry was English/Scottish. But you know, but he wasn't, you know, lily white like I am, you know, that's just purely from Britain. And he had black hair, though there's lots of Scots with black hair. So it wasn't as jarring as putting in an actual Asian or an actual African in a Scottish uniform and marching them around. So, you know, it's sort of like, you know, oh, and I know some people, colorblind actors. I'm sorry. Any modern day actor, and some of them are famous, oh, we should have colorblind acting. No, fucking no. Because that's why we have hot women. We don't have, oh, you're going to play Helen of Troy, the most beautiful woman in the world. Oh, and you're ugly? Oh, well, that shouldn't matter. How well do you emote? How well do you act? How well do you speak Greek? No, when you're playing the most beautiful woman in the world, we want the most beautiful fucking woman in the world. And when you're playing an ugly woman, we either want you to be cute, ugly, or just sort of plain. We don't want to actually be some of the other ugly women, because we have to look at you. And we come here because we're escapists. That's what movies are for. You know, when you show me a World War II documentary, yeah, show me the world. You know, if there's ugly soldiers, there's ugly. This is why back in the day when I lived in Britain for just under 6 months, I just thought they let a lot of ugly people on TV, and men that would never have made it into the American television, network television back in the day. Because even the standard people looked better than the average person on the street, because it was all better. And the sort of not good looking sort of had not just personality, but sort of that sort of, you know, not always cute, but endearing ugliness, if you will. You know, Ernest Borgnine or somebody like that. So, yeah, in Hollywood, in the you know, being up on the stage or being on the screen, your looks are important. I have no problem, and there's also what with the Wayans brothers did this. If you can do makeup that convinces me, and it's not for Africans particularly, it's not just the color of the skin, it's also the bone structure and the facial structure and all that. If you can convince me and convincingly play not Othello, who is sort of a Moor, which is more of an Arab than a sub-Saharan African, but you know, not Othello, but if you know Hamlet, who was like Danish, if you can convincingly make him up to look Danish, I'm fine with whoever's under the makeup. That isn't the problem of whoever's under the makeup. But I don't want Hamlet played by some Asian guy, however good he is as an actor. And I don't want Blackthorn, the Anjin of Shogun, the English guy who shows up in Japan, played by a Japanese actor. Doesn't have to be played by an English actor, but he has to be played by somebody who convincingly looks English. So he could be a German, he could be a Swede, could be an American, you know, white American, you know, could be any of these other groups, so long as he convincingly looks the part. All the rest of there's some other Portuguese, and they should look like Portuguese. They shouldn't look like Scandinavians, you know. And now Portuguese doesn't mean, you know, super dark skin. It's just not Scandinavian blonde. You know, it can be lightish brown hair, but they're not going to probably, I mean, really, are they, you know, really, I'm not saying can you find the unicorn, but are there really a lot of blonde-haired, blue-eyed, indigenous genetically, not just somebody who happened to be born there, Portuguese? I don't think there are. There might be. I could be wrong. Never been to Portugal, but that's not my impression of Portugal. But no, it's not like some sort of, Turkic or other sort of Eastern peoples in their darkness. They're Europeans, but they're not. Again, you're not going to find a lot of redheads of any gender in Portugal. I do not believe that are long term. I'm not talking about somebody. Oh yeah, my great grandfather was Irish or something that moved here. No, we're talking about genetic groups. So I want the people need to portray what they are. So yeah, all this stuff in there gets a bit much. Could you imagine Hollywood types going to war now, different breed? Oh God, yeah. I think John Wayne was one of the only major ones to dodge the effort. Yeah, John Wayne, he was a bit older. He had children. My understanding, it was he wanted an officer's commission, and and this may all be justification. He didn't have the money supposedly to support his family. I want to look up something. The first real hit that John Wayne had, and I don't think he got paid much for it, was Stagecoach in 1939. He was a B-movie contract player, often the lead, often in a series called Singing Sandy. Singing Sandy. John Wayne playing a singing star, a cowboy who would sing as he was walking in the street, getting ready for, to draw, as they were approaching each other for the fast gun duel thing, Singing Sandy singing. Yeah, that's pretty low bar. John Wayne, and I don't think he gets much for Stagecoach, but that's his first real A hit. And he's doing B movies after that. So yeah, 41 is him starting to become a star. So I don't know that it was really a wanting to dodge the war, as in not willing to do his part, because I think, and I never met him by any means. I used to see his boat often, the Wild Goose. I mean, it's a big yacht, big huge motor yacht thing that he had. He loved going out to sea. And when he was still alive, back in the 70s as a little kid. And so really, I don't know how much it was career. So I really don't know that he was afraid to go into the war. Because they probably weren't going to shove most of the Hollywood stars, something like the Marines is pure voluntary. I mean, you might get your draft notice and then run over to the Marine Corps recruiting thing, but I believe the Marine Corps was pure volunteer. He did not want to be drafted because of his career, I think, more than anything else. John Ford, years later, would write him about not being in the military. But John Ford was also using him at that time, and he does a lot of very pro-war effort movies. I don't think it was cowardice. I don't know. Because there are a lot of stuff that he could do without trying to go to the front line, very front line organization. He could have easily gone, I don't know, like in the artillery or something, and fired the big guns, and and still be in a combat unit without being like an infantryman on the front lines or a bomber pilot over Germany or something. I think it was my estimation, it was a combination of, hey, my career is just taking off. I've been a a star of mostly, B-movie or below type things, and I'm just now breaking out into a good career, and the war starts, as well as an actual financial hardship, because Hollywood people, contract people, they made very good money compared to the average person, but they weren't like what we think of millionaires or now billionaires or whatever today. They didn't get like, oh yeah, they paid me $100,000 to star in Gone with the Wind. No, it's like paying $10,000, $20,000 or something to star with Gone with the Wind, and they didn't have anything like residuals like they later did for the TV era. So you got paid good money, but you might not, work in another good role for months and months and months. So it's not like it is today if you're a big star. So yeah, maybe I'm being a little bit of a defensive of it. Okay, first came out in 1997. Okay, yes, that proves me right. IKB, yes. I'm not saying they didn't come out back then, but that was well before. I'm talking like 1992 or 3 or something when I was living in Scotland. So yeah, I played them a bunch back in Soulstorm. I presume you're talking about Sisters of Battle. And yes, I know Elizabeth, but how there's not huge numbers of people. I'm not saying they shouldn't exist. I'm just saying they're just. To me, I see them more as trying to shoehorn them in than that they should organically be there. But yeah, okay. They didn't have problems with numbers of new population. They had sufficient population surplus. Well, if that's okay, then I don't know. Then why aren't they winning the war? If you have enough population, you win the war. Now I know the whole point of Warhammer is never to win the war; is to constantly have more battles to war game out. I get that. The function of the lore for Warhammer is to support the Warhammer battles. I get that. And I also get the reason for the lore and all this stuff is so that people buy more and more super expensive miniatures. What can we create to sell them so that they're never satisfied? So they never have a complete full blue man, standard Space Marine, blue army, and have it for whatever size of units you have, but you have every single thing on the table. You never need to buy more because I've got it all. I can wargame the blue guys forever, and unless I'm gonna go with the red guys, the blood whatever guys, or I'm gonna go with get another faction. I've got a complete faction. No, they got to constantly be adding something more for you to buy and paint. I get that. That is. The purpose is to fight the battles and sell miniatures and other related things. I get that. As opposed to the other way around of go, oh, hey, I really, really, really like Lord of the Rings world. Can we war game within the world? So you already have the lore, and now you're trying to create a war game out of it, and not the other way around. Have a war game and try to figure out lore for it. Okay. Not so fun fact, Lara Croft is based on the creator's younger sister. I don't know why that's bad. I don't know. I guess that could be creepy weird otherwise, but I don't know. From what I remember, Warhammer Space Marines needed Gen Siege, which forced them to be males. Adaptosaurus were Church Combat Arm, which had different source and combat roles. Yeah. And they might have other roles in it, but like even starting out this basic first mission, they were landing on the planet and they're going straight into combat, and they had melee, units that were primarily melee weapons. Really? That you're saying one of two things, or it could be both, but one, women, still being women, are somehow as strong as men? Okay, I get genetics. I get Honor Harrington. There's reasons for Honor Harrington to exist. If you know that whole world. And I really love that world. And I love the Honor Harrington story, and she's a great character. But if, as you truly learn more about her, you understand why she is the way she is, and it's not always very good reasons. I'm not going to do spoilers if you actually want to go into that world. And you won't know it in the first few books. It takes a long time before some of the stuff actually gets exposed. But so either they're genetically modified, then why are they women? You know what I mean? Why are they females? If you have enough people, enough gen seeds, enough whatever, why are you also doing it to females? How do female being, if you have enough space marines, why would you ever want to have women space marines or combat people? I know they're not technically space marines, but why, if you don't have a shortage, what benefit? If I have 10,000 AK-47s and I got 20,000 willing males, there is no good reason that I can see to ever try to have any women as soldiers. I'm sorry. I just cannot see. Now, if I've got 10,000 AK-47s and 8,000 male soldiers, and I got another 4,000 women, okay, well, maybe I put 2,000 of the women into the combat zone because I got some extra AK-47s and I need that to win. I'm not saying I wouldn't use, even now or whenever, women in combat. But if I have enough men to fulfill enough, carry the AK-47 or the Space Marine battle armor or whatever, I see absolutely no reason to ever put women in it. Because what's the point? If I'm genetically modifying people, let's just start with the male and keep going. I don't see a reason for a combat role and also other logistics roles outside of helping males deal with trauma, whether as a nurse or as a, comfort counselor. And I mean truly just as, being a female role. Come on, soldier, you can deal with this, help out. Outside of that, I just don't see a cultural, genetic, biological, practical reason to ever have women in combat, other than we don't have enough men. I don't see anything in a unit cohesion, and Israel learned, because they put women into combat units, and they quickly found out that when the woman got hit in combat unit, that unit was out of action because they were all freaking concerned about that woman and getting her safety. If she's wounded. Now, if she's dead, it caused great trauma to the men of that unit when that woman was lost. Much, much greater trauma than the men being lost in that unit. I know for a while, maybe still to this day, some of the main tank trainers driving those Merkavas around, the training unit, were all women. Because they could do a really good job of that. And they were some of the best tankers in the Israeli army, but they're not used in combat. Because they're the training unit, they train up the men to go fight. Now, I'm sure if they still have Merkavas left and the Arabs are storming across the Israeli border, those women will jump into their tanks and will fight and will do a very good job. But they're not part of the offensive ground unit that's going to go into Lebanon, or not part of the units that are going in other places. The Israeli women do a lot of support and other logistic jobs, and they are trained to use weapons, and they know what they're doing. But a major reason for it is because they don't have enough warm bodies to do all those jobs. It's not just, a woman wants to be in the airborne, or a woman wants to be in the army. We'll find something for her to do. No, they do not have enough people to fulfill the combat roles needed. So they use women, but primarily in non-frontline combat roles. Now, of course, the front lines are, the house that the woman lives in may literally be on the front, within rifle shot, not just artillery shot. But they're still going to be given jobs to try to keep them just out of the actual fire of the combat. But if there's a reverse and there's a push into the enemy, yeah, they'll have their Tavor or their M16 or their whatever, and they'll be shooting at the invading Arabs. Absolutely. And the Israelis plan for this. But they learn not to put them in what they think of as frontline type units. So I see no reason, if they have enough people, to ever put them into combat in the Warhammer universe, as I understand it. And if you are going to have them because you need them, you want to put them in sniper roles or support vehicle driving type roles, that are the artillery or something in a support kind of thing. Not, oh, we've got the chain swords or the whatever, and our main job is to go in and slash at the enemy. Huh? They should, and this is one thing that, because with the red guys, I'm blanking on their name. There's some battle sisters. We got to go in and rescue them. And there's some battle sisters units, and they've got these pistols, and I can't penetrate the goddamn armor of the, with their pistols, whatever, their light weapons with the big attacking stuff. They should have some sort of like sniper rifle or something that maybe does small amount of damage but good penetration, that they can sort of stay back, and all their weapons should be tailored towards long range firepower versus close combat. So even when they're there, I think they do them wrong. Okay, let's continue on all this. Yeah, so decided that the church have no men under arms, so the sisters. Yeah, I understand IKB that no man under arms, sort of logical that but it's all a creation to have they're all creating the lore to have the women in a combat unit. The lore supports the combat, not the combat supports the lore. The lore, it's just that thing. Hello, Jimmy Tyrone. Thanks for thinking I'm good. On Wayne, I think the studio had roles to play in keeping him out of World War II. The studio definitely had a role in keeping him or helping him not be drafted. So I do think he did get a draft notice. And so they must want him out for reasons. Now he does John Wayne is very much a patriot. I don't believe it was I'm afraid to go to war. And obviously, just as whatever John Wayne as an individual could do, whether it's holding a rifle or fixing a truck or moving boxes around, him as a role of a patriotic American in many different movies during the war, often as a soldier or sailor. You look at They Were Expendable, a most excellent, very realistic, by any terms, very realistic look at the role of the PT boats and the combat, after they lost their PT boats and whatnot in that war. John Wayne does more than most Hollywood personalities in supporting the war effort. Now, he also benefits it from his stardom goes up. He is shown to be because you can look at They Were Expendable. Even the sort of somewhat awkward, and they're meant to be, I think, acted somewhat awkward romantic scenes with the nurse there and all of that stuff. And he is playing an appropriate role that benefits him most assuredly. And I don't know that he's taking a lot of money at that time. I think he's, being a star. And we can look at a few other, and I do think there were a few others, and I'm sort of think but I don't want to say names wrong, that stayed out of the war for actual health reasons. They sort of kind of look like fit men, but there was actually sort of other health stuff that they really, not that they couldn't have been a soldier, but they might have sort of been quote unquote 4F or said for other fitness reasons that they wouldn't have gone. So they did play leading man stuff like that. To clarify, by dodge, I mean missed, justified or not like Vietnam. Oh yes, no, and he may have John Wayne. Yes, and I understood. John Wayne may have used the Hollywood and other systems to keep from being drafted. I'm not disputing that at all. But no, he didn't run to Canada or something or refuse. My favorite was the Imperial Guard, so I could live without the sisters probably is shoehorn in, but at least offensive kind of representation for me. Yes, I understand. I am more exhausted, if you will, with the representation thing that make me not want to play it. If this was back in 2002 or something, you know, a few years into having the sisters in there and I was encountering them, I probably would not think it's as big a deal as I'm exhausted by all the rest. This is the idea that if you have a hint of woke or DEI now, it's poison to anything. Not just Hollywood and publicity and thing, but it's anything. If you hired that person, whoever that person is that a DEI hire? Are they qualified? Whether they're a good person or a bad person, I don't mean like intrinsic soul, but a good person to be around or bad person to be around. I'm just going to kind of think, is it DEI? You know, if I see a possible DEI person in the SEALs, is it just to get the DEI numbers up, or did that person, and you know I'm being careful with my language, so please in chat, be careful with your language. Is that person just getting through the SEALs so that it's not all white guys? You know. Oh, and I know, going back to the SEALs back in Vietnam, where I think there was no DEI, or some of the other elite units, the non-white guys, they made it through the courses as much as anybody else. Total respect for them. Back in those days, for the elite elements, you had to make it through. You're going to be in the airborne division, which is sort of the lowest level of elite, because the Rangers are above, and then the Green Berets are above and above and above and above. No, even that, yeah. Now they're drafting any able-bodied males into, Vietnam of any sort of skin color, absolutely. And the Army very much, at least by Vietnam, was very much trying to be the only color is green. We don't pay attention to other stuff. And so that, now, did they back in the 70s or whatever celebrate the first non-white, whatever ethnic group to become a general in the U.S. Army or something? Yeah, absolutely. And might, this is before DEI, but affirmative action, might a few non-whites get certain ranks or jobs because of it? Yeah. Were they maybe the most qualified person for the job? Maybe not, but were they qualified, especially in the Army up there? Probably qualified. Other sort of branches of, or elements of society back in the 70s and the 80s, they might not be qualified. But for the Army and the Navy and whatever, yeah, if you're going to be a ship's captain, you are qualified. Why have some of these DEI, apparently captains of ships that have had some problems, including some submarines, yeah, they weren't qualified, I'm pretty damn sure. No, I wasn't there. Don't know their exact service record. But during the Obama and the Biden administration and all that stuff, there were a few court-martialable things with the Navy, ships running into stuff. And of course, you have that New Zealand woman who is being, I think, criminally charged now for incompetence and whatnot, for thinking that New Zealand ship. She did not know how her own ship worked. That is a criminal offense, not just for her, but whoever put her in charge of that ship. And yes, I have enough of a Navy background to know, not New Zealand, but that is a criminal. A captain is responsible for that ship and knowing everything about that ship. And she did not know how to turn on and off the fucking autopilot. And that's literally, because they turned on the autopilot and the autopilot was on and they were trying to get it off the rocks and they were sending it the other way. So the autopilot computerized was, she did not even in her head know the checklist of what to fucking do to keep that accident from happening. Unfortunately, nobody died. But she grounded that ship, and it was entirely her responsibility and maybe the person who put her in charge of that ship's responsibility. She was entirely a diversity hire. So whenever I see anything that isn't a white male in the military forms nowadays, not in the Russian or not in the Chinese, obviously, but in any of these other armies, Western Europe, America, wherever, and they're not a white male, I gotta first think, is this just some sort of DEI place? Are they even competent to do the job at all? Not are they the best person, but are they even competent? Now, they may be an excellent person, super competent, but I have no confidence in that outside of a white male, because I know a white male probably has to be overcompetent to actually get the job in this world for that kind of thing. So yes, that's how much they poisoned the well. And for me, so you can see my emotional reaction here. Because although I was never in the U.S. Army or the military, I still have some, I'm not going to say, even go hint at it, background there. Oh, I was in ROTC and whatnot. That's all fine to say. But I have some real kind of feelings on this that I am not accepting this, and it poisons me. So even if you got all kinds of good stuff, that the Battle Sisters are just poison to me. And yes, they pay me to promote the game by streaming Battle Sector. If they ever want me to play that campaign, I'm going to warn them, because they won't have me do it, because I'll warn them that I'm going to say how much I dislike this. And they're, oh, okay, no problem. We'll have somebody else do it. And they'll have no problem with it, because they have no problem if you don't want to, because I also don't play ICBM. It's just sort of a, I think, somewhat semi-comical, but game that you play global thermonuclear war and blow things up. That's just, I'm from the generation, I don't want to play that game. That game is not a fun game to play. If you really wanted to do a war game around how, do we go to, a more serious game like that we may or may not use nukes, and what do we do? And we're trying to win without destroying everything in the planet, but we may need to use a few nukes. If it was a bit more serious, I might play it. But I'm not going to play ICBM for them. And they don't want to push any of us streamers. That they're happy if we don't like a game. They just find another streamer within the stable of streamers that like the game. And there's people that like those games, and great, good for them. They do it, whatever, particular game. And they know I love Battle Sector, because the guy who managed the streamers knows, periodically I get a chance to do it. Yesterday I played Headquarters World War II and DOS Tactic. Got to play Battle Sector just before me. He was playing the new campaign mode, not the Battle Sister thing, but the new campaign mode. And I was watching him and having fun waiting for my time to come up. Like a half hour early, I got on and was watching him play and seeing him do it. And his analysis, he's much more tactically analysis the stats and whatnots than I ever play, and I'm learning from him. Great job. Wish I would, and I like Battle Sector better than I like Headquarters Cold War. I like Headquarters Cold War. It's fine. But I really love Battle Sector. So yeah, so they know, how it worked, and there's no hard feelings if we don't particularly want to play a game. But yeah, so that's that. Never enough Space Marines. Well, okay, I understand the idea. Okay, let me go back up to, I don't want Imperial. Okay. Hello, Robert Coleman. It's been a little while. What do you think of the new Paradox games they're going to reveal next week? I've not been following that, Robert. I'm not. Don't know if it's just like Hoi for a broader section of games. I don't know. I've not been following enough. I get a little bit of news from them. I got burnt out on Paradox. Like, this is my second real campaign coming back after over a 2-year hiatus from any Hearts of Iron. I've also been playing, which I actually like now, the state is how it should have maybe been when it's come out, was Imperator Rome. I think that's a very good game. But I'm getting back into Paradox stuff. For a while, Paradox as a company, when they had that woman in charge, lost her way. Spreading it around, more is better, more different games is better. And I think that was also part of the woke push within it. The whole idea that these companies think, media companies, and games are media. Well, media companies think that woke is only additive, or woke elements, like, oh, well, we'll add women, or we'll add these other things, other aspects into the game. No, it is subtractive, because the reason people like a lot of these other things is because of what it is. I don't hate, but I don't particularly like a lot of these wacky alt history elements that they, at the very start, putting in Hoi for. oh, hey, be able to, establish communist Germany. What if the Germany was communist, and how's that going to play out? Or what if Britain goes fascist? I mean, yeah, fine. If we've exhausted all of the realistic history, like this playthrough again, for those of you, and I know we haven't been playing for a while, we will get back to playing, but is looking at history first, or coming here. But yeah, we're playing historical, but we're also looking at what if we this time ally with Italy, and before attacking the Soviet Union, we're going to secure the Mediterranean. Otherwise, we're Nazi Germany. Yeah, we're not going to invade Britain. We're going to try to U-boat them a bit. Cut off their thing. We're going to defeat France because we're going to take Poland, and we're still going to be Nazi Germany. We're still the bad guys. I don't know if we'll get Spain in the Axis or not, but that's not terribly important. But we're going to try to get Gibraltar, but definitely get Malta and the Suez and whatnot. And we're going to try an alternate strategy, but it's still World War II. We're still the basic players. That's what I want to have done first. Until I get bored with trying out alternate strategies and trying out this stuff, then maybe if I get bored enough, then I want to see, well, what if Britain goes fascist and aligns with Germany and Italy, and they attack France together, the three of them, and so Britain's going to try to collect non-Mediterranean, because the Mediterranean parts of France get to go to Italy, but out here in the rest of the world, including Belgian Congo and whatnot, Britain's going to try to gobble up and be, okay, that's all cool, and if we're bored with everything else and really wacky other world things, I don't hate it, but first get the core correct, then we can move into the other stuff. But they started out with the other stuff because they think that, oh, hey, yeah, there's let's see, okay, there's lots of Brazilian players. What if Brazil actually had a real war and real role in World War II? Like, I don't know, conquering the Latin America or something like that. So if we just do Brazilian focus trees and Argentinian focus trees and Chilean focus trees, we're going to get so many more sales down out of those places that people are just going to... I'm sorry, no, it is it is not additive, it is distractive. Until it was, just how late until Götterdämmerung did they finally do an improved German focus tree. And so when you think that you have captured the core audience, the core World War II game strategy players, well, they're all going to have to buy our game because it's the game, and they're all going to buy it. And they're all going to play it. But we can do whatever we want to, and we can torture them however we want. We can ignore them for how many years until Götterdämmerung came out. We can just ignore all the people who from multiple surveys, by more than every other nation put together. Now, including, and it's more than 100% because it was, what nations do you actually play, was one of the surveys that was done. Way back before even Hoi 4 is announced. That was done. And you could pick nations that and it was meant that you actually play. Not that you would be willing to play, but you actually play. Germany was basically almost more than almost everything else put together, but maybe not quite. Because you could say Germany and Britain, or Germany and America. And you could say, what nation do you actually play? And they also get metrics. Germany is such an important country that they play, and they ignored it for so long. And it can't just be, well, we wanted to get it right. And I have enough information to know that's not the case. So they think it's additive when it's actually subtractive. When people who want to play Germany and want to have real challenges, but realistic challenges, not just, super hard mode, but realistic challenges to playing as Germany, that they ignore it for so long. And then they worry about the Wunderwaffe. Not that they shouldn't do the Wunderwaffe, but they don't even do the Panzer IV or whatever right. I know, or whatever. And I'm just looking, this is a war game, which is a type of media. But all media out there, they think if they got a good Superman movie, well, all Superman fans are going to watch it. We can throw in all kinds of other crap to try to get non-Superman fans to watch it. No, it just means Superman fans won't watch it. And the other people who aren't interested in Superman movies aren't going to watch it because they don't care what's in a Superman movie. They don't want to watch a Superman movie. Putting Dirty Harry in a Superman movie, you think you're going to get both Dirty Harry and Superman fans in it? Okay, some maybe, but no. You want a Dirty Harry movie to be a Dirty Harry movie, and you want a Superman movie to be a Superman movie, and the sort of gritty realism with nudity and people's heads being blown apart by 44 magnums and all that kind of stuff isn't the comic book Superman who doesn't kill people and who saves everybody and whatever. And no, those are two different genres. Oh, some weird wacky mashups you might think, but no, they're two different things. It's not additive, it's subtractive. Because yeah, there might be some story or director who could actually pull it off, but probably 99% of the things would just be trash, and I wouldn't want to watch either. But I might go to, and I'm not as you guys know, not a big superhero fan kind of thing. If it's a good movie, the old Steve Reeves and Christopher Reeve, or however it goes, one of the two, because the old TV and the the early Superman movies, those were fun movies, but I'm not super into them. They're fun, they're nice. But Dirty Harry, more into that, but I'll go see those things. But putting them together doesn't make it better for me. Okay. Turnlow's here. Yes. I mean, Sisters of Battle, the only thing because the decree Yeah, I know. Lawyers ruled. Lee Marvin is my fire. Hello, Spiraling. Yes, Lee Marvin, another great war hero. Now, he wasn't in acting, and I just recently saw there's a photo of him as a Marine with some other unidentified Marine sort of squatting down behind looking at a Japanese, I forget which type it is, but squad automatic, light machine gun, sort of like a Bren gun. He was a Marine who later goes into acting, as opposed to a famous actor, an actual famous actor going into World War II. That's slightly different paths, because like Robert Mitchum, another Marine who goes into movies, and there's other, Audie Murphy, is the quintessential favorite there, in that he's, Congressional Medal of Honor and several other by the French and a few other, high awards, who ends up going into acting and actually plays himself, obviously, into Hell and Back, but also mostly Westerns, and does quite well in a bunch of them. Not the best actor by any means, but more than a decent one. He's qualified to be an actor and got famous for that. Dirty Harry, yes, great movie. I don't engage with anything in the media really anymore for woke fatigue. I get it. Basically just cultural Marxism very much. And hello, Railgun CZ? I don't know how you're supposed to do that. Well, it is rumored that to be a new IP, like post-apocalyptic strategy settings. Sounds interesting to you? I don't know. I got burnt out mainly because they had me play a lot of the Terminator game that Slytherin publishes. Terminator Dark Fate. I was the main player of it for a while, and after a while I told them, can you give this to somebody else? I've just played a lot of it. And they did. I mean, they keep me in the rotation. They try to, because right now they haven't been doing a lot of partially summer and not enough stuff. And I know I'm talking about Slytherin / Matrix. All of us have been getting fewer than normal things. So it's and I know it's nothing directed towards me because they've been actually very good with me. But yeah, they are very. So I sort of got burnt out, and that's sort of post-apocalyptic. I am more interested, and I'm actually, and I don't, I still have, and I still buy some cheap used stuff at the, thrift stores and the library. It sells books that people donate to support the library. I do buy some fiction books still, but I used to read at night a lot. Sort of got out of the habit. Actually, my eyes were going bad. Now I have glasses for reading, but this was just back then. I go more towards audiobooks for that now. I still buy lots of history books and other stuff like that, filling my shelves with those. But I don't read a lot of novels, actually physically read a lot of novels. So I listen to, whenever I get in the car, I put on my headphones and listen to audiobooks, and any other time that I have time like that, I listen to audiobooks. So I'm still very much interested in that way. But the general series by David Drake and S.M. Sterling, which is on another planet, post-apocalyptic, but their technology level is the main leading group. They have cartridge weapons of sort of the Old West, and the other guys, the other sort of guys. Well, no, another group has cartridge weapons. And then another group, they have, sort of Civil War era weapons. And then there's other barbarians that are, muzzle loading muskets, flintlocks. And they're trying to build their way back up. I would rather have a post-apocalyptic trying to rebuild civilization game. If that's what it is, not just survival in the apocalypse, but like 100 or 200 or whatever years later, trying to rebuild civilization, whether on Earth or on another planet. And so it's, I know I'm constantly, because I'm paid to, not a lot of money, but paid a little bit of money to play these games. I'm paid to stream is all. What is it? Should have it here, I think. In my Steam library, if I can. I don't know. There's another rather good one from Slytherin that's probably budget-wise not as big as something that Paradox would do. So maybe. I'm not sure. Rebuilding Earth after nuclear apocalypse. Sounds like you are going to be. Yeah, if it is that, Robert Coleman, I wouldn't touch it with a 10-foot pole. Personally, I don't think Paradox is capable of making anything good until the people vote with their wallet. Paradox has always, and even because I played before I was aware that there was a Paradox, I was playing the original EU, Europa Universalis, back in the pre-sort of internet days. I mean, the internet existed, but you know what I mean. So I go back to that. And then EU2 came out, and I played that. I played the hell out of those games back in the day. Paradox has always been more ambitious than its capabilities. Buggy games, features, not just bugs, but features that didn't work well. So meaning not that it was bugged, it didn't work well. So their ambition, and I would say with Hearts of Iron 4, the thing that still they haven't fucking gotten right yet is combat AI. That still works very poorly. So Johan, who was the main head develop guy, main lead, he got lazy. I don't know the guy, but I mean, from stage appearances and other video appearances, and yes, interacting just a bit, not that he would remember, but, doing this stuff, through message boards, forums and that kind of stuff. So, I mean, that's all I'm evaluating him from. I think he's burnt out. I could be entirely wrong. I don't know if he has he seemed to have the passion for Imperator Rome, but it sucked. And it was way too mechanical. And he acknowledged that eventually. Not that it necessarily sucked from a, buggy perspective, but just that the game just sucked. It was all too mechanics. It didn't have any of that passion for the period. And I think a lot of their original creators are burnt out. And I don't know that their newer people are any particularly passionate, good developers. I'm not saying they're bad at their job. I don't have any qualification to say that. But I don't think any of them have that ambition to make and grasp something new. There was the attempt, I would say, was Imperator Rome. And so now all they're doing is reiterating their core games. CK, Vicky, EU, Hoi. It's okay. Hoi, it's been out long enough. Okay. Have we done the DLCs? Okay, let's do Hoi 5. Who do we get to do Hoi 5? How's Hoi 5 going to be different than Hoi 4? We're going to have space aliens. Okay, great. Hoi 5 with space aliens. And I think computing to a point, at least the home computer, partially because the data center and the AI is making the cost for home computers. I think to the point the technology is plateauing out for a while, for a number of years, so that there isn't something that new technology, new whatever, that's going to come out that is going to make it so much better that, you know, what are they going to do for Hoi 5 that's different than Hoi 4? I'm serious. What can they do other than next cash grab? Vicky, why was Vicky very much? And I've not played it. I just read about it and seen some videos about it. Oh, it's not really meant to be a war game. You're sort of president of company, and when you go to war, it's sort of abstracted. It's because their fucking combat AI doesn't work well. So, Hoi 4 is a combat AI game. Most people, unfortunately, will not have opponents that will play for, like me, at 2 in the morning. If I want to get up and play at 2 in the morning, where am I going to find an opponent that's going to be ready? And when I want to stop in 2 hours, they're going to stop, or a set of opponents are going to stop. And 2 days later at 3 in the afternoon, they're all going to be ready to play then. Okay, yeah, maybe we could set up like we do for War Thunder or something, set up at a certain time every Sunday. We get together and play Hoi 4. But if I want to play Hoi 4 any other time, I basically am either going to do a one-shot off with somebody else, so that I'm going to need to, and there or some other group of people, for a few hours have free. And when that one shot's done, it's done, because we're never going to get those 6 people together or whatever again. And even with that, you still have to have AI, but it may not matter so much for Belgium and the Netherlands and Poland to have a human playing, and just even some crappy AI is okay, as long as the major powers. So mostly you got to do a good single-player game. Single player is the key to success. Multiplayer is a good add-on. Multiplayer is, and I've had some really fun games playing Hoi 4 as multiplayer with my friends. And we have achieved multi-weeks, though almost always somebody was in and out. And then when somebody came in and took over for that country, the person who came back to it was pissed off all to hell because they reorganized everything differently than they wanted, because they had their plans for their playing whatever country. Well, they couldn't show up and we needed to play. And the other guy, reasonable player, had a different take on it. You know, so how do you do? So you got to do single player. I don't know. Do they have somebody? Can they program in good AIs? Do they have somebody with a passion, a drive to realize that if you cannot deliver on a realistic opponent AIs, there's no point in my opinion in making Hoi 5. Now, if that restarting from scratch if that's what they're going to do, great, wonderful. I'll be there. As long as they don't, make it woke, whatever. So I'm not. Yeah. And Elizabeth, Paradox, there's two things. There's Paradox Interactive and there's Paradox Development Studios, PDS. PDS makes the games. Paradox Interactive publishes the games. Paradox Interactive also publishes games by other development studios. I know for a fact for multiple reasons, but I know for a fact that PD Interactive told Paradox Development Studios publish Hoi 4. Not that the development studios thought it was ready to be published. They were told by the other company, publish. You got, and I don't know the details, but let's say you got 6 weeks. You're publishing something in 6 weeks, or I'm making up, not from any actual knowledge. You got a certain amount of time. We're publishing whatever you've got. And there's multiple reasons, I believe, for that. I think I understand a few of them. And yes, from an outsider, I was there. I've never been an employee, never got the internal employee memos, but I know for a fact that they eventually got told to publish. Whether it was just simply they started too soon, letting it go, and after they announced the game, it wasn't in beta yet, and Johan learned never to announce the game until it was in beta. But because I forget exactly what it was, they had to scrap so much of the game because they realized something wasn't going to work. And I'm just blanking on what it was. And they've announced this out, but something wasn't working. That they had to go in and after announcing the game, they had to go and rebuild like 75% of the game from scratch because whatever it was, they found out wasn't working, and it was too embedded in everything else that they had to go back and start from scratch. So that was a major delay, rebuilding that. And so it could be even the AI, combat AI, which is maybe too integrated into the game, got pushed out too early from the plan, and that whole rebuild, and that may be part of the reason for the rebuild. That whole rebuild and I don't know how much was budget from Paradox Interactive, meaning we spent too much money, we need income. It may be that, as opposed to just simply you announced it too early and we gotta release it. But they were forced to release it by Paradox Interactive, which in essence controls Paradox Development Studios. So there's a lot of that sort of stuff going on with Paradox. It isn't just a thing or a person. And and that's why it was so bad at start. Let's try to get through this and maybe get back to actually some playing. I think they should have just focused on majors and gameplay. Absolutely, Robert. Absolutely. The only superhero stuff I've ever liked was Adam West Batman. Doesn't take itself too seriously. Oh, I love the old Adam West Batman. Charles Bronson, a Lithuanian-American cultural icon, was also serviceman before acting. Paradox is too much into profits. They learn to milk with the DLCs. Games feel meh as a consequence. Yeah, that is at least partially true. And it depends on when we're talking about. I do mod Panzer Corps 1 just for myself for 15 years now, off and on, and still have some fun with it. Yes, Panzer Corps is a great game. I love it. Hey, Toy Jet. The tragedy of a Paradox multiplayer game. Yes, and Toy Jet's been part of that. Very much so. And they've been fun. And then they've gone to shit. And it's not really because of the people, because all of my friends I've been playing with have been friends. Actual real friends like Toy Jet, Arno, whoever. I'm talking real friends here. Not just randos off of some, thing, message board or battle matching system, but actual friends. So yeah, but the games have gone to shit most of the time eventually for one reason or another. Some of the best ones is when we did multiplayer, all bunch of us playing as Germany with, one guy taking me, because I'm the streamer, taking the sort of, the Führer role. And then, one guy running the Eastern Front, another guy running the Western Front, another guy doing the Luftwaffe, and another guy doing the Navy, have been great fun. And normally they do, for one reason or another, end up going to shit. Not the player's problem, but yeah, that's really fun to do. There are mods that up the Hoi 4 AI skill level, but the base AI was intentionally made somewhat stupider, along with more arcade-like. Yeah. I'm not an AI programmer at any of this level. I mean, I've done a little bit of stuff for Hoi 3 with its AI production of units and that kind of thing, and toyed with it a little bit, but no real programmer to really be able to evaluate what it's required. I can evaluate it from the player perspective. That is different than from a programmer perspective. Okay, this is really good time-wise, but I don't need coal right now. And I don't know if, as Germany, I ever will need coal. I might, but I don't. Let's get some of these. We'll get paratroopers. Nope. And I don't know how much is savable from Hoi 4. How much of that AI battle coding or whatnot is worth trying to fix from a Hoi 4 perspective versus just thinking, well, that's going to be the main thing we're fixing for Hoi 5. It's not that we're going to have prettier models flying around the map, or because you used to see the air unit, Hoi 3, you would fly over here and fly back, fly over here and fly back. If it's bombing this thing, you would see these things and cool. But now we have the air is in purely eye candy. It might give you a hint of if there's a bombing attack, or it might give you a hint if you're losing the air battle, your aircraft might be being shot down. But it's not specific to actual activity. It's pure eye candy to show that there is air activity or something like that. As opposed to this is actually informative. Where I can actually get what's going on, information details. Better eye candy, better mapping, better whatever. Well, if that's all it is, but if they're really figuring out, I believe in pendulums. I'm not just that a pendulum exists. I believe in life there are pendulums. They swing. And Paradox got complaints about the command structure. So their solution was get rid of the command structure instead of fix it. And notice they put the command structure back. So they've realized that the command structure is desired by the players. Because if it wasn't desired by the players, no one would buy the DLC that has the command structure in. Right? So, if they can take the right lessons for the problems, and with that, make a better game, I'm all for Hoi 5. Now, what would that better game be? Would it something that I think is a better game or a worse game? Air bases, that's good. Kriegsmarine. Naval dockyards, 35 days, 2 more dockyards. Okay, we'll do that. We are... Oh, no. Here. we are still going through this production. Then basically we'll probably just spam transports and subs. Well, I don't know, because we're going to do a Mediterranean. I'm going to try to sneak a few ships into the Mediterranean before the start. I feel like that's a problem with all of the industry, the pursuit of graphical eye candy at the detriment of gameplay. Yeah, that includes Hollywood or any other media. You know, I use Hollywood euphemistically. In the early stages, well, in the before times, things like Buck Rogers and Flash Gordon, the special effects, like the spaceships flying and whatnot, was the difficulty of making the things. They looked bad. They were trying as best they could to make it look as best they could, but no matter, you know, you can look at the original King Kong, which they did great, but the unrealism of the Kong monster was the problem. That's the before times. We you know, and Ray Harryhausen, great work. We love his work. If you know, and I grew up with that as being state of the art. And we can look back at it and see, yeah, we realize it's sort of hokey and whatnot, but it still looks cool. You know, his skeletons fighting Sinbad or whatever. And we put up with it because, and it did, like it did say with Ray Harryhausen, still look cool. When you look back on it and see it as cool, even if you didn't grow up in the age. But realize it's that. And then we got eye candy that looked super good. And it's sort of like with the 3D craze or whatever. So we just make things that show off how good the eye candy is. Does it matter the story? A little bit. But mostly people are coming to see the explosions or whatever. The fantastic, super good special effects. That carried the movies. But after a time, that no longer carries anything because it's now expected. It is now commonplace. We can now make a space drama and have spaceships super cool and everything is whatever, whether it's 100% computer or 100% physical, you know, look at the original Star Wars, or a blend. We can all do that. We need to go back to story and have good story. That, sure, the other things matter. So for a strategic war game, this isn't, I mean, obviously this is an RTS, but this isn't a mouse twitch RTS. You know, sending in the infantry, you know, sending another infantry, you know, the old Command and Conquer series, that kind of stuff. It's not the twitch and move RTS. It's an RTS that's a thinking man's RTS. So and even if it's a twitch and move, we've got the eye candy work out. You need to have the twitch and move RTS good for its own sake now. And so, yeah, all of these companies, whether they're big companies, you know, GTA, or whether they're strategy companies like Paradox, they need to understand that eye candy is useful, maybe even required for enough of the players, meaning if you don't have good eye candy, maybe enough of the younger people are not wanting to go back to the old stuff. However, whatever type of game it is, but quality game is number one nowadays, people. That just is it. However much you may like or dislike something, it's the eye candy quality is maybe necessary, but no longer carries anything. Now, unlike this helps resource gain efficiency, which does do coal or whatever, but also other. So we will do this for sure. I would, even with all of the stuff that's changed in my life, I would love to be on part of the design team, not one of the programmers, but part of the design team of grand strategy, you know, a Hoi 4, Hoi 5, or my version of the game, or whatever it would be. I want to get in here and really cause the AI chaos, but I also don't want to lose my panzers to being cut off, like we're sort of seeing what maybe sort of there. Though they do look like they have an escape hatch now. I don't know what's going on with these guys. Okay, these guys just ran into the limit of them. Which is fine so long as they can retreat if need be. And you could get me very enthusiastic. Now, it doesn't have to come out the way I want it, but it has to, for me to be enthused about it, it needs to be a good game first. And then we will see about everything else. KB is saying, I often find stage plays, stage design people are some of the best for making props and scenery that work well with the story and the limitations of it all having to work on stage. Absolutely. And that goes back to the old Hollywood. It was the limitations that they had to be creative and work with. Absolutely. I think competition in the niche that Hoi is would seriously motivate quality again, the capitalism way. Yeah. And I've known some other designers, and Battle Plan, not a terribly great name, but Battle Plan was basically a one-man project that Al did. He did, you know, and I talked to him a fair amount. I mean, I don't like say like I know him against sort of like some of these other people. And I've done some voice stuff, and I worked with him on fixing some bugs. Basically, it was just him with hiring a few other people to do certain assets within it. I don't know specifically, maybe some graphic or something. And then he got, now I know his later game wasn't published by Slytherin or Matrix, so I don't know whether Slytherin or Matrix didn't want it because they didn't think it was going to make enough money, or whether he didn't think it was going to make a whole lot of money anyway, so he wanted all the money it was going to make, meaning not have to pay. But he really did like, at least when I was talking to him, like his experience of working with Slytherin/Matrix as a publisher. And so that obviously, and I'm highlighting that because it was a small one-man project, not a Paradoxian scale production. But you got Battle Plan out of it, you know, a pretty good European, you know, just European size theater war game out of it. Nowhere near as detailed as any of the Hoys. But yeah, it's doable, and I think the market for, and my vision has been, even before I ever found out about Hoi, for a computer game is scalable on not so much the size of the game, but on the interest of the player. Meaning the attention to detail you needed to pay attention to is variable. Meaning you can turn the whole air war or something over to an AI, and you're just going to micromanage the panzers. Or you can micromanage everything down to the production of what types of guns coming out of what types of factories. Or you can just, and my whole idea was, this goes way, I mean, back to the 90s, before first Hoi, was to have, like, for something like production, have 3 basic buttons. Historical, AI based upon a personality, like having a particular, and it was different production for different things. You know, have like 3 or 4 choices for aircraft production, ministers type idea, you know, but people in charge of production, and those 3 or 4 people would have different focuses on it, you know, like for Germany would be fighter defense or offensive bombers or whatever, and it would be, you know, production priorities. You'd still, even if you're doing prioritizing, air defense for the Reich and the armies. You're still building some, multi-engine bombers, but it's fighter production and whatnot is going to be primary. Or, so historical, certain, using personalities, or manual. And then manually you dig into it. Now, any of the other 2 buttons, you could still manually set one particular thing. Like if you wanted to do, oh, hey, yeah, I want, fighter protection because Germany, offensive bombing on Berlin or offensive bombing, is on Soviet Union is stupid. We're going to do fighter production and, pick the right guy that's also going to, prioritize Stukas and other ground support. But the one thing I want to do is make sure they have enough, naval bombers, say. And I'm going to set that manually, but everything else is going to be sort of minister, or everything is going to be historical, but I want to set priority or production levels for naval bombers, but everything else. So to have it scalable into its depth. And that way you can hey, I don't want to worry about the goddamn submarine warfare. We're producing submarines. AI, you fight the sub war. Hopefully you're good at it. Have fun. I do want submarines out there. You do that. And you only do that. You don't play with the big capital ships because I'm only going to use them. And I'm going to, when I need, ships to do a naval invasion, I'm going to manage that. But the rest of that sort of, submarine stuff, I don't want to worry about it. I don't even want to worry about it when you change model types. Just you go do. And so to have that sort of scalable, I think would satisfy, if you can program it, would satisfy everybody. The casual player, he could have so much on, just on AI, on one thing. The player who wants to dig down and have every single historical German division with its historical German commanders, with its historical orders of battle, because different divisions, different waves had different orders of battle. And I want to micromanage each and every division and not just have some 2 or 3 formula templates. I want to, each and every division here looks like it is historical. Oh, well, equipment is, damaged or lost in combat. But, what it's in theory supposed to be, I want it all done and I want to micromanage that. Have that out there for somebody who wants to do it. Somebody who doesn't want to pay attention to a single order of battle doesn't have to. And this way it meets basically everybody's requirement on that scale. So however you want to play, it's there, it's real for you, it's good. That's the way I would want to make my game. And Elizabeth, the starting price of war games is what keeps me from trying a lot of them. Oh God, yeah. Because war games are hard to know if you like them within 2 hours, stream refund, no demos for Morse. Okay, yeah. I don't have too much sympathy beyond the 2 hours because find some player who plays, on YouTube or a streamer on Twitch and watch them play. That, to me, should tell you well enough. Because for some reason, I found Subnautica. But it's some videos. And I watched some videos, and I thought I might like it. I might or might not have gotten a broken out pirated version. I might or might not and played it for a little bit and then still liked it and then bought the game. But I definitely bought the game, and I definitely was pretty well hooked on it beforehand, and I understand the budget. Fortunately, Slytherin Matrix gives me everything that comes out. Because I might stream it. Even if I'm not scheduled to stream it, they give it to me because I might stream it. And so I don't pay attention to the price of those games. The one game I have been buying as soon as it's come out and DLC is Railway Empire. That I played that I'm buying. I'm paying all my own money there, but that's the only thing I'm buying that I think right now. Oh, I did buy the DLC, yeah, for the Hoi 4, some of the more more useful DLCs or something like that, whatever you want to call that. I'm not buying every flavor DLC. So yeah, trust me, and it's not even like that affordability thing. It's am I going to play it enough to want to spend the money on it? It's not just can I afford it. It's is it going to be something I play enough to afford the game, or I mean, to make it worth, not afford, but make it worth buying it. I totally get that. Am I going to play it enough hours? For example, War in the East is $80, yes. Even if your experience takes a little get into the mechanics, if you hate it, you're at $80 and then there's no demos to try it out beforehand. Yeah, I agree. But I think there's enough hours of... Because if I figure that if I can watch 40 or 50 hours of streaming for a game like War in the East, if I've watched 40 or 50 hours and I've liked that game and I've watched the streamer or the YouTuber or whatever play the game in that amount of time, I will know if I like to play the game enough to afford the $80. I'm not saying if you watched a 20-minute demo of somebody playing the game that's enough. No, it's if you've watched enough, I think you should be able to know the details of War in the East for $80. And War in the East for $80, and I'm presuming War in the East 2, you might be able to get War in the East, the earlier version, cheaper. I think it's worth the $80 because you're going to spend, if you're actually going to really want to play the game, you're going to spend 200-300 hours playing that game, and so that's going to be less than $1 an hour. So yeah, it's worth the money if that's the type game you want to play, and if you're not sure about that game, watch the free videos on YouTube. Is Old Crow playing it? I know he's playing some other stuff. Did he play War in the East too? Some abortive stuff with Exurgent, and we played here that some of the audio didn't work, some did. We ended up not going any further on War in the East 2, so there's not really enough there for my playthrough. But go and look and find somebody's long playthrough, and then you should probably know. I think most people should. And you'll know the mechanics if you truly watch the person actually play the game. Not just sample it, but watch it for hours. You'll know the mechanics well enough, I think, to know whether you should spend the $80. At least that's my take. And no, I think I got War in the East 1 on some sort of discount. Maybe War in the East 2, because I think I got War in the East 2 before I was working with Slithering Matrix. I didn't pay $80 for it. So either I got it for free from Slithering and Matrix, or I got it at some sort of sale. I forget which. I'm going to do artillery heavy divisions, so we ran out of support equipment and artillery last time. So I want to make sure I have enough of those things. Yeah, it's still September. Let's do 2 more. Bib factories, then we'll start building other things. Okay, we've expanded that. We're not going to do Z-plan for sure. We may do this a bit. We may do... So that we'll think about that. Yeah, let's do this. We'll get back to some of the other... national focuses. Okay. We've got that. Harder to see subs. That seems like a good plan. Elizabeth says, I get you can watch it, but I also think they should have confidence in their product to let you try a scenario demo. But maybe that's my European sample before try you buy culture. Well, in the olden days, and I'm saying that way not just to be funny, but to be realistic, it was a very important thing because all you had was box art, which you very quickly learned not to trust, because maybe they would just show you some, cut scene, stills from cut scenes or something on the game, not necessarily what most of the gameplay looks like, and maybe, whether you trust them or not, a page or two in some game magazine that were often sort of expensive. And how much are you gonna, you're gonna spend $5 for that magazine? You're just gonna read it, at the magazine rack if you just want to see about some particular game. And for war games, it was awfully more the niche market, so it was just like a page of text and a page and a half of graphics about it. And so a demo would be great because you could play like something like the original Doom, the first level or two of Doom, and you play it and replay it, play. Okay, great. Now I finally buy Doom. Okay, my panzers have retreated because reasons, like probably lost fuel. So we're gonna go here. You guys are gonna counterattack into there right now. And so I, back then I totally thought that demos are the way to go. Doesn't Steam have a refund like 4 hours gameplay of time? Well, Elizabeth is saying 2 hours, so I'm not absolutely sure gameplay time you have. And I know I would make something like a 2 or 3 day time, so you would have to know that you are you have the free time to, when you buy it, that you're going to play it for a few hours. Any game that you can finish in less than 16 hours is hardly a game. I mean, it's worth like $2 or $3, but any real game. So, plan for a weekend or something. If you're going to go for like War in the East 2, plan, okay, I've got 8 hours a day this weekend for Saturday and Sunday, something like that. I think, especially when you're just talking digital, no physical product to deal with and return and other hassles. But, yeah. Okay. Thank you, IKB. Yeah, you're always welcome here, and even if you want to show up tomorrow about this time, or a few hours ago, and play some War Thunder with us, love to have you play, IKB. Have a good day at work. It's less than 2 hours within 2 weeks. Okay. Okay, if that's it. Yeah, I'm not... I knew you had a trial period. kind of thing. And so the last thing I bought on Steam was this latest DLC for this, and I have bought DLCs and buying right away Empire 2. But I don't buy a lot of other games. Now I'm gonna say free games, yeah, but I also put in the effort to learn all the, be a decent streamer and have Slytherin, Matrix, whatever you want to call the company, be their streamer for them. So I put in effort that way. So they're not free in that sense. I put in effort for these things. But no, I don't have to spend dollars to get the Slytherin and Matrix. And thank God it's in my wheelhouse of games. Yeah, a little shout out here. Okay, all the strategic commands, World War I, World War II, Civil War, Headquarters, World War II, Cold War, Gary Grigsby's War in the East, Shadow Empire. That's the game that you're rebuilding civilization. Warhammer, 40K Gladius, Battle Sector, Starship Troopers, Field of Glory 2, Medieval. There's their Kingdoms for their sort of strategic games for that. I'm just looking at the stuff that's on my desktop icons. Broken Arrow, which I really haven't played much of. Yeah, those are just a few there. Order of Battle and Panzer Corps. All of those things. Armored Brigade 1 and 2. Combat Mission, bunch of those things. Scramble. Yeah. Command Modern Operations, which I barely scratched the surface on playing, because that is more of a simulation than a game. eBay game and struggle to get around to playing them sometimes draws me to bargains. Yes. Oh, that's another thing I got through Humble Bundle. It was really super cheap. Let me try to get to Steam. There was a bunch. I may or may not still be there. It was like a week or so ago. A bunch of classical Dungeons and Dragons games. I don't know if I'll ever go back, early Forgotten Realms stuff and whatnot. They had big classical. It was like for like $15, $20, whatever it was. About 27 different games and DLCs from that. They gave me Steam codes, but it's through Humble Bundle that I grabbed all those up because I did play some of them way back in the day. Pools of Radiance. Pool Rad, as it was called. Bought a bunch of those, or the whole thing, just to get them in my Steam library. So I did buy, 10, 20, or 20 or so games like that just a week or two ago. But those were, about $1 a game to play that. Okay, now we're here. So what we're going to do here is start building more. Yeah, great deal sometimes. Yeah, 15 for 5 game types of deal. Oh, yes. This was even a better deal than that, but absolutely. Absolutely. So, now the question on supply. Should supply be a thing in either Hearts of Iron 4, Hearts of Iron 5, or some other grand strategy war game? Instead of just ICs, industrial centers, and because I've watched enough documentaries, sometimes there's bottlenecks. One of the bottlenecks for Germany is engines. A very classic example is the Focke-Wulf 190 and the Messerschmitt or BF 109. They had the BF 109 doing very good, being upgraded. I mean, it stays in production through the end of the war with various upgrades. The reason they start doing the Focke-Wulf 190 is because it is a not radial. Yeah, radial engine. Is that it? Yeah, radial engine. In that it's not a single engine block. It's sort of made by these, bolting together, this sort of pingent, whatever, bolting the pieces together. And it uses this other engine. And so putting that into production, having a different engine type is good because they have industry in Germany to set up for these other engines, these radial engines, and which they're already using, I think, on the Ju-52, the transports. They're already using some, but and so to take advantage of that, instead of redo the whole factories over to do that, to take advantage of it, they start producing these engines. And there's even, if you watch Wings of the Luftwaffe, a great series from the 90s that focus, about a 40-minute episode on a particular aircraft type. And they'll do that, 40-minute deep dive on that really good thing. Sometimes some like aircraft, sometimes they did different engines, not necessarily going back and forth between inline and radial, but just they didn't have enough engines of one type or the other, and so the different model types aren't, because of different design choices or improvements. It's just, one type has radial engines and one type has inline engines, and it's just what we're able to get engines for, and we just sort of make it slightly different mountings for them, obviously, because they're different shape. But that's the only real difference, is to some very hodgepodge kind of thing and whatnot. So that's a bottleneck in the German system. And another bottleneck is jet engines. They just can't produce enough. Obviously all of it's towards the end of the war. They've got a bunch of Me-262s ready to go, except for no engines, meaning everything else is there, like a few hundred of them or more, ready to go and conquer the skies. But they just can't produce enough engines. And the engines that they're producing have such limited life, number of flight hours, because they get too hot. They don't have enough metallurgy to keep them, good metals to keep them able to run too long at that hot. They burn themselves out. So they're just replacing engines and already using aircraft when they can or need to or whatever. So, and the machinery you need to make in a 6-inch naval gun may be more or less the same machinery you need for a heavy, artillery piece, not a field howitzer, but a heavy artillery piece. But none of that equipment is useful in making machine gun or rifle barrels. Now, how granular, how detailed do you want to go into factories? Do you want civilian factories the equivalent to making howitzers and boots and, helmets? Or do you want just military factories making those things? I love that there are naval dockyards. I love that there's military factories. I love that there's civilian factories. Do you want to add munitions factories? Making any sort of munitions? I don't know. And where would the the supplies, would they be coming out of a military factory, a civilian factory, or a third type of factory, a munitions factory? So that's a good feature for things like that. When it comes to aircraft, how much did high octane fuel matter? A lot. Would Germany have been able to compete a lot better with better fuel, or was that more a moderate factor? the high octane, particularly I think British or American, but I also think British. Part of it is technological knowledge as far as, and I know I've watched something on this that goes into it enough detail, whether it was a YouTube video or some other thing, but it's out there if you want to go in it. Some of it I think is technology that Germany just didn't have. Some of it was just production capabilities. High octane fuel does matter. Germany stays competitive without the high octane fuel that America has. So it does matter. I don't know how much better the Germans could have performed with higher octane fuel. Not just could their aircraft fly a little bit better or fly a little bit higher altitude or whatever measurable metrics like that, but how much would they have done better at the air war? Obviously, you don't need high octane fuel for ground attacks because the faster you're hurtling at the ground, the worse it is to. I mean, yeah, if you're too stable, you get shot down. Look at War Thunder and anti-aircraft gunnery. Now, my anti-aircraft gunnery in War Thunder is probably a lot more experienced than the average anti-aircraft gunnery because I've been able to shoot at more planes because they just don't have enough ammunition and enough planes to shoot. How often is a German anti-aircraft gunner going to actually be able to target, and practice realistic, not just in some sort of theory thing, but actually shoot rounds at a target? How many times a day are they, for how long are they shooting at actual American aircraft? Oh, one position, the Remagen Bridge or something, the anti-aircraft gunners may have got a lot of shots off. Probably got better, more experienced at that thing than I am at shooting now down. Learn from Arno. And I did learn a lot from Arno. But I've gotten pretty good at being an anti-aircraft gunner, but a lot of that is just experience that an actual anti-aircraft gunner wouldn't have, outside of a few rare cases, wouldn't have that much experience. And I'm not talking about the guys that just sort of at night, sort of kind of shot at the spotlighted, Allied bombers. I'm talking about, 20 millimeter, 37 millimeter shooting at, fighters and dive bombers and all that kind of stuff. And that's why a lot of the dive bombers had air brakes to slow them up. I mean, so you may want a fast maneuverable aircraft. We'll always want a maneuverable aircraft, but flash fast to get to the target and get home without being shot down by enemy aircraft up there. But when you're attacking, you don't need a jet aircraft. It's maybe counterproductive. So it might not help a whole lot with that. I mean, it would help a little bit, especially if you're trying to get away from enemy aircraft and whatnot. But it's sort of the fighter performance and to some degree high altitude bomber performance. Those engines, if you can run some higher octane gasoline, you're going to get a little more performance. So yeah, it's going to help. It didn't cost Germany the air war. I mean, the air war was lost entirely other fields. So yeah, it's the kind of thing. Turn low to you. Tis level BI high 4. Most people don't want that. Okay. They don't want too much of that, I guess. I like simplicity of military factories, but if I'm bombing the enemy, I want to get rid of their aircraft production. I don't want to hurt their infantry line equipment instead. And that too does play into why having different factory, I guess maybe this would be a better demonstration, why having different factory types more useful would be. Yeah, it just, how detailed do you want to go in? And Turin Low says, yes, octane battered is part of the reason that the and the TIA, the Focke-Wulf and the TIA 152 were getting switched to, because they had better systems to do water meth systems at high altitude. Yes. So, yes, that's definitely a factor. But like I will say, if Germany had both the technology, and I think it's partially the technology of knowing how to make it, and if they had the production facilities to make it, it would not have significantly changed the air warfare, is my opinion. I'm like as Turin Lowe says, it does matter, but it isn't the reason they lost the air war or any major air battles. There's enough other reasons, more than good enough Allied aircraft, fighters, bombers, whatever, and a whole hell of a lot more of them is what it really comes down to. One of the reasons they lose the Germans lose the air war over Britain is fuel. Not quality thereof, but how much they can carry. They just don't have enough drop tanks as standard on enough aircraft to do things. The destroyer type, the destroyer concept, and we're talking about BF 110s here. That's sort of the destroyer concept. Is the idea that fighter aircraft are, biplanes. They're meant to maneuver and fight against aircraft over a target. But your bombers, your Schnell bombers, using the German term, or fast bombers, are going to, with multi-engines, are going to be able to fly faster, that the fighters could intercept, but couldn't, if they know that they're coming in, could get in front of them and intercept, but couldn't chase them and catch them. Even, and in theory, the idea was, well, maybe, if you're with them and you're making fighter passes on them, you can maybe keep up with them. But if they're like 20 miles ahead of you, no way are you catching up, kind of idea. You just can't quite catch up to them. So the destroyer was a concept that with its twin engines, it could have the speed to chase down bombers that are particularly heavily loaded with bombs and maybe fuel. And it's designed as that concept. Now, it ends up not being the case. Fighters end up being faster than bombers. Maneuverability is no longer the primary performance, because fighters can be fast enough that the more maneuverable, and they generally were, more maneuverable biplane fighters were just too slow and could get zoomed and boomed. They couldn't, generally speaking. You're going to take a super ace pilot against an average pilot. The super ace pilot might be able to do quick maneuvers just as the enemy aircraft's coming in and get out of the line of fire before the attack aircraft can react. That can happen, yes. But most of the time, the fighters come good. The 110, in my opinion, stays relevant because it can carry heavier weapons to shoot down bombers, and it can carry early radar systems for shooting down bombers at night, and it can carry reasonable weapon loads to attack ground targets. So it is not a useless airframe, and it is not a bad enough airframe to stop producing until you get something, the 210 doesn't work really, and then they go to sort of the 410 or something, go to a different twin engine airframe. I'm refraining from using fighters because you can use them as an interceptor, which is sort of the later terms that we see, like the Starfighter or whatever, some of the other early Cold War interceptors to intercept incoming bombers that are going fast, that are not very good maneuverably, but good at shooting down bombers. But they were trying to use those in the Battle of Britain because they had the range of the other bombers. And this is where I'm thinking particularly early Battle of Britain, when they're trying to, go after the airfields and go after the radar stations. Not that so much, but some of the other ones. Now, I'm not talking the later night bombing of London and other cities, but the day operations. They could go after and give some escort ability. And they do have some escort ability, but they're not good enough. So they were trying to sort of escort those. And then when they tried to use Stukas, Stuka can, it's all right for a Stuka to come over here and then drop, bombs along the coast or something, but getting sort of in is getting a bit too much. And you need to escort them because they're very unmaneuverable. You actually have to, for a Stuka to work well, you have to, if not control the sky, really contest the sky. Meaning the enemy fighters that may still be up have to worry about fighting down the other enemy fighters to stay alive. They don't have time to go shoot down slower moving, or mostly don't. That's why you have some defensive weapons. Shoot down the very good dive bombing or ground attack aircraft, however you want to call it, of the Stuka. And so Germany and the flight times is just down into like, oh yeah, when the fighter gets over London, it has 10 minutes. That's it, or less. And it has to go home, like a 109. Or something. It just has some fraction of minute, some few minutes before it has to go home, and then it's got to go home and it has to run. You can't do the sort of Battle of Britain game. What's it called here? I've been playing Scramble, which is mostly set over the English Channel, and you're either protecting or shooting down German bombers. In the game, and it's a tactical flying game, meaning you do the tactical maneuvers. You don't use a joystick. You don't fly it. You tell the path. You can watch some of my videos if you want to see it. I think I have some of Scramble. It's just such a moment at a time. You don't even have much. If you spend too much time over London, you gotta make the run for it. You don't have time to. You don't have fuel to operate on. Germany, I don't know when, but it does understand drop tanks. I don't think most of the aircraft are set up to be able to accept and, be able to take, pump out the fuel out of a drop tank and do it. So Germany's more issue for this stuff is fuel capacity over fuel quality is where it's losing the operation at times. The Americans, more so than the British, but the British too, the Americans have the industrial might and the fuel production capability to go, yeah, we can equip all of our fighters with drop tanks, and every single mission they can drop the tanks. We don't care about trying to save them, because there's controversy in the early days about don't drop the tanks. We need to reuse them. No. You can even just, if you go over there, even if you don't see any enemy, you can just first suck all the gas out of the drop tank, and then you just drop it. They're cheap. We'll have plenty of drop tanks. And, because they're made in halves, and they can be shipped, stacked together in halves, so they don't take up too much volume, and then just welded together, in England or in North Africa or something. Weld them together and then use them. So they're easy to transport. We can make enough of them for every single flight that's even halfway long range, or we think we want to loiter. Yeah, drop tank every time. America can afford that. Germany can't. But Germany could afford, if they had set it up, sometimes to use drop tanks when necessary. They don't much, as far as I know. Correct me if I'm wrong, if they do use them a lot. I don't think. Now, I will see about researching this at some point if it doesn't do damage to me. But yeah, it is. Let's check up on the chat here. You forgive. Oh, sure, no problem. Greg's Airplanes and Audio. Yeah, Tour and Lows. Thanks for posting the link. That dude is a long form plane guy that I have for background learning. Yes, that's fine. I think I remember the channel. That's one that might have some more info about it. Strangely, seems also into Fiat automobiles. Okay. And muscle cars. Cool. My grandpa, given the choice between 87 and 110 back then becoming a gunner radio operator, he chose the Junkers. Well, cool. And yeah, there's pluses and minuses to all of those. He had a picture of his squadron with little black crosses over everyone except about 3, including him. So I guess all the rest didn't make it, if that's what you mean. With that, yep. And hello, Prozaudible. I don't know if that's how you're supposed to say it, but hello, how you doing? Biggest issue with drop tanks for the U.S. fighters was Arnold's direct orders forbidding them. Yeah, I understand, and I don't remember all of the details of the controversy on either forbidding them and or telling them not to drop them. Yeah, and so, yeah, it's the air war, you know, to this modern day, the fighting spirit matters, the willingness to fight. In the past, it was also it was the willingness to stick to the battle. By World War II, I will forgive any soldiers who just retire from the battlefield if they've about run out of ammunition. I mean, I don't have to actually have a dry gun, but if I've got an M1 Garand and I've only got 8 shots left in the Garand, guys, it's time for me to go find ammo. Have fun with your battle. I'm leaving to go get ammo, because I think it is counterproductive, because if you're actually fighting to hold some position, even some bridge over the River Seine or something like that you think is so critical, yeah, okay, maybe in a few things that you're actually going to win. If you're actually that low on ammo, and if it's just holding for another 20 minutes and just, you know, one shot every other minute or something, if you got 8 rounds left, and then the whole American convoy's rolling right up behind you with massive amounts of firepower, and you've made it great. But that's not mostly the case. Mostly the case, it isn't that critical of a position, and mostly the case, the cavalry aren't going to come to your rescue. When you're out of, or basically out of ammo, you're done with the battle. I'm sorry. That's just, and like, I've had some military training and I get don't giving up, but I'm not saying raise your hands and surrender. I'm saying trying to get the fuck out of there and go find ammo, whatever that may mean. We are no longer in the world of, well, we'll give them the bayonet charge, you know, or something. No. We're firepower. When you're running out of firepower, you retreat. Now, maybe if you have a smart enough commander to realize we're low on ammo, okay, half of you guys give, you know, most all of your ammo. You know, it could be like one stripper clip of, you know, or, you know, M1 Garand and block clip, 5 or 8 rounds. Keep that. Give all the rest of your ammo to the guys that are staying here. The other half, go get ammo. Whatever that may mean, you know, in your tactical situation. Whether that's walk, you know, a couple hundred yards or meters back to some truck, or if that's a 20-mile hike, whatever it is, go get ammo. Leave us enough to sort of kind of be here to see what's going on. If we have to retreat, we'll retreat. If we can hold, we hold, but go get ammo at some point with this modern war. So we are in an industrial war. However good and brave you are, and it's both good and brave you are, if you don't have the industry capable, you're not gonna do all right. You're not gonna win. You've got to find another, you know, as a nation. I'm not talking about one platoon of guys here. So if you industrially cannot, whether we can look at, eventually Germany industrially could not, Italy obviously couldn't. Japan couldn't. No matter, if you're industrially good enough and then have certain advantages, whether leadership or the right technology, yeah, you can do it. You can pull off the Battle of France. Germany had less industrial power than France did. And I don't know that that's well, and it's maybe sort of put into the game in the sense that France right now is too divided of a nation, and they don't know World War II is coming, or don't agree that World War II is coming as a nation. So there isn't, and I can very much, as a modeler of trying to do the game, you may have plenty of industrial power to build out plenty of tanks and aircraft, but you don't have, like I say, a political will and understanding that is going to be needed. This is why I like playing as Germany, because Germany has a leader that has a plan to go to war with, not everybody at once, but going to war with a bunch of other nations. So he's designing, while also designing, building, we want to build this big sports stadium. It's only going to cost 2 Bismarcks. Now they never fully build it. They build test sections and start on it. They never fully build it. But just let's say if they did, wouldn't, by the time World War II rolls around, rather have 2 more Bismarcks than some big sports and rally stadium that they were building and testing out because they didn't have computer modeling. They was going to hold 100,000 people or whatever, and it was just Spear. And so they went to some mountainside and made a test section of the seating, and that they could get at the right angle to make sure that you could be at the uppermost top row and actually look down and see the thing going on for some big huge. So they just only made one section of it and started to build some of the other part of it. Never got even halfway done with it. But if he had built this thing, wouldn't Hitler rather had 2 more Bismarcks, however useful or not they might have been in the war? So even he, and when you model in Germany, and when I was modding for Hearts of Iron 3 Black Ice, I was modeling in that you either had to, or you had penalties if you didn't do some of these non-military National Socialist projects of building things. Sometimes very good things, not all bad things. One was building a nice large artificial lake for some, I forget what city it was, that you go boating on, and it was really nice, and it also employed people, and it was a good thing to do if you're doing it. Nothing wrong with doing it, and that kind of thing. So it wasn't all for monstrous reasons, but okay, so you got to do that, or you get a little negativity. It wasn't super cost, because I also, some of the resources weren't taking up lots of steel or other manufacturing capabilities that you would put into tanks, but it took up some labor and resources and manpower. And so, yeah, but France is more industrially strong in 1940 than Germany. That's not even counting what Britain was. But radios, better tanks, and better leadership, but they still had to have enough industry, and they were able to defeat France. But I would put it down as the 3 big things is better leadership on strategy planning or tactically in the field, Rommel, running around at the front of the battle, as well as Manstein coming up with the battle plan, different level. Better leadership, radios everywhere, or everywhere that they were, and, better designed tanks and aircraft and, technology that way. That means they can win. So you have to have enough. You don't have to have more than the enemy. It isn't pure attritional war, but it is partially attritional war. Germany ultimately loses out because, as pointed out, hey, PJ, how you doing? Eventually, America's economy during World War II is bigger than all the other major powers put together, even without considering the bombing of Germany, with the destruction of that. America is more industrially capable than everybody else together. Not just all the enemies together, but everybody else together. If America really had, and I'm not saying we want to or should or would, or I would want to. But we had the ability to conquer the world if there was that, Stalinistic, Hitleristic, whatever, let's conquer the world thing. America could have done it in that moment because it would have found enough other local allies. Like Germany was able to find local allies, Japan. Japan has more than 100,000 Chinese troops down here fighting for it. Now they're mostly garrison type, glorified, factory guards with rifles, but they're still, holding down bridges and whatnot. The Japanese are not under any delusion that you want to put them on the front line anywhere. They're just sort of security troops, but they free up 100,000+ Japanese soldiers that would otherwise needed to be doing those jobs to go fight, on the front line, let alone the Manchurians, and of course recruiting and drafting in Koreans and Taiwanese that they were doing. About half of the soldiers that are involved in the conquest of the Philippines are Taiwanese, not Japanese speakers. They're Taiwanese. The divisions are set up. I did some research into it. There's such and such Japanese division as a regular army division, but they're recruited, drafted, whatever, out of Taiwan. And the divisions are mixed. They're not like all Taiwanese. They're a certain amount of Japanese, certain amount of Taiwanese. Yeah, basically all the officers are Japanese, but a fair amount of the NCOs are Taiwanese. So it's not just like Japan wasn't just playing some pure got to be Japanese to be in the regular army. We're not talking about, the reorganized Republic of China or whatever they called the China or the Manchukuo army. We're talking about the Japanese army made up a lot of Koreans and a lot of Taiwanese. Taiwanese, as old school Taiwanese, don't have that massive negative view that a lot of the Chinese do of Japan. Their experience is very different. They were a subject people, but they were not brutalized people. The Japanese were, because Taiwan was a rather primitive island when the Japanese take it over. Japan is trying to very much improve the agriculture, very much trying to improve the industry, and certainly the ruling elite are all Japanese there, the big business. But the local business, the local people are included in the development, and they see their world getting better under Japan as opposed to whatever it was before. It's quasi-locally ruled, pseudo-China thing, whatever. And they get it before the Republic of China shows up, so it's never been part of the People's Republic, let alone the Republic of China, until it becomes given over after World War II to the Republic of China. So there is no big Japanese hate. There's more anti-Japanese feeling in Korea, much more than there is in Taiwan. But yeah, they recognize that they're, at least from all the research I have done, that they're second-class peoples within this thing. But hey, second-class people in a good system is better than being a first-class people in a shitty system, as they might see it. Life ain't fair, kind of thing. And it wasn't terrible under the Japanese. Now, the Chinese, when they come over, and the Taiwanese are more of a Chinese-type people, but when the mainland Chinese people really take it over, they're not bad either. So they don't have a big negative, but they also take all the good stuff over too, all the good land and all the good business ownerships as well. So, so it's not like it's going from one okay ruler to another okay ruler kind of thing. And nowadays, I think they're no longer thought of, I don't think they're thought of as sort of a separate people from their Chinese occupiers, like they were when the nationalists first got out. Okay. Lack of bullets is a major problem. Been there, done that. Racking 2 miles to the base while praying sucks. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. With all due respect, your grandfather would have left long before he decided which plane to choose. Okay. Sure, but he'd be gone instead. He was not even 20 and didn't know what we know. Being smart back then probably just meant going to the artillery branch or similar. Absolutely. Absolutely. Sorts of a needle's underhand, sort of a needle's underhand remark. Hindsight is nice, but there's no need to, bastardize every serviceman of lost cause. A lot of servicemen had, at least this is again from my reading and talking to, I'm talking World War II here, talking to some vets, talking to family of vets, of multiple nations. I don't know, Soviet Union is probably the one I know the least about. Well, maybe Japan, I don't know, but a lot of servicemen had a lot of choice, but not complete choice. Meaning, oh, hey, yeah, you're being drafted into the Luftwaffe. Yeah, no, you're not going to be a pilot. You're going to be a air crewman. Okay, you want to be a gunner. Okay, good. Well, do you want to fly in the back of a 110 or a, Ju-87? Or do you want to be on a, Ju-88's, air gunnery crew? You might have a certain amount of choices. But in saying that, they're going to fill all the needed slots. Meaning, if enough people and you're early enough in line or something, you may get the choice. But eventually, even if people aren't making that as their choice, they're going to fill all the slots in all the aircraft. So you might have a choice, or certain choices. Oh, you're in the Army now. What branch of services do you want to be in? Oh, well, we have an IQ test. Yeah, you're an infantryman. Sorry about that. You don't get to be an artilleryman. Or something. There are choices. Oh, you scored high enough on your thing? Well, what do you want to do in the Army? Do you want to be in the signals or the artillery, where you got to do math? Not just a guy who moves artillery shells, but a gunner. You got to be able to read the charts and do the math, or you got to be able to tap out that Morse code and figure out the radios. You qualify on the test. Which do you want to be? Oh, you just want to be an infantryman. No, we need radio men or artillerymen. Which one of those do you want to be? So. And I'm not just talking about the guy with the field radio up at the, platoon level or something. I'm talking about a proper radio man or whatever. Because they need to get the smart guys into the smart positions. Even though you want to go be an airborne ranger, maybe you're just going to end up being a guy in a, forward operating truck that's listening to enemy, signals, not the guy back at Bletchley or something, but local, trying to listen to the Germans and what they're saying, or tapping out and trying to decode it and figure it all out. And we're not even talking Enigma, just localized chatter, that they don't have Enigma machines to do that. And you're just doing radio intercepts and trying to figure out what's going on. And you've been told that's, we need you there and you're going to do it. You don't always get to go do what you want. But you do have a certain amount of choice there, I would say. And what does Gamer think about bad polling numbers for Republicans in midterms? Okay. Well, let me just finish out the other things, and I'll get into that. Here, I would just keep quiet about it. Someone writes that my grandfather rode a tiger or flew Junkers. It may elicit bad mixed reactions. Yeah, it can. If I were to say, oh, hey, yeah, my great-great-great-grandfather in the Roman Empire sacked your city, somebody who's lived in that city for, and their generations go way, way back. Do you think, whether it's sacking a city in Britain or sacking a city, oh, yeah, my great-great-great-grandfather sacked Masada. We're one of the Roman soldiers that attacked, if I was Italian, I'm not. But I'm just saying, if I was, do you think that a modern Jew is really going to hate me that my ancestor maybe killed some of his, because it's not just a few people in Masada, the other people. You think they're really going to be that upset at me for what my great whatever did, even if I had the charts and they knew their people? And yeah, I don't think so. I think that's enough past. It's not. World War II living memory, unfortunately, is gone. Because I was a kid in the 70s and talked to, and vets were everywhere. The 80s too. The 90s, they started to get fewer. Nowadays, it's the Vietnam vets that I live in a sort of a retirement community up in my secret mountain base. There are lots of Vietnam vets up here. And a lot of them, I have license plates that, let you know that they're a Vietnam vet. And I remember seeing license plates that might have, World War II vets back in the day, that have vanity license plates that say that, or bumper stickers or whatever. I think most of them were real. So Vietnam is now becoming the old thing. And I'll actually admit, I was born during the Vietnam War. Now, of course, it was the war when Kublai Khan was invading Vietnam. No, but I'm not, but yeah. So the vets, World War II is basically out of living memory. I'm sure some people in Europe still have a hard time over the thing. Now, if you were something like an SS guy, that I don't, an ancestor, I don't know I would be bragging about that. But just that you were a German Tiger driver or German, even bomber pilot, I don't know. I had ancestors that fought in World War II. Most of the ones who fought the Japanese. And I knew one of them. Or ancestors / no, I had no ancestors that fought in World War II, but family members. Both of my grandfathers one was a bit too old. The other one had 9 fingers by the time World War II breaks out. His brother, though, did fight. He was a Marine in World War II. And another relative was a paratrooper in World War II. But a paratrooper in the Philippines. You've seen I forget the movie where, where they're liberating the prisoner of war camps in the Philippines. He was one of those guys. But both of my direct grandfathers, which is the generation for me, one was 4F because only 9 fingers, and on that was on his left hand, and a couple of the other fingers didn't work so well, So the Soviets probably would have drafted him, but the Americans wouldn't allow him into the armed services. I know he tried. The other one was older and had 2 children. Still within the range, but being a bit older and just too young for World War I. I'd have to look it up, but like maybe 13, 14 years old for World War I. So you really got a guy that's almost the World War I generation. So by the time, in theory, he could have volunteered. I don't think he needed any excuse not to be drafted in World War II. The other grandfather, and he did have, like I say, family that he had to support, and there was no like, oh hey, you're getting paid, what is it, like $20 or $30 a month to be a soldier? Oh well, what about my allowance for maintaining my wife and my 2 children and feeding them? There was none of that. That's just like, well, who cares? You're drafted in the army. You didn't get any extra money allowances for family members and whatnot. And so yeah, so he did not want to go into World War II because of that, and the other one who wanted to couldn't have. But yeah, so I don't. Right, let's see. Okay, driving a Tiger or flying a Junkers and getting a Iron Cross was a heroic deed. Yeah, in blood. I mean, I've seen blood feuds. Oh, well, there's blood feuds. Yeah, but that's blood feuds. Since the 1880s. Hey, I've got blood feuds too. I'm not actually going to go kill any of the people, but I've met some of the people I've got blood feuds with. Yeah. I had a very interesting encounter with somebody that I had a blood feud with. I'm going to stay away from something Scottish. You might be able to figure it out. I was at an American Scottish event. And picture this. We have a bunch of signs metaphorically saying, we hate this guy. We want to kill this guy. And the uninformed, enthusiastic American Scottish people bring this guy over to us and, oh, here's this one reenactment group, blah, 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 blah. Yeah. And the leader of our group, I was sort of the number 2 guy, but the leader in our group, yeah, I've been to your house. Yeah, I've seen you. Because he said, oh, yeah, I have muskets like yours. Yeah, I've been to your house. I've seen them. Mm-hmm. And we had our blood feud banners up because, trust me, this guy, and in talking to him and meeting him, he recognized our banners. He recognized who our ancestors fought his ancestors. Oh, yeah, we've got blood feuds. Oh, yeah. Now, those aren't because we were in the opposite war. It goes back to murder and other things. Yes. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. No, I've got blood feuds. And that's the 18th century. Just a smite before I was born. Oh, yeah. No, and this was the leader of the other group, blood feud, was brought over. We were all very genial to each other. And we were chatty. And in talking to us, because he was being toured around, in talking to us, he quickly realized that we could tell that he realized we knew who we were and we knew who he was and he knew we were. Yeah, it wasn't just, we weren't just some dumb Americans flying these flags and things and whatnot. Oh, we knew. And Scottish American types. Yeah. And I hadn't visited his house at the time. Yes, his house at times is open to the public tours. It's not that they were friendly, I hadn't at that time, but my friend had visited his house already, on a public tour kind of thing, just out of historical interest. And he has lots of interesting history stuff. If you knew who he was, it's worth touring his house when it's open at the right seasons. He still lives in the house, too, at least part of the year. He may go away when all the tourists are there, but I don't know. But yeah, and then we had a nice little quickie chat. I mean, it wasn't long, hours long chat. It was, probably less than 5 minutes. But then he got walked on, and I don't think the organizers of the event really understood the byplay that we were saying there. But yeah, I got blood feuds, but that's different than World War II. That's where sort of what I say is like if you're an SS guy, and somebody's family was sort of not well treated by the SS kind of thing. Yeah, that's a different matter than just, oh, hey, my ancestor was in Berlin or in London and your ancestor bombed London, that's different than a blood feud, at least in my opinion. I do like some of the complexities. A lot of the development of choices didn't feel fun. Okay, not quite exactly sure other than game development we're talking about. If you're talking about the picture I mentioned, that was about the Iron Crosses, but crosses marking the dead. Yes, sorry if no, I understood that the crosses on it was the dead. That didn't make it through the war. I understood that. Depends on the family and the location. Yeah, but I also think, especially in Eastern Europe, especially that because of the Soviet Union, there's been a lot of propaganda about hating fascism, justifying Soviet occupation and Soviet terror and Soviet whatever of them, and trying to make it out that we're protecting you from the more evil Germans kind of thing. So yes. Okay, on the midterms, I think the Republicans are going to maintain control of the House. I think they're going to expand the control of the Senate. I think some of that is going to be structural. I understand some of the mail-in voting will not happen. I say I understand it because I'm not sure. Because the Postmaster General, Trump has gotten people that will follow orders. I'm not saying they're loyalists, but instead of having people that will refuse orders, the Postmaster General in the United States says he's not going to deliver mail-in ballots, like deliver them in. If they're done in a state that is not just doing them for like specific requests. the concept in America had been, prior to COVID, was always that if you were an invalid and couldn't get to the voting station, or you knew that you were going to be out of town, whether for business or, holiday, or you were like in the military, you could write in, you would have to actively write in and ask for a one-time mail-in ballot, and you had to give your reason, and they could decide not to accept your reason. Soldiers were always given exception. And it could also be like for a student, like if you weren't, if you only registered in your hometown and you were like in another state being a student and you weren't registered to vote in that other state, because it could be like for 4 years, and you wanted to vote in your home, your hometown, city, whatever, you could get an absentee ballot. That's what they were called, was absentee ballots. So far, my understanding, the Postmaster General is he's going to instruct his things not to, at one leg or the other leg, is not to deliver the mail-in ballots unless it's a state that's just doing requested absentee ballots. So these automatically, everybody gets the ballot. He says he's not, under some conditions, he's going to instruct his postal not to do it. Not to do it. So we will see. Some of those things are going to change the situation. Low propensity voters, people who don't really care, who aren't willing to show up, are not going to be voting, I think. So ballot harvesting, which is what really did some of the recent elections, where Democrats would send workers out to go house to house to try to collect, push social pressure to fill out that ballot and hand it to them right there, and so that they would take that into, to be mailed or delivered. I don't think it's going to work so much. It'll work in some states, but I don't think those states will matter because those were already going to go Democrat. The polling company that said some of these leftist candidates were going to win has admitted that they falsified their data. They say it was a social experiment to see what happened if we lie to you. You can believe that if you want. I believe that there is a well-documented phenomenon that people want to be able to say they voted for the winner. 2, they will do strategic voting if they think their first choice cannot win. Well, they'll vote for the other person or the person that they think could win. Now, in the general election, I think both things will matter to a degree. So I don't trust the polling that says the Republicans in some of these things are not going to do so well. I think there's a lot of people that really don't like Trump and the Republicans. I think there's even more people that say they really don't like the Democrats. A bunch of those people just aren't going to vote. A bunch of the people that don't like Trump would never vote for a Republican anyway, so it doesn't matter who the Republican is. Same with the Democrats, but I think there's more hardcore leftist / Islamic candidates. Back when Obama did not have a background in history in being Islamic. It's just his dad happened to be from Kenya, so he happened to have an Islamic type name. He was never really known for being an Islamicist. We now have people like the mayor of New York who went on pilgrimage to jihad to Mecca. You can't say you're not an Islamicist, that you don't believe if you go on the jihad and you're a Muslim. I've been to the Vatican a few times. I am not a Catholic. And I've been there not just like on a guided pre-organized tour, like, oh yeah, take it. And I've done that too. but I've specifically gone to the Vatican for reasons. But I'm not a Catholic. I've never said I'm a Catholic. You can think I'm a a hidden Catholic if you want. But I'm probably some flavor of Christian. Probably. By wanting to go to a Vatican for some reason. It may not be. There may be other reasons to go to the Vatican. Too. As well as for religious reasons. But I've definitely been to the Vatican. I mean, not the same as the Hajj to Mecca, but it's, we are living in a state where more and more of middle America are no longer going to be shamed. And, well, wouldn't you vote for a Muslim? They're not all evil. No, they're not all evil. I don't think most Americans think they're all evil. But do we really want them governing us? I think enough of them are going to go no. So I think there's a lot of people that are fed up with the Democrats. So that doesn't mean that they're going to walk in and vote Republican. But I think a lot of them just aren't going to go vote. So I think the Republican... Now, it is very true that there are national trends, but it is equally true that each and every race, each and every House race, each and every Senate race has their own dynamics. Their own local dynamics, their own dynamics versus that individual who's running. Did they plagiarize? They say they have a college degree and they find out that he doesn't. Or they find out that when he says he's been married twice, find out, no, he's been married twice, but he's still married to both of them because there never was a second divorce or something, I'm not saying anything like multiple wives at the same time, but just he never really fully got a second divorce and just left the other woman, then married again or something. There's individual dramas and I'm not referring to any candidate here. I'm just making shit up. There's individual dramas dealing with individual candidates, as well as local issues. So I think my analysis, at this time, the Republicans will hold the House. And we can look at some of the voter registration levels that are increasing for the Republicans and are decreasing, maybe a lot by death, but that doesn't matter how, decreasing for the Democrats. We can look at the recent Florida primaries and just the numbers of people coming out to vote in the primaries. Because trust me, a lot of the people in the Democratic Party and the Republican Party don't really care which Democrat represents them or which Republican represents them. So they don't bother to vote in the primary. They're just going to go vote in the general for the the party that they support. But when you have so many Republicans more coming out to vote in their primary for not for like a fancy title like president, but just who their governor is going to be in the primary or who their, local House representative is going to be. So voter interest is much higher on the Republican side, both in numbers and in percentages. So that tells me that however much hate there is, and there is real hate for Trump, I'm not one of these Trump people that says it's all made up. No, there's a lot of it. A lot of those people that don't either hate or don't like Trump don't want the alternative either. And so since this isn't even Trump in the election, you're not getting rid of him. And I also think a lot of the people have gotten the message that if the Democrats control either house, because you impeach in the House of Representatives, they control the House of Representatives, every 6 months they're going to be impeaching the president. The Senate will just go, oh, no, we're not going to convict him. Go away. And then we'll do it again for next time. We'll do it again. That's all it's going to be. And that's all it's going to be in the House if the Democrats win. I think that message may have gotten to the people that unless you want chaos government, and that's what I mean, chaos government. Because I think the House of Representatives, because of the way the Democrats function, if they got a few vote margin plus margin, one or two people you might be able to peel off. because they once in a while do peel off somebody that actually switches parties, and recently it's mostly outside of a few nut jobs that have just sort of, you know, and you can sort of, if you follow American politics, you know who, you know, Tucker Carlson and his crew that are gone off into the weeds somewhere in the wilderness. Outside of them, you're normally not getting much Republicans going away. You might get a few Democrats, and we can think of one possible senator who I don't know what he's going to do, a Democrat senator. But I think the Democrats will go, nope, you give us our exact plan or nothing for funding. And so I think if they win, it's quite possible we may see 2 or 3 years where I don't even know what the Supreme Court would do about it. Go, oh yeah, the Democrats are passing this bill, and the Senate says no. Well, you have to work it out. Well, they're saying that every single male must have surgery to become transgender, or they aren't passing it. Wait, what? Yeah, no. And it just total gridlock. Go, well, we're not funding the government. Well, we're doing emergency funding for the, you know, the army and the whatever else, you know, which we've already seen happen. I'm not saying through Congress. I'm just saying through presidential basic decree, calling it an emergency. And at this level of funding, we're going to continue to pay the soldiers. We're going to continue to buy the spare parts for the fighters. We're going to continue to buy the bombers. We're going to continue to recruit. So the military budget's just going to be the military budget. Fuck everything. And everything else is just going to shut down. Oh, well, shut down Social Security. Fine, it's just going to shut down Social Security. I think if the Democrats get in control, it's going to be that chaos. I think. But I think the Republicans will maintain the House. I wouldn't be surprised if they actually don't increase it by a seat or two. I'm not saying any big conservative wave, red wave. No. I don't know how it got switched in America, because it used to be the true blue Yankee Republicans. True blue used to be the Republicans. I don't know how blue got to be the Democrats, and then, because I get red, white, and blue, you know, I don't know how it switched, but red wave, blue wave, I don't know. But back in the 19th century, blue was definitely more, you know, true blue Republican. And true blue American was definitely a Republican sort of statement and idea. And yes, blue going back to the Yankee uniforms in the Civil War. Or the national uniforms. It was only the Confederates that went to a different color. And the Yankees were all Republicans, you know, back then. I mean, the majority running those states there were Democrats up there, of course, but they saw themselves as true blue Americans against the traitorous Democrats. Sort of like now, but we don't use true blue. So I think we're going to see that. Okay, what has everybody else been saying here? Hello, Flatfish. Where did you start saying? Up here. Okay. Yo, just got into this game. I don't know how to attack people or nothing with the game. Are you agnostic? I don't talk about, earlier on I talked that I don't talk about and answer questions about my religion, generally speaking. Generally speaking, I'm a Christian. Not going to go into any more details than that. Generally speaking, I believe in God. Now, the nature of all that, there's a million questions beyond it. I don't discuss my personal. I'll talk about the concept of religion and try to explain or understand religion, you know, what different religious groups believe. But just me personally, other than, yeah, I generally believe in God. Generally, I'm a Christian. I don't want to define it publicly any more than that online or anything else. So just that's sort of me. Yeah, the game takes a while to get into. You gotta play it multiple times to get good at it. It's going to do that. Okay, and Elizabeth, Democratic and Republican parties are falling apart as the two-party system is continuously revealed. No, the Republicans and the Democrats are not falling apart. They're realigning. That's what it is. It is shifting. Traditional Democrats are becoming Republicans. Traditional Republicans are becoming Democrats. It's why you are a member of a particular party. For some people, is changing. one of my one non-negotiable, and as those of you around know, that I ran for Congress once, never got past the primary. I was number 3 in the primary of the three people running. I was number 3, but I did get a good chunk of votes, but I lost. So yeah, this is years ago now. So I've run for Congress. Oh, and I've worked for congressmen and other people in the past. Paid staffer type thing. So I've been there, done that. The one negotiable, I'm negotiable on, I'm a practical person on everything but the gun rights issue. I don't care if there's an anti-gun thing in it, a poison pill, like fund the military, but you got to take away all guns or take away one type of gun. No, I'll never vote for it. That's my one non-negotiable is gun rights. That's why I've been ecstatic this last week or so. I've been having euphoric feelings. Oh God, and I was in one of the gun stores where actual buddy owns the store, not just I'm just a customer that knows the guys behind the counter. No, actual buddy runs the gun store. Was talking to him about it. I don't see him all the time, but I see him once in a while. Going in and just talking about my feelings of euphoria, and he's a bit younger. He's younger than me, but he's not a young guy either, if you know what I mean. But I sort of explained to, and he knew the history, but just the feelings of going back to the 80s, and always everything was basically either losing gun rights or whether at a national level or at a state level, someone passing a law and then the courts maybe shooting it down, but that's just keeping them from getting any worse. It's not actually making them better than it was before. And this is the first time in this last week or so that in actuality I've gotten more gun rights than I've had before. So things are improving. That's my one non-negotiable. Would I trade American territory? Would I trade off Guam? Yeah, I'll trade Guam for Canada. Canada would be better than Guam. Yeah, okay, I'll make that practical. It's not like, oh my God, I wouldn't give up American territory. Well, if I got a good enough reason to give up some American territory, now would I give up Washington D.C.? No, but if I was negotiating, part of the ratifying some treaty that gave up Guam, well, no, if it's just giving up Guam for no reason or giving up the Panama Canal for no reason, if we were actually allowed to vote on something like that, no. You ought to give up Panama Canal for something better. I don't know what it would be, because Panama Canal is super strategic. We ought to militarily take that back over very rapidly. If I was president, we would be doing that. Not all of Panama necessarily. I mean, if Panama goes along and it's okay, well, fine. We take the canal zone back. If Panama has too much of a trouble, we'll take all of Panama, because I think it's a vital national survival issue. I really mean at that level. The Panama Canal is. And this is why I say could be all of Panama, because I'm not going to let a hostile nation sitting around the canal zone that could zip in drones or whatever to sink ships. No, we got to make sure that control. If Panama is a peaceful nation that is a lightweight puppet or whatever you want to call it of America, meaning not doing anything against American interest, were able to, within boundaries, rule themselves. Noriega went out of the boundaries, so we needed to get rid of Noriega. Noriega wasn't a CIA asset and everything else. He went off the rails. We had to deal with him. A few other Panamanians got killed in the process, true, but we had to deal with him. He was our creature. He became a monster. We dealt with him. If Panama can govern itself and rule itself internally and sort of that, and not be a problem for the U.S., not allow foreign interests coming in or whatever else, fine. They can have, I really mean it, fine. They can have their, sort of mostly independence. We need to own the canal zone. We built the canal. They didn't. We did. We built Panama as a country. Panama was part of Colombia. We showed up with some ships and go, hey, want to be independent? Yeah, okay, we'll make you independent. We'll stop the Colombians from coming back north, and you can be your own country. They were quite happy with that. Oh, if you want to be independent, you have to let us have the canal zone. We're going to build a canal there, that zone. Okay? Independence, we get canal zone. You've never owned a canal zone. Well, Colombia owned a canal zone. And there wasn't a lot of stuff around because the canal zone wasn't special beforehand. It was just some lakes and whatever bullshit. It wasn't because they were mostly living off on the coast in some other areas. Give us this little bit of land or recognize that this is ours and we'll let you have everything else and take it away from Colombia. Yeah, canal zone, never part of Panama, part of Colombia, but never part of Panama, always part of the U.S., and Carter gave it away. Yeah. Now, okay, not that, but we could look at like Puerto Rico. Want to trade Puerto Rico for something else, somewhere else, some other benefit that I think is good for America? Yeah, I might be talked into it. I don't want to get rid of Puerto Rico, but, a lot of things are negotiable, not gun rights. And so this is, so there are shifting reasons for groups shifting in America between the Democrats and the Republicans. The Democrats are becoming, even though you have Jewish Senator Chuck Schumer. And the only reason I'm saying Jewish is because he is embracing these new anti-Jewish people in the Democratic Party. Oh, they're bringing vital new spirit to the Democrats. I don't know what the fuck he's thinking. Either I'm going to be dead before they're in power, or, oh, we can contain them. We're getting their support. They're going to be the mayor here and the mayor there, including New York City, where I think he basically lives. But we'll contain them. Their power will be limited within the Democratic Party, and they'll help us win. I think that may be it, or maybe just thinking, hell, I'm dying in 6 months anyways, or whatever it is. I'm that ancient. Not that he has cancer, but I mean just, he's super old. So it doesn't really matter, and I just want the power until I croak. I don't know how he can be somebody who recognizes that these people are anti-Semitic at the core, and he does not criticize them. I don't understand it. But there's becoming a realignment. Jews in America, for various reasons, had traditionally been Democrats. Partially, I can go into a lot of detail, but partially just because Democrats generally controlled the urban environments. And Jews, traditionally in America, have been urbanite people. Yeah, they're farmers in Israel, but there's very few Jewish farmers in America. Lots of urbanites doing all kinds of jobs, from low jobs to high jobs. I'm actually very pro-Semitic. I think Jews are great people. But, and I think a net positive to America. So I'm, I wish I was one of the people that Israel was giving lots of money to streamers. Hey, if Israel, I'll say more good things about you if you give me money. Please. I already like you. I'll do it even more. So yeah, I'm now it doesn't mean I want endless amounts of money going to Israel either. There's a balance in all things. And the Republicans often were the rural party in America. And so the Democrats were the urban party. And of course, there's always, others within the groups. So there's a lot of reason because of the urban-rural split that, and there's other reasons going back too, that Jews generally were in the Democratic Party. Even if they were conservative Jews, the Hasidics and other people, not the liberal Jews. That some of them are just liberal people anyways, and sort of socialists and communists anyway, so they would naturally end up in the Democratic or left-wing party in America. But even the conservative Hasidic type Jews were voting Democrat because they were urbanite people, and they used their voting blocks to get voting interest. So they tend to be voting Democrat mostly. Well, I think that is shifting, as we're seeing everywhere with the large influx of Muslim people, and that's going to be both, whether it's Israel or just the anti-Semitism, the amount of physical attacks going on in New York City right now, not just to Jews, but also to Asians particularly, but just attacks generally. I think I think the future of the Jewish population in America is mostly going to be Republican. I think so. So I think we're seeing a realignment of peoples, not the breaking apart of parties. I think I never thought Marjorie Taylor Greene was a very, very bright person. I'm not saying she was dumb, but I'm not saying I don't think she was ever. I never thought she was a very bright person, and I knew she was an uneducated person about politics. Most political leaders in America, and I'm talking state, well, city, state, county, federal, most of them are fairly uneducated about politics. Some of them, are congressmen or whatever, or congressman / senator over the years, have been there for 20 years and they know how to manipulate that system. But even a lot of them are uneducated about politics. They don't even have a degree in it. They haven't studied it. They've never read a book on it. I mean, never read a fucking book on it. How many congressmen do you believe that have never read a book on politics? I bet you more than half of them have never read. I bet you more than half of them have never read The Prince. If you have a congressman or senator who hasn't read The Prince, and that's a thin little book. Now, maybe they all won't admit it, but I don't believe so. I've known enough of them. I don't believe so. I just don't get that they've read The Prince. I've read it more than once. So she's uneducated about politics, Marjorie Taylor Greene, and more so than most. Well, she claims that she's left Trump because Trump started a war and he said no new wars. Trump said no new wars. Trump also said we're doing something about Iran in some of his speeches. Iran is not a new war, people. Oh, the fighting started up again under Trump, yes. But Iran in 1979 took our hostages for 444 days, have said death to America almost continuously since then, are responsible for bombing of the Marine barracks in Beirut, are responsible for the attack on the USS Cole, are responsible for the Houthis attacking us, and many, many other attacks directly against the United States of America. I'm not just talking about American interests somewhere, American allies like the Saudis, like the Saudis, and of course the Jews, Israel, which you might expect. But I'm talking, they've attacked the Saudis even well before this time. They've attacked, Israel. But even if you don't want to, those are just our allies or they're other things. Yeah, you're right. But they've attacked the U.S. directly. Oh, and if you go, the Americans were in Beirut because of the Jews. No, the Americans were in Beirut to stop the Jews. You know about what was going on and what happened in Beirut before the Americans showed up. We might not have had a Palestinian problem if we didn't go to, at least up in Lebanon, if we didn't go to Beirut and stop the Jews because the Israelis were dealing with the Palestinians up there. Oh, they weren't killing the Palestinians. There was no Jewish Palestinian genocide. There was a Lebanese genocide against the Palestinians. Jews weren't going in killing everybody. It was the Lebanese. The Jews just surrounded the camp. Let the other guys go in and do the work. Oh, yeah. It wasn't nice. And then the Americans decided we got to stop this. So they came in to try to stop it. Didn't really stop it, but played around in for a while. And yeah. Yeah. Yeah, if you really know history of the Cold War. Oh boy. Yeah. Okay. Turn low. No evil. I do believe they are anyways close to what I have in charge of me. Hell yes. Okay, I'm not exactly sure what comment that was referring to. I know I've done a bunch I could see. I have issues with them. Well, you can have issues. Flipped with Reagan in 84. Okay. Yeah. Oh, yeah, people can have issues with the Jews. That's fine. I'll tell you right now, and I've known enough Jews, and enough of them have warned me, don't go into business with Jews. I think they're net positive for America. I'm not talking anything about Israel. I'm not talking about America. I think they're an industrious people. I think they helped your country out. I don't. Yeah, you will find some that try to scam the system, but I really think Jews are an industrious people. I may be wrong about that, but you know, and but like I say, I wouldn't want to go into business with them. I've also been warned by Mormon friends, multiple generation Mormon friends, don't go into business with Mormons. Okay, I'll take the warning from my Mormon friends. And these are some very good, very long-term, very close friends. Don't go into business with Mormons. They look out after their own, not unless you're one of them, you're a sucker. That's the way they view in business. And I know I'm saying this about a generality, and I don't mean it by every single one of them, but it is sort of a thing. Because the 80s election TV map coverage, everyone, the first time they've seen it, yeah, that's definitely true. The faith in the system is unanimously gone. Yes, that's very much part of the restructuring of what's going on with the political parties. So I don't think they're falling apart. I don't think, because Candace Owens is sort of in that Thomas Massey, Tucker Carlson, and I don't understand what happened with Tucker Carlson entirely. I get bits of it, but Candace Owens is also going off the rails with all kinds of weird shit. I don't think that group is going to hold together or have a very good voting bloc. And the way the American political structure is structured, fringe parties might exist, but they really don't influence everything, because you'll see a lot of, like, the Greens may run around, and the head of the Green Party, long-term, whatever her name was, Jill Stein, that's it, recently got arrested for something. I forget what it was. Corruption or something. Not like for speeding or some other, just incidental thing that might happen in life to anybody, because all of us, or at least most all of Americans, you're not a true American if you don't speed once in a while. I'll say that for sure. So I'm not saying all the time or whatever, but just when you get in your car and you drive. But for something involved, I don't know. But a lot of the Greens would end up voting for the Democrats, and the other ostracized, and I'm good for being ostracized from the Republican Party, right-wingers will vote for the Republicans because the Democrats are just god-awful, or they won't vote in the system. So fringe parties like the Libertarian Party, like the Green Party, will mostly, in most all the cases, have very little influence. And so it's just going to be a realigning, is how I see this. But faith in government is way down. Last week, the best win with the assault, yes, absolutely, or fall of the book. Yes, absolutely, Turin Low. Would you trade Berlin for Hawaii? Just asking for a friend. Well, Berlin isn't part of America. Oh, you mean we take Berlin and you get Hawaii? No. Okay, I'm trying it because some of the I got about another 30 minutes here, so I can talk for a little while. But I am going to get another Coke. I had one. Well, no, it's probably not. A little bit left. I think there's some dark times coming for the world. I'm not a catastrophist. I don't think the world's going to blow up. I'm not talking about the apocalypse. I'm not talking about World War III. But I think we're going to come to a time that power, actual power, and there's different types of power, but power will mean stuff. And I think nature abhors a vacuum. And I think this unreality of the post-Cold War post-Cold War world is the unreality elements is coming to an end. It isn't a Trump, and I put this as this happened the day, whatever day you want to calculate it, the day that Putin took Crimea and the West did nothing meaningful about it. I don't mean go to war, but they could have put like 100% sanctions on Russia. I know I talked about this last week and other times. But that is when the post-Cold War world, the consensus world, whatever, what I'm forgetting the exact term I'm looking for, ended. That ended that day. Whatever day we want to calculate that as being. Not just the day the invasion happened, but when there was no serious reaction. No, like, we're embargoing Russia, Europe. Oh, you have to get all the natural gas. We don't care. We're going to fucking freeze this winter. We're buying nothing and we're selling nothing to Russia. All of, the EU just says nothing more from Russia. The U.S. says nothing more from Russia. Just, you don't have to go to war over it. Just, we're nothing more with Russia. Because one of the definitions of international law that I was taught in my political science courses dealing with international relations, international law, and I'm going to paraphrase or whatever, come close to it. International law, and I'm not getting this 100% right to the cool quote because I don't do quotes well, but is what's their term for it? But bad nations or whatever ignore, and righteous nations do not enforce. So international law in and of itself is basically meaningless. It gives us some sort of framework. China is a member of UNCLOS. They've signed the treaty. They've ratified the treaty. UNCLOS says these little islands, we're not talking about even the EEZs, but there's some little islands out, Scarborough Shoals, in that treaty, in that thing, says that belongs to the Philippines. China claims its own, but China signed a treaty that has signed a treaty that says that it belongs to the Philippines. But they are attacking ships of the Philippine Navy within the territorial waters of the Scarborough Shoals. What the fuck, international law? International law doesn't mean anything. We are coming back to the point in international relations. You own what you can hold. If you can't hold it, you do not own it. Whatever that may mean. Now, you can be Switzerland or you can be Luxembourg and convince all of your neighbors that there is reasons not to attack you. Okay? Not to take you over. Without, like in Luxembourg, without having some, super atomic device that if they set it off, they and all their neighbors will die. No, there just may be reasons. If you don't have to hold, you can be the world's banker, Switzerland or something, and convince all the neighbors around not to invade you. You don't have to, it doesn't have to be military might. That's what I'm trying to convey here. But if you can't hold something, it is not yours, whatever it is. If Britain cannot hold the Falkland Islands in South Georgia down here, it's not theirs. I don't care what any treaty out there in the fucking world says. If they can't hold it, it don't belong to them. And we're going back to that reality. So if Britain doesn't have a functional navy, and it currently doesn't, because it does not have, if it can get one or even both of the, it doesn't have enough aircraft to put on the aircraft carriers because their aircraft that they have are shared back and forth between the RAF and the Royal Navy. They don't even have enough of them to fully populate one carrier, if my numbers are correct. But even if they do have enough to fully populate one carrier, they can't populate the other. And they do not have enough operational escort ships to keep those ships alive. So if Argentina can get a fucking rowboat out there and kick a hole in their aircraft carrier, it doesn't matter if they only have 2 or 20 aircraft carriers. They don't have enough escorts anymore. Britain cannot hold the Falklands or South Georgia or St. Helena or Ascension This is accession. If they don't have enough, they cannot hold them. They're trying to convince their big buddy America to hold it for them. But if America, they can't hold them. So why, what purpose does America have to hold them for Britain, the United Kingdom? What purpose? How does that help America? And when Britain is trying to thwart its defensive reactions to Iran, nuclear weapons, taking our whole hostages, all that stuff that I enumerated before, is actually actively working against American interests there. Not just going, oh, we're not going to bomb them, but you can use our treaty bases that we have through NATO and other things like Diego Garcia. They were trying to keep us from using Diego Garcia. When you're actively working against us, why do we want to protect your fucking islands? Right? Tell us, give us a reason why we want to protect your islands. Britain was actively trying to give our base, they were trying to give, Britain, listen to this, people, Britain was trying to give Diego Garcia to China. Oh no, it was just the Chagos Islands. One of the Chagos Islands is Diego Garcia, and they were trying to give it, no, not to the Seychelles, to the Mauritanians. Okay, Diego Garcia, Mauritanians. They never had any fucking thing to do with each other. These people and these people were never the same people. They were trying to give it to Mauritanians. Mauritanians is maybe lightweight, but a puppet of communist China. So the puppet of communist China was going to own Diego Garcia that we were supposed to pay, or Britain was going to pay them for, or whatever to use. And if Biden was in, that was going to happen. So Diego Garcia was functionally going to be given to China, or put into China's sphere of influence, or whatever the hell you want to call it. Why the fuck do we care about London? Why do we care about NATO? If you're actively working against the U.S. interest, what reasons do we care about NATO? Oh, well, to protect Europe. Well, if you're all trying to work against the U.S. interest, what do we care about? No, it's just Trump. Right. Trump is a manifestation of a faction of America, the faction of America that is currently in power. If you do not want to support the current faction in America, then you're currently an enemy of the current faction in America. We have no idea whether the Democrats are ever going to become in power. Or if the Democrats come back in power, they may hate Europe because it's not Islamic enough or something. You don't know what they're going to like. If you're going to be that wishy-washy, what do we care? If you can't love the Democrats and the Republicans enough to get in on our wars, then why do we care? We can just be like some other nation like India that we trade with, that some visitors show up at some time. America and Britain's relations are good, but there's no defensive alignments at all. India and China could go to nuclear war, and we'll just sit back and watch and maybe have some popcorn. Hope the radiation doesn't drift over to our country. We're not going to get involved because we have no defensive alignments or strategic alignments with China, which is basically a rival of us, or India, which is not. I mean, they economically, of course, they're, competing with American companies, but that's bullshit. I mean, that's whatever. We can adjust that. But there's no hostility nor great friendship between India and the United States. There's no problems there, but there's also no worry there. We don't need a base to protect India. We're no longer in the Cold War, in which maybe India is sort of kind of in the Western camp, but flirting with the Soviet camp. It doesn't matter anymore. Right? So, yeah, Europe can go back to being that sort of status. Go, oh, hey, France and Britain are having war number 55. Oh, 10 million people are going to die on each side. Well, okay, have fun at it. What does America care if the Europeans fight each other? Really? So if you're not going to be part of us, doesn't mean that if we go to war with Iran, every single NATO partner must start flying jets and attacking Iran. Not saying that. But so what do we care about the Falklands and New South Georgia. If we're going to defend them, why don't they become American territory? They speak English. We might have to have them drive on the other side of the road, spell color differently, and harbor differently, and a few other words differently. We have all kinds of accents in America, so I don't know what the Falklands Island accent sounds like, other than something sort of English. So if you can't hold it, it ain't yours. That's the world I think we're coming to. It's not the world that say, like, I want it. It's just my analysis of what is happening. And I think it's taking a while for the political leadership to realize it, let alone the man on the street. People in Britain, and I've seen some, Trigonometry and some of the other podcasters, and even talking to some relatively recent political leadership in there. America didn't want to inform London that we were attacking Iran because it doesn't matter. What America doesn't care what Lithuania thinks about our relations and our attacking with Iran. Because whatever Lithuania does, if it wants to embargo America and kick all troops out of America, because we have some troops there, I believe, defending against the Russians, they want to kick them off. Whatever, we don't care. Britain is now in that status. We no longer care what Britain thinks about us because they are no longer an effective ally, because they cannot even hold their own. Russia goes through and they can't even stop Russian ships. They stopped like one freighter or something, but Russian warship, they can't defend Britain. They have no functional ability to defend Britain outside of having America defend them. I know this is a long ways around. I like the idea of Canada. I think we ought to use Canada more. I think the American left-wing dissidents should all move to Canada. I think that Canada exists as a good idea for America. I also think Canada is caving to China, is allowing massive amounts of Chinese influence. No, we're not going to see Chinese division sitting in Canada, but we're going to see Canada, I think, is more and more being moved into a puppet status for China. China is pushing hard into Canada. Canada is also doing its own crazy things. Canada is also, as fast as it thinks it can, is demilitarizing because they think military be evil. And they're also protected by America. So if they want to screw China one day, America will protect us. China won't. America won't allow them to invade, kind of thing. Because we're in the northern hemisphere and because space, there was, I think maybe again trigonometry, because I've been watching a lot of them recently. Who owns space? How do you define that? Well, I can tell you who owns space. Space is owned by the United States of America. The moon is owned by the United States of America. So whenever you look up and see the moon, you're seeing America. Mars is owned by the United States of America. The Mars rover, which is still driving around Mars, which is the only operating device on Mars, is the Mars rover, and that is owned by America. So America owns Mars. Right? I'm holding my hand up and pretending I'm looking up. If I had a camera, you'd see dramatic here. So Mars belongs to America. The moon. We're the only people that have actually visited the moon. Yeah, the Soviets put some satellite thingy, but they can't do any more now. Moon belongs to America. Maybe it belongs to Elon Musk, but he's an American. The moon belongs to America. We say whatever happens gets to happen on the moon. It belongs to us. Space. Who do 90% plus satellites belong to that are in space? America. Oh, and Elon Musk. He owns, a lot of them are little tiny things, but he owns space. When America is doing like 5 to 10 launches to orbit in a year, he's doing like 100 launches, and he's planning on doing 2 to 10 launches per day, every day to space. That's his plan. And that's going to come out of Texas because California fucked it up. So California would have been the space capital of the world, but they fucked it up. So it's now Texas. So we own space. If you don't think we can shoot down just about every other satellite in space if we felt like it, you're mistaken. And I'm not a satellite space warfare expert, but I believe that's the case. We can get rid of all of everything else in space. And we can keep probably anybody else getting to orbit if we decide to. So space belongs to America. I don't care what any international or what the people of Canada or the people of Timbuktu, the literal actual Timbuktu, think. Space, moon, Mars belongs to America because we're the only ones that can reliably get there. And that is it. Because ownership is not what it says on some piece of paper. It is the ability to control it. And because there is no, at least to my knowledge, maybe there is no other law enforcement agency outside of it that's going to come and arrest, like the President of the United States or the President of Russia or the China. We've just seen that probably the only nation that could arrest another world leader, which has recently done so, is the United States. And I'm not saying we could get Putin if we wanted to. Now, of course, if we were able to arrest Putin, there would be massive other, consequences to it. I'm not saying it would be consequence-free. There might be a few nuclear explosions in America. Because there might be, and there was talk back in the Cold War, that Russia might have been able to feed in a few hidden bombs that could go off if they felt like it. Don't know if that's true. I'm not saying America is invulnerable or nothing bad would happen to America. So, yeah. So, yes. Can the U.S. long-term allow Canada to go become whatever weirdness it's becoming? We are only going to use wind and solar power. And half the year we'll have no solar power. And it'll be too freezing that the wind turbines will freeze up. So half the year, no power. And we will outlaw wood burning and coal burning. Canada may do that. I don't know. Canada's going crazy. So I am of two minds about Canada. I am of one mind, thinks that, hey, it's great. We should have it there. It can be a nice pressure relief valve. All the crazies can go up to Canada. The Americans who don't want to go to Mexico for some reason. I don't know why. When they hate America, they never say, let's go to Mexico. I don't know. I don't understand it. Maybe some of you do. Maybe you could explain why they don't want to go to Mexico. But they can go up to Canada. Canada's fun. We can just, create crazy America hat. And that'd be fine. But also strategically, not tomorrow, but I think America needs to have plans to hopefully peacefully absorb Canada. Which also means absorb their crazies, and we got to deal with that too. I know. But I am not someone for like world conquest America. No, I don't want to do that. I'm not for just taking every little thing we can take. But we have to, with this coming future in the next 40 or 50 years. So it's quite a ways off, but it's, and it's gradually heading this way. But things, I gotta know, things happen gradually, and then suddenly. We need to have plans. No, I don't want to trade something in America for Berlin because I do not have a desire for like world conquest, conquest. Picking up a few islands, not that I care about Bermuda. Barbados is down here. Bermuda, no. But it's sort of the EEZs and it's the controlling of the seas and all that. And I think these people would be fine as Americans. And I would give them full, it's not like I'm not, even in my sort of most frustrated moment, it's not like a Nazi that I wanted to come in or even not a Nazi, but somebody else wanted to come in and get rid of the people. No, they get to be made Americans. Because Bermuda cannot defend itself. Bermuda has no ability to defend itself. Unless it's part of an empire, whether it's the UN empire, the British empire, the American empire, the NATO empire, the whatever. Unless it's part of that, 500 guys with AK-47s can come over and take over Bermuda and have a nice holiday or a nice, island retreat. I mean, seriously. If a bunch of guys wanted to, be like the older term filibuster, come in and take it over and conquer it, there's nothing stopping them other than basically the United States. So the United States might need the benefit, or might use the benefit of owning it directly. Not in any way that I would see as a detriment to the locals. They can vote in like local elections and, vote in their local mayors or whatever. I don't know, what territory. Obviously, it's not going to become a state. But yeah, a few of these kind of places, I think America might need to, for strategic reasons. This isn't out of greed. There is nothing here that overly benefits America taking it. And there's nothing here taking it is worth the negative reputation to America. Like if America just became aggressive as an aggressive nation. That would hurt America more than it would help. But if, as I think may be coming, this sort of darker world, we may not be able to allow the power vacuum and the strategic position of things. So something like Diego Garcia and the Chagos Islands just may need to become directly U.S. territory. Whether we should pick up any of these other islands, I have no idea. We could discuss it. Right now, Christmas Island is important. Does anybody know what Christmas Island is important for right now? Please post in chat. Okay. Is there a chance the U.S. will be something like... No, the U.S. cannot be more than a two-party system. That is structurally impossible. Why? Because virtually every election, maybe not every internal primary, party primary, which are sort of administered by the local governments, but they're internal primary. But every election that I know of, you have to get 50% plus one vote, right? Not 51%, but 50% plus one vote. So that means you have the majority of votes. And so for each candidate, and it's not party-based. We do not have a party-based structure. We have a candidate-based structure. Parties function within that system, but it's candidate. So only one candidate will win. So basically, if no candidate in an election wins a majority, they'll have a runoff between the top two vote getters. And so this way, minority parties can exist, but they will not win elections. For most every case, you can find the unicorns are out there, but that's what they are. So there was, if I have this correctly, the America system was designed to not have parties. The original founding fathers, looking at England, and saw the Whigs and the Tories and did not want to do that. Originally, under our current Constitution, until it was, there was earlier Articles of Confederation, but our current Constitution, under independence, it was the Articles of Confederation, and that lasted until 1793 or something like that, almost 10 years or something. Then we had our first elections under our current, we adopted our current Constitution. The first one had the most vote getters for president was the president. The second most vote getters for president was the vice president. So often they hated each other because they were bitter political rivals. That wasn't working out. So we did sort of do something for party, but it's still even not officially party because they sort of set up, and whoever is running as the president picks who his nominee for vice president is, and that's who the vice president is going to be. So it's not an independent office. It's whoever wins the presidency, the vice, they sort of get to nominate, state who they would want as part of the process to be their vice president, so that they can work together instead of being literally hated rivals, and instead of maybe even shooting each other. Look it up. That's how hated rivals some of these became in U.S. politics during our current Constitution. So it's the majority vote getter. So this will always keep this going. So what this does is, it was the Federalists and I believe the Democrats is what it was. The two parties. The Federalist Party did fall apart. The Democratic Party did not. A new party, whose first president, though it starts not by him, but the new party, the Republicans, came in. And they elected Lincoln for the first time as president. Those two parties have survived until this day. They have been multiple realignments. The blacks in the South were 100% Republicans. 100% Republicans until basically FDR and primarily Eleanor Roosevelt, his wife, the First Lady, started in working at it, and then desegregation is where it happened with the Democrats and all of that stuff. The Republicans were never for segregation. The big change was post-desegregation and the welfare state of Lyndon Baines Johnson's The New Society, creating the welfare state. And the welfare state was seeing money going in those southern communities to black communities through welfare. The Republicans were either anti-welfare or for minimum welfare, as seen traditionally. You know, depending on who and when, what time you could talk about, either they were 100% against any sort of welfare, or they were for it, but just for the minimum amounts. Because yes, it's useful, yes, it's good, but it's only good if it's super minimum. And then the white Democrats who did not want to give money to poor black people, they switched over to being Republicans. So that was a realignment in the South. I knew one, or I met, it wasn't a friend of his, but I did talk to him in 10, 20 minutes once, other sort of basis. And I asked him why he was a Democrat. And he was a congressman. And he almost, in so many cases, and definitely so much, and they made a movie about him. Why wasn't he a Republican? Because my granddaddy would roll over in his grave. That's basically almost word for word what he said to me. Because I knew enough about him before meeting him, and then having a friendly conversation with him, I asked him that because I was involved in politics. Why are you still? And he was winning in a conservative-ish district. Oh, and so because my granddaddy would roll over in his grave. Well, right now, his granddaddy would roll over in his grave if he voted Democrat, because the Democrats are crazy leftists. And yes, he was from the South. And granddaddy was a Confederate soldier. Understood, please. If you don't understand all of that. So by that nature, we are going to be a two-party system. It will remain to be seen whether the Democratic Party, because the Democratic Socialists of America have infiltrated it so much, and they've been doing it for years, way back in the 80s, not just recently, is going to remain. There is talk that the Marjorie Taylor Greenes, the Tucker Carlsons, and all that are going to form some other party that will attract the sort of non-loony Americans away from the Democrats and become the center-left, the new center-left party. But I don't know that that's going to be the case. I don't know. There's talk by people who think they know, and who know political figures, and who have talked to, like Tucker Carlson and some of these others, meaning they know them. I've heard them. I don't know these people. I've just heard them talk. They think something like that's in the works. I don't know if that's going to happen. I don't know if the Democrats are going to fend off the socialists, but the socialism is popular within the Democrats. But I know some family members and some not family members that are sort of, I would say, diehard Democrats. But if they truly thought it was going to be the Democratic Socialists, they would, well, at minimum, never a Democrat again, so meaning not vote, or become Republicans, because they are not communists. They do not want socialism. Oh, they want a certain amount of social welfare. Take care of the poor people, whatever that may mean, and how far on that pendulum they may swing. But the idea of having government stores that sell, grocery stores, oh God, no. They would not, and I'm sure I'm not I'm safe in putting words in their mouth. God, no, they would never support that. They think that's a good idea. I mean, that's just a non-starter. Give them, welfare benefits, food stamp kind of thing. Oh, yeah, they're for that stuff. But the idea that you're going to have government-owned and operated grocery stores, oh, God, no. God, no. And so where are these people going to go? If that becomes an actual position that the Democrats are pushing for, they will leave the party. That doesn't mean they're going to go register Republican. That just means they'll become like a lot of Americans, not registered in a party. And who are they going to vote for in an election? Well, if ever there seems to maybe be a Democrat that they like, they might vote that way. But otherwise, they're either not going to vote or vote for the Republican. So I think the Democratic Party either is going to have to really change direction or whatever, or they're going to become a party that is taken over but cannibalized by they'll just become the Democratic Socialists of America and have 10% of the American populace supporting them and fractionalized, and another party will arise to replace them. Whether that is the current Republican Party and have a more far-right party, or whether that's having a Republican Party stay around and a new center party shows up, or I don't know what it'll be. But like we have the Greens, like we have the Libertarians, they exist, but they don't win elections. So yes, it won't be a 3 to 5 party. Yeah, and as folks said basically what I said in a fewer words. In some states, Germany, we have 5 parties. Yes, that is because of 2 reasons. One, initially, or primarily, is your proportional representation idea in the system. And I do have a degree in political science focusing heavily on European politics. So I know these things. I don't remember everything and get everything right, but I know these things generally. But one, it's your proportional representation, and 2, having too small of a threshold. So particularly countries in like Italy, it was too small of a vote. So if you were to touch it up to where it had to be like at least 20% of the vote to be represented in any office, proportionally, you had to get at least 20%. So the 5 and the 10% of the vote, that just doesn't matter. Most of those parties would dry up. You might still have 3 or 4 and do all your coalition stuff. But functionally in America, what it is not 2 political parties. It is 2 coalitions. Okay? That you have to look at it. And you do have party planks or whatever, but it's not so much ideologies like you have in Europe. Europe, you have political ideologies that form a party and come together with a group. And so it could be, workers' parties of the city and workers' parties of the farm. And they have these sort of ideologies and they proportionally represent them. They're both workers' parties, but the workers' parties in the city want lower food prices and the workers' parties in the countryside want higher food prices, So they're not always in agreement, but they're sort of ideology. In America, you got to look at the Democratic, and this is why there's a realignment more than falling apart, because the coalitions are shifting, okay? The coalitions are shifting because it's coalitions. So like I say, I will never vote Democrat, and I keep blanking when I can picture the senator from Illinois, who's pro-Israeli. Not just pro-Jew, pro-Israeli. Though he's not Jewish as far as I know. It doesn't matter, but he's not. So it's not like a personal interest. It's a belief interest. He's a Democrat. Some of the stuff I might sort of like with him. But since he's a party that would give the Democrats majority in that party that are anti-gun, I would never vote for him. Because guns are my non-negotiable issue. So if both parties are anti-gun, well, then I gotta which one is less anti-gun or which one's better on other thing. But if one party's pro-gun and one party's anti-gun, I know where my vote is always going to be. Oh, he's a corrupt Republican and an uncorrupt Democrat. But the uncorrupt Democrat wants to take away my gun. I'm voting for the corrupt Republican. And, that's just, and even if I know he's corrupt, I'm voting for him because he's not taking away my guns. That's my issue. And I know some are out there are pro-choice and might be more inclined to be Republican, but they are pro-choice, and they know the Republican Party is generally pro-life, so they will not vote for the Republican because they are pro-choice, and these are mostly women that I know, that is their non-negotiable issue for them. And so they will never vote Republican. They might not vote because if the Democrats are too crazy and the Republicans are not crazy but not pro-choice, they may just not vote in a particular election. Where they might vote for city council and other things or whatever. But so, yeah, there are that. So we're seeing a realignment here. And back in the 70s and the 80s, you could sort of get away with being a pro-choice Republican, and there were senators and congressmen that were pro-choice Republicans. That's basically no longer functionally an issue. You're going to lose in the primary. You're going to have a pro-life Republican. So there are these hard lines for people, and so America will be two big coalitions. This is why you can get the Bernie Sanders, who's technically a socialist, whatever, up in Connecticut, I think he is, but he caucuses with the Democrats, but he's sort of his own sort of thing until he sold out to the Democrats when he lost his primary, or had it stolen from him, really, and whatnot. And so he sold out for the power. Yeah, that's just, the way America is. It's just going to be. Okay, I got to wrap this up here. Let me quickly scan these if there's anything. Like Democrats going from full socialist to center left. Yeah. Yes, two umbrella parties. Yes, folk is telling Thomas. They used to overlap in ideology. Oh, yeah. Back in the 60s, 70s, and before. And even, it's Carter is where you really start to see heavy split. Democrats and Republicans ideologically agreed with each other. Yeah, pro-capitalism, pro-freedom, pro-whatever. It's just, a little bit more of this faction, a little bit more of that faction. Back then, you had a bunch of people for various reasons that are party loyalists, just because of my granddaddy would roll over in his grave kind of idea. But a lot of other people, hey, well, if that Democrat guy is actually much better than the Republican guy, I'll vote for him. There's not that much difference, and he seems to be a better leader guy, whether in a state or federally. Yeah, now there's an ideological split. It used to just be certain nuances, because really, if you look at most of the Americans over most of the time, you can find individuals, how left-wing was FDR versus the average Democrat voter. Oh, the average Democrat voter was more conservative than FDR. Trust me on that. All of those segregationists down in the South, oh boy, they were more conservative than FDR, but they were still voting for FDR because he was a Democrat. And FDR did not make an issue over segregation. It was only his wife, and is sort of starting and moving down that, and the Great Society issues. So it used to be just sort of, America was a unified country ideologically, that we just had nuanced differences. And this is why Americans often, there's no difference between American parties. What do you care about voting? Because Americans traditionally, maybe not today, but traditionally didn't really care that much about party. It was more about personalities, who we were going to elect to lead us. That may be, I say traditionally, but it may or may not be today. Some people just hate Trump because they hate Trump, whatever he does. If Trump were to cure cancer, they go, hey, we need more cancer. Just because Trump's for it, they're against it. And I believe that there are people that are that way. And maybe even because people have come out, literally, not most Democrats, but people come out, we're pro-algae. Every president before Trump has tried to do the deal, because once the city of Washington, D.C. didn't want to supply the water to the reflecting pool, the chlorinated from the city water. Once they wanted to stop it, okay, well, we'll just use river water channeled into the reflecting pool. Ever since then, we've had an algae problem. It's still, even with Trump trying to fix it, it's still a problem. Trump tried to fix it. Obama sort of tried to fix it in a half-assed way. But now there are people out there that are pro-algae. No one was pro-algae before. Just because Trump is trying to fix it, their deluded minds, they're coming out against it. So, yeah, then that's personality over politics. But, yeah, so America had been a damn unified place. You know, I mean, outside of that one dispute over slavery, we were pretty damn unified. Let's continue. Mormons are really into pyramid schemes. Well, Mormons are into all kinds of things. And like I said, I'm not just saying, oh, I've known a Mormon. No, I've had very good friends that were Mormon. A couple of them were sort of semi-lapsed Mormons. Some of them were still rather believing Mormons, so it sort of varied over the years. Okay, Mark Felton, and I know who he is, did a few videos recently. Oh, yeah, the Royal Navy. Yes, and he's bringing to light stuff that I've known for a while. Not that he didn't know it. I've been knowing this. I was a U.S. Army 86B intel analyst in the 1980s. NATO should have been reconfigured when the Warsaw Pact dissolved. Most of the pact is in NATO. Yeah, hello, Gun Crib, good to have you here. I don't remember. Yeah. And India is big in Canada too. Oh, I know. And India is also getting big into America. Absolutely. But I don't see a strategic conflict. I think India likes that we have Diego Garcia. I think India likes that we have power here because it is counterbalancing to like Chinese naval power potentially into the Indian Ocean, also sort of counterbalancing to other things. But they also realize America might and I don't know, we'll get to Christmas Island if anybody ever said why Christmas Island is important right now. But America might strategically like to own a few islands, but that's never going to threaten fundamentally India. You know, yeah, we could sink ships, you know, for trade purposes or something, but the U.S. is never going to be trying to carve off pieces of real India. So we are not really in strategic conflict, shall we say, with India. That is not on the foreseeable horizon. So yeah, NATO needs to, like you say, reconfigure. However you define that, and there could be lots of ways to define the reconfiguring. And mostly, I don't see there was, and as you probably knew back then, we were in a zero-sum game with communism, whether it's Soviet Union or China or whatever. One of the two sides was going to win that conflict. And of course, and as some of the people who were very much involved at a much higher level than I was during that period, they thought we were losing at the time. We thought we were losing, as one of them puts it, who was much higher involved than I was as sort of a student and, you know, like I say, we were working in and around politics. We thought we were losing. Well, we won. You know, sort of surprised us that we won. So we were in a zero-sum game. So who controlled the communists or the West? Timbuktu mattered to U.S. national interest because it's just one more, you know, piece on the map. Nowadays, does it fucking matter to America who owns Timbuktu, which is out over in here somewhere. It's in this part of the world. Right now, the Islamicists do, and they're destroying all of the ancient archives that are there. As far as what I hear, I care about the ancient archives. I don't care about Timbuktu. Meaning in the sense that, yeah, I'd love it to be nice, peaceful people that are not terrible owning the territory. But I don't want to send Americans to die over it. That's when I say I care, I don't care like to send Americans to die over it. So, you know, who's controlling West Africa? I know there's uranium and other things that are of interest. So, yeah, you know, supporting the French when they were really actively trying to... I'm good with that. You know, that we were doing the heavy lift aircraft, moving French forces to go fight there. Yeah, sure, no problem. A little bit of help. Yeah, you know, as part of sort of NATO and other strategic interests. Yeah, but I really don't care in this modern sense. We can't... Again, to my analysis is we only own what we can control as an effective thing, as the world coming. That's how I see it. I'm not a doomer. I'm not saying this is World War III or we're all going to die or it's going to be nuclear war. No, it's just no longer going to be this sort of polite world that we live in. There may be great chaos and millions of people die. Oh, wait a minute, it's already happening in Ukraine, so I'm not wrong, right? I'm not wrong. It's a matter of degree. I don't think it's going to be as bad as some people say it's going to be. And they're not saying it has to be that, but they see it could be that. Rudyard Lynch from What If Alt History, he thinks it's going to go very dark. I don't think it's necessarily going to go that dark, but I think we're heading somewhere. And again, it's nothing to do with Trump. Trump, at worst, is a symptom, not a cause. If you don't like what he's doing, he's trying to deal with the causes that are there, and he may be taking the wrong action here or there or wherever, but he's not the cause of the problem. He's a symptom of the problem. Straight up. Whether domestically in America or internationally, however you're viewing him, he is a symptom. Whether you like him or hate him, he's a symptom. He is not a cause. It's like, I don't like this cough. Well, yeah, but it's really the cancer in your lungs that are killing you, kind of thing. Trump is the cough that you may be seeing. It's the cancer below it that's the real problem, if you will, in this metaphor kind of thing. So, yeah. India is not a rival with it for the foreseeable future for America. China, that's a different matter. Okay, let's see. Flock cameras in America, gamer. Yeah, that's bad. That's part of. I was earlier talking about George Orwell, and that's one of the things I brought up. Not good. We need to get that under control. Surveillance, yes. Which Greenland should be annexed for? Yes. We need Greenland for space. Outer space. We need Greenland for outer space. Not Lebensraum. If the people of Greenland are willing to swear an oath to be a U.S. citizen and not, be a foreign trader or whatever, I'm happy for all of them to stay. If they don't want to do that, well, they can go back to Denmark. I'm sorry. We need space. We need to have space up around the polar areas so that it's 100% in the sun, 100% of the time, to be able to use solar power, because you can do that. You don't need batteries. You don't need battery farms because you always have the solar power if you go up there. And they can also be sort of in a geostable orbit up there, if you want to call it an orbit, though it's not orbiting, I don't know, geostable position. And for internet and other sort of connectivities, we need that up there, and we need control of the landlines and undersea cables, and we need to patrol it. And Denmark cannot, NATO cannot, outside of the U.S., cannot control that area from Soviet or Chinese or other undersea cable cuttings. Only America can effectively control that. And why do we control it for Denmark? Oh, because you need it. Oh, yeah, we need it. So we'll control it for us. It is not that I want to do harm to any Greenlander. It is not that I want to take away something, if I am even taking away something from some other Denmark person living in, European Denmark. I think America needs Greenland for its strategic position, and I'm happy to give everybody, buy Greenland, just generally speaking. And if anybody wants to cash out, we'll give big cash rewards. And so again, I'm like, oh, hey, your house, it's worth $50,000. We'll give you $1 million. Go back to Denmark. We'll take your house. We'll cash you out. This is a very benign, a very generous wanting to take this over. And I do want to take over Greenland. This is in no way do I compare myself, not just to the Nazis, but to, Putin and territorial aggression to take away land from people and kill lots of people. I want to do this very benignly because the U.S. has the power to, Oh, they sent some guys with explosive because if they really did, I don't know if they did, to Greenland to be able to blow up the runways so that Trump can't take Greenland. What are you fucking? Have you not heard of the Osprey? Have you not heard of helicopters? Have you not heard of the United States Marine Corps? We can almost instantaneously absorb every inhabited part of Greenland with just the United States Marine Corps people. We don't even, the Marine Corps, the 5th largest air force in the world. Oh, and the first 2 air forces largest in the world are the U.S. Air Force and the United States Navy Air Force, not counting the Marine Corps. So the Marine Corps is the 5th largest air force in the world, people. That's just the Marine Corps, not counting as part, and the U.S. Navy is the 2nd
largest air force in the world, not adding in the Marine Corps subdivision of it. Any idiocy that if they did over outside just some sort of crazy training mission, thinking they were going to actually carry real explosives as opposed to demo explosives. I actually bought from a guy that he got as a collector's item a complete set of fake explosive devices from Vietnam era. I don't know if they actually were in Vietnam, but they were training, including I think some real Chi-Com grenades that had been demilled, and some other things that like say plastic explosive thing, but they're all demo, and they're not like demo colored blue. They were for field recognition, for training purposes, recognition. This is what Chi-Com grenades, this is what the other grenades and explosive devices look like. So some of them were U.S. made mock-ups of these explosive devices, and others were, I think, demilled original Chi-Com grenades and whatnot from the Vietnam War. What I think is a complete set that I bought for a few $100 for this, I think really cheap. It's a physical training aid from the 1960s/70s, early 70s, and it all looks real because it's meant to look real. But again, no explosives anywhere near any of this. They don't work. Nothing would go boom. So it's perfectly safe to put on the wall or on a shelf or something. It's not dangerous at all. It's at worst it's a hunk of metal. Because the Chi-Com grenade, at least some of them, and they actually have the original grenade pouches. There's a hunk of metal on a wooden stick. Yeah, I could hit you over the head with it, but any other piece of wood with a metal on the end of it, I can hit you over the head. So other than that, as a weapon, it's not dangerous if anybody's listening. It's not in any sort of thing like that. So, yeah, Greenland, naval bases in control of the Arctic seaways exactly turn low. This is why I do have territorial ambitions for the U.S., It is not to be like I say again, any of the people there, not to be anti-Denmark, because I know they're all technically Danish, but not anti any of the Danish people in there. I'm willing to be very generous with my tax money to go to pay them out, to buy it. But one way or another, we need to absorb it. Trump is right on that. We need to absorb it. We can do sort of like what Britain still has in Cyprus, sovereign base areas. That's the minimum I'm willing to say, saying that this base area is U.S. territory. 90% of Greenland we may not have to have, but maybe 10% or something. Okay, but I think that's at the minimum. We need it. Sorry, people. And it's worth the backlash. But we can do it very nicely, very benignly, which means without, damage. As much as possible. We don't need to go shooting people. We don't need to, do any sort of thing. If there's an area that we do need to clear people away from, like, a safety zone around a base, yeah, we might have to move some houses somewhere if we're building an air base near a populated area. Some people may have to move, or something like that, just because we don't want to have, because of drones and anti-air missiles and whatever else, we may want to have landing zones, coming, not just the runways, but have the, airspace over it. We may have to move some people so they're not living in a, flight path zone or something. Some things like that. But that happens in America to American citizens that need to be moved for a highway to be built. It's just that type of thing. We may have to have some disruption, and you'll have to learn. You can still speak Danish. You can still speak Icelandic or whatever the Inuit language up there is, but you'll have to also learn English in schools. Trust me, it's not that hard, and most Americans are failing it anyways and still graduating. So yeah, it won't be that big of a problem. So yeah, we need to get Greenland. I'm sorry if you all think that I'm somehow some monster, but I think we need to get Greenland. And I don't equate it with any of like Putin or China or trying to you're stealing Scarborough shows from the Philippines. Yeah, they are, but I don't think China needs it. But maybe they think they do. I don't think China is a nice country or would do it nice, and we can see this in their history, like in Tibet. So yeah. Okay. No need to annex it. Could be assumed defense responsibility. Just take it. Just like in World War II. Oh, folk, we've already taken Greenland. No, I'm saying we need to annex it. We took Greenland in World War II. Denmark asked us to leave. I believe it was during the Eisenhower administration, or maybe the Truman, either Truman or Eisenhower administration. Denmark asked us to leave and go, yeah, we need to think about that. And we haven't left. So we still, this is, see, goes back to, if you can't control it, you don't own it. We own Greenland because we control it. We just need to formalize our ownership. We need to annex part of it. We need to have, we need to have rights to control undersea cables, and so that we can tell somebody to go fuck themselves and stay out of our undersea cables. That's sort of part of the problem. Canada is in the way. We need to go, and it can't be up to, well, does Denmark and Canada agree to us keeping Chinese ships out of some of these straits? Well, if China has a lot of influence in Canada, and Canada go, no, they can have exploratory vessels. Oh, the cable got cut? Wonder how that happened. No, the U.S. needs to be able to say, you don't get to come here. If we want to say you don't get to come here. And we need to, because we're still something of a rules-based order, that was the word I was looking for before, or phrase, we need to have some sort of justification to say, China, stay out, because this is ours. And we're seeing unwillingness of European nations to agree with us when we say that. Tucker and Candace are loonies. Well, I know Candace is. We don't cover most HS history that they segregated in the Army under Democrats in early 1900s. Oh, yes. High school, yes. I'm just going to try to, because I want to try to catch up here. Okay. Don't think you can put Tucker and Candace in the same room. Yeah, I don't think they have meetings actually or something. I don't think I think they're two different people that are sort of pushed together a bit. Jeremy Moss won U.S. elections recently, and afterwards he announced his first priority and loyalty was Israel verbatim. Is this who you are referring to? No, I was actually the senator, the brain damaged one. I mean, literally the brain damaged one. The one who always wears the hoodie and shorts in the Senate. He recently went to the White House. He put on a suit. That's the guy who I'm referring to, who's very pro-Israel. But he doesn't put Israel above America, but he puts Israel above all the other Arab worlds. Arab used to be objective about facts. Yeah, I know. Featuring people you disagree with isn't really indicative that you've lost. He controls things for his narrative, but he's still based in reality. Unlike, yeah, I would say Tucker is based in reality. Sometimes he's quote unquote platforming not good people, but you sometimes, I think it's good to platform not good people and then let them show how not good they are. You don't have to challenge them and everything they say, but let them have their say. You can challenge them or not, but let them have their say and then let people make up. Well, see, Christmas Island here has this thing here, a port. Fetterman, that's it. Thank you for the reminder there, Turin-Low. Is who you, yes, Fetterman, yes. That's who. I just blank on names as Turin-Low and others know that I do. Christmas Island. Nick Fuentes isn't someone I like at all, but pretending he doesn't exist is not a fruitful alternative. Yeah, exactly. I mostly, from what I hear of Nick Fuentes, I don't like. I don't follow him closely. Some of the kind of stuff, I think he's fringing on being correct, but he takes it too far, if you know what I mean. So don't put me down in his camp, but I sort of kind of think sometimes he's addressing some things that the political realities won't, the leadership won't. But I think he is sort of a bad far actor on all that. So, sort of like the broken clock. Sometimes broken clocks, are correct twice a day. Sometimes some of the people I dislike are correct about things that I think are correct about things that the general political spectrum thinks is wrong, if you will, what I mean. Without, so yeah, like on one or two positions, I may be entirely aligned with Nick Fuentes, but All the rest, I'm disagreeing with. So don't put me in his camp at all from what I know of him. Starship is there. The one that landed in the Indian Ocean. They towed it to Christmas Island. They were trying to get it to Australia, but the wind and whatever. So they gave up and they came to put it in Christmas Island. They're moving a heavy lift ship that's probably right in here right now. And in a couple of days, they're going to pick it up, which is a tiny thing for, how big it is. Looks like a huge floating whale. Put it on the heavy lift ship and take it back to America. They're probably not going through here. It's the Houthis. They may go here, probably going to Texas, or it may come this way and go through the Panama Canal, but you have to pay the Panama Canal fees, so I don't know which is way. But Starship is right now in a harbor in Christmas Island. That's what's important about Christmas Island. It'll stop being important. But that does show you why, I don't know, is Christmas Island part of Australia or something? That is sort of why some of these places, I wouldn't mind being actual U.S. territory, because I do think these are Australians. I'm not saying we should take it away from Australia, but they better be prepared to defend it from the Indonesian, the Indians, the Chinese, and whoever else, because that could give U.S. strategic position. And so I'm not a warmonger or somebody who wants to, take away a lot from other people. If we were to get something like Christmas Island, just saying a big if, it's way out in the Indian Ocean. I definitely think we should get all of the Chagoses. The reason all of the Chagoses is we don't want, because there's other little islands out here, we don't want somebody else setting up another base that can, have anti-aircraft missiles or something. We need to own all of that. We need to, at minimum, control all of that. Best to actually own all of that. But if we were to pick up some of these things, I would even set up a free ship that goes from the mainland to the U.S. to an island like this, at least, back and forth, however long it takes to carry cargo and whatnot, back and forth for free. So shipping is free. And I'd have some basically free airline flights for the locals to get to and from the U.S., not for tourists, to subsidize that so that they'd have connectivity with the rest of the U.S. So it wouldn't be like, oh my God, can I afford to fly to somewhere in the mainland U.S., like for, say, a local to go to, university? No, it's a free flight, to a certain amount of free flights, not back and forth every day for one person, but some free flights. Yeah, I would, be very generous. It's not a, and it's not trying to, it's having strategic position because trade moves around, and definitely down in the South Atlantic, I would be, oh, hey, I know the reason they wanted to get rid of Chagos Islands was to fuck America, and it's an anti-European play. They would, Keir Starmer would gladly give up the Falklands to Argentina, but he would literally, if he thought he could, send the military to defend the Falkland Islands from the U.S. because it's an ideological belief. Not just anti-American, but anti-Western, and somehow we were evil to we the West, to even owning these things somehow in the first place. The indigenous people here, they're English or Scottish. There's a lot of Scottish down here, I understand. They're the indigenous people, because there was nobody here fucking before them. They're the indigenous people. And if Britain can't control it, I'm sorry, maybe the U.S. should. We have a lot of indigenous people that are from Scotland and England, like myself. I'm indigenous to America now. I'm not a pre-Columbian, before Columbus, but I'm a modern-day indigenous American. These indigenous people here are that. So, okay. Okay, guys, I've been talking way too long. I hope it's been enjoyable. We did actually get some play in. It was from February to October 1937, so pretty good for me for one day. Let me save this to do this. I will be back tomorrow with War Thunder. You guys hopefully either join as viewers or maybe even, if you want, join and play. And we do talk about politics, but it's a little bit more roundtable with the actual people in voice chat talking a bit, but more it's driving tanks and blowing things up. So thank you. I'm hopefully going to go shooting later today, but I need to go do a few things before then. So see you guys later. Bye.